Zhou Hao is very happy today because it is rumored in the company that he will soon be promoted to the head of the finance department to replace the finance manager who had previously resigned inexplicably. Looking back on his hard work for several years, Zhou Hao felt very relieved finally waiting for this opportunity. The company that Zhou Hao works for is called Huangshi Group. It is a well-known large-scale enterprise in Shanghai and even the whole country. Its main real estate business, as well as many five-star hotels and large supermarkets, have more than 10,000 employees. Zhou Hao graduated from university that year, and after several twists and turns, he finally joined the finance department of Huangshi Group as an accountant under the introduction of a friend. He knows that it is very rare to work in a large company like Huangshi Group, so he has always worked hard and never forgot to give gifts to his boss during the Chinese New Year. After 4 years of hard work, Zhou Hao finally got the company's attention, and the company values his performance, so he started to contact and make the company's dark account. The so-called dark accounts, as the name suggests, are illegible accounts. Zhou Hao knows that many companies have dark accounts, and the more large-scale enterprises, the more common the existence of dark accounts. And he also knew that this secret account violated industry norms and even illegal. However, the next step is a promotion and salary increase, and a step back is being fired. Zhou Hao, who has been in the city of Shanghai for many years, knows what it means to lose his job. Therefore, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and participate in the production of secret accounts under the direction of the company. Relying on his excellent accounting ability, Zhou Hao made those dark accounts invisible, and he was quickly appreciated by the company. Recalling that in the company just now, the manager's secretary who was inextricable, the one who knew that he had a relationship with the manager at first glance, actually changed the normal way to flatter himself. Zhou Hao was inexplicably excited when he thought of this. With the attractive figure of the secretary's plump breasts, Zhou Hao even wondered if he could have a friendly battle with that after he became the department head in the future. But this idea is just thinking about it. Although Zhou Hao is 26 years old this year, he is still a virgin man. Even if he has a girlfriend who has been with him for 2 years, he is busy at work and his girlfriend's persistence. Zhou Hao still did not cross the final boundary. Thinking of his girlfriend Xing Ying, Zhou Hao thought, should I tell Xing Ying the good news so that she can also be happy? Without further ado, Zhou Hao immediately bought a bottle of Great Wall Dry Red and happily took a taxi to Xing Ying's rental house. Zhou Hao is very proud of his girlfriend Xing Ying. Xing Ying works as a clerk in a foreign trade company. She is very beautiful. To have a good appearance, a figure, Zhou Hao also worked hard at the beginning. I bought countless roses before chasing this beauty back. If Xing Ying knew that she was going to be promoted, and if she was happy, she might give her body to herself. Zhou Hao snickered in the back seat, making the taxi driver in front of him look down and despise it. Coming to the door of Xing Ying's house, Zhou Hao adjusted the collar of his suit and stroked his hair before knocking on the door of Xing Ying's house. The strange thing is that after 2 minutes, the door opened, and there was still a flush on Xing Ying's face who appeared at the door. Seeing Zhou Hao, Xing Ying was a little surprised and a little flustered. How? Why are you here so late? Zhou Haoyang raised the red wine in his hand. There is great news. I came up here to share it with you. After saying that, he pushed Xing Ying into the house. Xing Ying poured a cup of hot water for Zhou Hao, looked at her room absent-mindedly, and then said to Zhou Hao, "What's the good news?" "I can tell you. I have to go to work tomorrow. I can't accompany you too late." When Zhou Hao poured out the cup of hot water and replaced it with red wine, he said to Xing Ying, "Xing Ying, do you know, I'm going to be promoted. I'm promoted to the chief financial officer of our company." He took the glass of red wine. After drinking, stood up and hugged Xing Ying. "When I become the company's treasurer, the salary will rise. Then after 2 or 3 years, we will no longer need to live in a rental house and have our own house." Haha, owning your own house in Shanghai. Xing Ying, are you happy? Then I will marry you. You don't need to go out to work anymore. Just be Mrs. Zhou with all your heart. He can't wait to imagine that he and Xing Ying are beautiful. The future. However, Xing Ying was not as happy as Zhou Hao imagined. She just said calmly, "Really? That's great. What's wrong? Xing Ying, are you unhappy?" Zhou Hao looked at Xing Ying. "Didn't you always want to have your own house in Shanghai?" "How? Even if you can buy your own house." Xing Ying sighed. But what kind of house can you buy? That kind of small house that is not enough for 100 square meters? Then can we still have children? Before Zhou Hao could speak, she turned her face away. How? I think we should break up. Zhou Hao, who was originally full of joy, was suddenly broken by Zhang Ying. Why? He grabbed Zhang Ying by the shoulder. Zhang Ying, it was fine just now. Why? Why did you suddenly say that you broke up? Huh, I see. Are you kidding me? You must be making me happy. Zhang Ying moved away Zhou Hao's hand impatiently. I'm not kidding. I'm serious. How? We are not suitable. Let's break up. What's wrong? Am I not good enough for you? Did I do something wrong? Zhou Hao said to Zhang Ying nervously. I change it. Can I change it? Zhang Ying, I really do like you. I promise you everything you want, okay? How? It's okay if you don't do this. Suddenly, Zhou Hao saw an ashtray on the coffee table with 2 cigarette butts on it. Suddenly, he felt a heavy haze in his heart, because neither he nor Zhang Ying smoked. Who is here? Come out for me. Get out for me. Zhou Hao yelled out stylily. Zhang Ying's expression changed, and she hurriedly came over to hold Zhou Hao. How? What are you doing? There are only 2 of us here. No one. Are you crazy? Zhou Hao pushed Zhang Ying away, wandered around the hall 2 times, and then fixed his eyes on Zhang Ying's room. When he was about to walk towards Zhang Ying's room, the door opened by himself, and a man walked out of the room. This man is very handsome. Although he is 40 years old, his maturity and stability add to his charm. However, after Zhou Hao saw this man, he was completely stunned, because he knew this man. This man was called Huang Wank, the chairman of the Huangshi Group and Zhou Hao's boss. Zhou Hao himself only met this boss a few times at the company's annual party. Zhou Hao never expected to see him at his girlfriend's house now. How? Zhou Hao murmured. Compared to Zhou Hao's confusion, Huang Wank was much more calm. He only showed a kind smile to Zhou Hao. Hello, Zhou Hao. Just as he condoned his employees at the annual party of Huangshi Group. Kind. But Zhou Hao felt that his smile now was full of sarcasm and looked very hideous. Zhang Ying, you and him. Zhou Hao looked back at Zhang Ying again. Zhang Ying saw the Dongchuang incident, but instead let go. I met Vank 4 months ago. She turned her face away from looking at Zhou Hao. I didn't want to tell you so soon, but I have the child of Vank. This sentence was like a sharp sword, ruthlessly pierced into Zhou Hao's heart. I still remember that she said that she would not give her body to Zhou Hao until the night of her marriage. Zhou Hao believed it and had infinite longing for it. However, she had only known Huang Wank for 4 months, and even had a child. You lied to me. Zhou Hao roared at Zhang Ying and put in the injured beast. Zhou Hao, you are about to be promoted to the company's financial director. Huang Wank's voice made Zhou Hao tremble fiercely. He looked at Huang Wank, then looked at Zhang Ying, and suddenly a terrible thought appeared in his mind. The reason why he was promoted seemed to be the reason for Zhang Ying. Huang Wank continued, if you want, I can promote you to the company sales manager with an annual salary of 1 million. Although Huang Wank's suggestion was full of temptations, to Zhou Hao's ears, it was more like a charity. It's like saying, I took your woman away, so promotion of your position is regarded as compensation for you. Zhou Hao broke out suddenly, and he threw Huang Wank to the ground with one forward and pinched his neck tightly. Dog bastard. I will kill you. Zhou Hao, what are you doing? You are crazy, let him go. Zhang Ying hurriedly rushed over and grabbed Zhou Hao's arm to pull him away from Huang Wank. But how could her strength compare to being in a rage Zhou Hao in the state? Dog bastard, I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Zhou Hao completely lost his mind. His face was gnashing his teeth, and the hands that pinched Huang Wank's neck became harder. Huang Wank couldn't say anything. He could only make a chuck sound, and his face slowly turned purple. After a while, he would suffocate and die. Boom! Zhou Hao fell softly, and Zhang Ying still held the half of the vase in a daze. Huang Wank touched his neck and sat up and coughed violently. Zhang Ying immediately threw down the vase to help him up and said nervously, Vank, are you all right? Damn, I almost killed Lao Tzu. Huang Wank kicked Zhou Hao fiercely, but at this time Zhou Hao was dizzy and couldn't stand up any resistance. Huang Wank turned around and walked into the kitchen again. When he came out, he already had a sharp and long kitchen knife in his hand. Zhang Ying panicked as soon as she saw it. Vank, what do you want to do? Lest he continue to pester you. I'll kill him 100. Huang Wang's mature and handsome face showed a fierceness. What's more, he knows the dark account in our company, and keeping him is a curse. Zhou Hao, who fell on the ground, knew that he was in a very dangerous situation, but because of a heavy blow to the head, his whole body was weak, and even his consciousness was a little vague. He could only hope that Zheng Ying would stop Huang Wang. However, what Zhou Hao never thought was that Zheng Ying didn't stop Huang Wang. Instead, after hesitating, he said to Huang Wang, "Then how do we get out?" "It's very simple. We made this place like a robbery, and then I will find a few people to do an alibi for us. But he doesn't have the key to my house, so why is he in my house?" Huang Wang smiled. "What's the problem? Put the key in his pocket and say that he already has the key to your house. Anyway, there is no proof. No one will doubt it." Zheng Ying groaned for a while, and then nodded, and when she lowered her head, she saw Zhou Hao's desperate and bitter eyes. "Don't blame me. Blame yourself for not knowing what is good or bad. And before you die, I advise you, love is not bread. It can't represent everything." With that, she turned around and stopped looking at Zhou Hao. And Huang Wang also smiled at Zhou Hao. "After you go to hell, don't forget that I, Huang Wang, killed you." After that, he swung his knife abruptly and stabbed the sharp knife into Zhou Hao's heart. The dark red blood burst out all of a sudden, staining Zhou Hao's sight red. Zhou Hao didn't know whether he was dead or not. If he didn't die, he couldn't move his whole body, and he didn't feel at all. But if he is dead, how can he still be conscious? He could even see the hilt of the knife exposed on his chest, and he could also see Huang Wang and Zheng Ying turning this place into a robbery. However, his consciousness is getting more and more blurred. Finally, when Huang Wang and Zheng Ying arranged everything to leave, Zhou Hao looked at their backs, with only one thought in his mind: even if it was a ghost, I would not let go. "Pass yours." Then, with the sound of the door closing, his eyes went dark and he completely lost consciousness. Smelly 3-8. "Get out of me. Return the money to me. Please, this is Xiao Hao's tuition this year. Please." A violent quarrel outside made Zhou Hao woke up in a daze, and his goal was a moldy ceiling that was a bit watery, and the moldy ceiling looked so familiar. Zhou Hao sat up from the bed all of a sudden, frowned deeply. Isn't he dead? Huang Wang's hideous face and Zheng Ying's ruthless eyes were still vividly visible, and a deep-seated hatred and resentment was born in his heart. Zhou Hao looked around and found that he was in a small room that was not enough for 10 square meters. There were some sundries on the other side of the room, and here was a simple wooden bed and an old desk. A row of textbooks and reference books are neatly arranged. Isn't this my room? Zhou Hao only felt dizzy looking at the familiar and unfamiliar scene around him. At this time, the calendar on the wall caught Zhou Hao's eyes. October 9th, 1996. The date on the wall calendar made Zhou Hao jump up. How is this possible? Is it possible that I have been reborn? He squeezed his face hard and felt the pain before confirming himself. Not dreaming. After slowly calming down, Zhou Hao became more and more excited. Because he studied economics and management in the university, he has analyzed the financial markets in China and the world, and the theme of his graduation project is the trend and causes of China and the world financial stock market in the past 15 years. Zhou Hao knows the market trend over the past 15 years. When Zhou Hao did his graduation project and did in-depth research on those stocks with big fluctuations, he often thought that if he could go back to the past and invest in these stocks, it would be extremely easy to become a billionaire, but he did not expect it to be realized now. Moreover, 1996 is of great significance in the development history of China's emerging securities market in just 6 years. In this year, inflation disappeared and bank interest rates dropped. Since March, the stock market has experienced a round of large upswings. There has basically been a unilateral upward trend throughout the year until the skyrocketing at the end of the year. Second gold medals failed to hold the mad bull in the stock market. It was not until the special commentator article of the People's Daily appeared that it held the mad bull. The market saw 2 consecutive down limits, and investors became rational again. As long as he has the principal, Zhou Hao has absolute confidence to accumulate his first pot of gold in this year. Huang Wang. Zheng Ying, you wait for me, and I will find you. Zhou Hao gritted his teeth when he thought of Huang Wang and Zheng Ying. Zhou Hao knew that the Huangshi group was already a large-scale real estate company in 1996. To deal with Huang Vank, he must accumulate enough strength. At this time, I should be still in the second year of junior high school. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao got out of bed and came to the desk. He saw a Chinese textbook for the first semester of the second year of junior high on the desk, confirming his thoughts. At this time, there was a sound of breaking the glass and a bleak cry. "Don't go. Don't take the money. Please, this is Xiao Hao's tuition." Then there was a rough man's voice. "Smelly 38. Don't prevent Lao Tzu from getting rich. When Lao Tzu wins the money back, what's the tuition fee?" Hearing these two voices, Zhou Hao trembled, because this voice was too familiar and unfamiliar to him. It was his parents. Mother Yintong is a miserable woman. She was cheated by her father Zhou Liren when she was young and her belly was enlarged, so she had to marry her father logically. However, his father was a gambler. At first he could barely support the family by doing some small business. Later, he lost all the money in the family, and he kept asking his mother for money, and the mother beat her if she didn't. As for Zhou Hao, he has not fulfilled any responsibilities as a father, and he is indifferent to his life and study. My poor mother worked as a sanitation worker on the street during the day and washed dishes at a food stall at night. She barely managed to maintain her family life. She was already full of huafa before she was 40. It can be said that the reason why Zhou Hao became an adult is all due to his mother Yintong. So Zhou Hao has been studying hard and vowed to be filial to his mother if he succeeds in his studies. But in the second year of Zhou Hao University, his mother died of liver cancer due to overwork. The most painful thing in life is the most painful thing in life when the son wants to support but does not wait. Thinking of his mother's kind and hard-working face, Zhou Hao felt anxious. He quickly opened the door and rushed into the hall, and saw that the floor was full of fragments of teacups and teapots. His mother was kneeling on the floor beside the dining table, her shoulders shrugging and sobbing, but his father Zhou Liren was nowhere to be seen. When Mo saw his mother's long-lost face, Zhou Hao was really sure that he was born again, and the hot tears also rushed out with this deep and affectionate Mo. Seeing Zhou Hao appear next to him, Yintong quickly raised his hand to wipe the tears from the corner of his eyes. Chang Yin smiled and said, "Xiao Hao, why did you come out? You just caught a cold, so you need to rest more." "Mom." Zhou Hao couldn't help it anymore and hugged Yintong tightly in his arms. At the age of 14, he was already over 1.6 meters tall, a bit taller than Yintong. However, for Zhou Hao's visit, it has been too long, since I have felt his mother's embrace. Yintong looked at her tearful son and remembered that she could not give her son a good life, and her husband was not up to date, and her heart was filled with misery for a while. But in front of her son, she still acted very strong and gently caressed. "Son's back," said gently. "It's okay, Xiao Hao doesn't cry anymore. If someone else bullied you, tell Mom." Zhou Hao shook his head and saw the bruise on the corner of Yintong's left eye again. "Mom, did he hit you again?" "No, Mom accidentally bumped into it." Yintong also tried to maintain Zhou Liren's father image in front of his son, but seeing Zhou Hao gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. "Mom, that person is not worthy of being your husband or my father. Mom, or else, leave him with him, lest he keep looking. If you want money, you will be beaten." "How can you say that to him? He is your father after all." Yintong showed a reproachful expression to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao sighed in his heart. Although his father was not a good man, his mother was a very traditional woman, always abiding by women's way, and still maintained Mrs. Zhou's identity when she died of illness. Zhou Hao also knew that he could not persuade his mother for a while, so he had to give it up temporarily, remembering that he was born again, which is equivalent to having a second life. Zhou Hao firmly said to Yintong, "Mom, don't worry, I won't make you suffer again. I will let you live a good life." Yintong didn't know the reason, only when Zhou Hao was comforting herself, and she was very moved. After that, the mother and son cleaned up the mess in the hall together. At this time, Yintong said again, "However, Xiao Hao took your tuition away by him, and there is no more money at home. What should I do?" Zhou Hao also felt very distressed when he heard this. This is indeed a problem. Moreover, although he knows the future stock market trend, he still needs capital to invest. The current situation at home can only barely sustain this month's life. It really doesn't work, Let's borrow it from the uncle's house first, Zhou Hao said solemnly. After hearing Zhou Hao's words, Yin Tong was embarrassed. Zhou Hao also knew what his mother was embarrassing about. His uncle was in the hardware and building materials business. At this time, he had a net worth of several million, and he was one of the largest households in Zhou Hao's village. However, the uncle's family are very snobbish and have never looked down upon Zhou Hao's family. Therefore, after Zhou Hao graduated and became independent, he never visited them once. Moreover, we haven't paid off what we borrowed before. Yin Tong sighed. Zhou Hao said, Mom, this time I will go with you, and this is the last time we borrowed money from them. Seeing Zhou Hao's determined look, Yin Tong sighed again in her heart. It doesn't matter if she is looked down upon by others, but she does not want her son to be looked down upon by others. Suddenly, Yin Tong realized that Zhou Hao was a little different from the past. Xiao Hao, how does Mom feel that you seem to have changed? Zhou Hao was startled when he heard this. It has changed? What has changed? Mature. Yin Tong smiled slightly, and the wrinkles that had been squeezed out by the heavy life also relaxed. How to become Xiao Hao is also Mom's son. Zhou Hao smiled. Then Yin Tong went to prepare dinner, and Zhou Hao went to the balcony and looked at the noisy and bustling street below. This is a city called Xiangqing in Guangdong, adjacent to Guangzhou, the capital of Guangdong, but not as prosperous as Guangzhou. And Zhou Hao only went to Shanghai when he was in college, worked there, and ended his young life there. Zhou Hao's family originally lived in Zhujiacan. In order for Zhou Hao to study in a better school, Yin Tong moved to this small unit of only more than 30 square meters in the city after much hard work. Looking at the lively streets below, Zhou Hao was immersed in his memory. He knows that Xiangqing will develop rapidly in the next few years, and he has a clear understanding of Xiangqing's development trend. Perhaps I can take advantage of this spring breeze to accumulate capital. While Zhou Hao was still immersed in his development plan, the door of the next door was suddenly knocked. Zhou Hao was slightly frightened, and then opened the door, thinking, who will it be at this time? Then, Zhou Hao saw a beautiful girl with short hair standing at the door, wearing a white shirt and yellow shorts. I saw that this girl was at the same age as Zhou Hao at 14 or 5 years old, and she was very pleasant, with a pair of big eyes that looked like gems, but she still looked green between her brows. You looked at this girl? Zhou Hao was stunned, speechless. Zhou Hao, what's the matter with you? It's weird. The girl's voice was very good, and it was as clear and crisp as a jade bead. It's not that Zhou Hao didn't know this girl. On the contrary, her position in Zhou Hao's heart was too important. Her name is Wang Shijuan. She lives opposite Zhou Hao with her mother and younger brother. She grew up with Zhou Hao. She is a childhood sweetheart. At this time, she hasn't shown her talent yet, but Zhou Hao knows that she is beautiful after she grows up. The soul, even Xing Ying, is not comparable. However, when she was 19 years old, she married to Hong Kong. The night before she left, she had visited Zhou Hao. Guing said sadly that she had always liked Zhou Hao, but Zhou Hao had to take into account his studies due to the heavy pressure of life, so she never told her. What? Zhou Hao was shrouded in great sadness until she told her own thoughts, but it was too late at that time. Many years later, Zhou Hao often regretted it, resenting himself for why he didn't pay more attention to Wang Shijuan in the first place. Maybe it will be another ending in the future. Now seeing Wang Shijuan's still green face, Zhou Hao was very excited. He was bitterly depressed and didn't show it on his face. Instead, he smiled and asked, "Why are you here?" "No, I just heard that your house is noisy." Wang Shijuan said, "Are you okay?" Zhou Hao shook his head and felt Wang Shijuan's concern for him. He couldn't help but reach out and touch her round face. "Thank you." Zhou Hao's sudden behavior made Wang Shijuan at a loss. His cheeks were also flushed, and he whispered, "No, no need." After that, he turned around and ran to his house in a panic. Looking deeply at Wang Shijuan's back, Zhou Hao said in his heart, "This time, I won't let you go again." The next day happened to be Fun Day, and Zhou Hao and Yin Tong came to the home of Uncle Zhou Lichang. Zhou Lichang built a 3-story independent bungalow in Zhoujia village, which is very conspicuous in Zhoujia village, where many tile houses still remain. Zhou Lichang lives in it with his wife, Su Yongwei, and a pair of children. There was also a black Guangzhou Honda parked under the bungalow, and the villagers would inevitably look more when they passed by. Before coming here, Yintong specially spent more than 50 yuan on a basket of fruit. It's you. How come you remember to visit us? When Zhou Hao's aunt Su Yongwei opened the door to see their mother and son, the disdain in her eyes was very obvious, and she didn't hide it at all, so she stood in front of the door. The somewhat stiff Yintong became even more embarrassed. Because of good care and no worries about food and clothing, Su Yongwei, who is a little older than Yintong, looks more than 10 years younger than Yintong. Seeing Su Yongwei's snobby face again after many years, Zhou Hao smiled inwardly. It really hasn't changed at all. Hello, sister-in-law. Yintong smiled to Su Yongwei. Ji Hao and Xinxin are okay. What she said was the pair of children of Su Yongwei, Zhou Jihao and Zhou Xinxin, both of whom were a few years younger than Zhou Hao. In elementary school. Fortunately, you are interested, come in and sit down. Su Yongwei's face was very impatient and invited Zhou Hao and Yintong into the room. Compared with the small unit where Zhou Hao's mother and son lived, Zhou Lichang's bungalow is very luxurious, with leather sofas and large color TVs, all available. Yintong was very nervous after entering the room, for fear that he would soil the room and didn't even know where to put his hands. Entering the spacious hall, Zhou Hao saw his cousin Zhou Jihao happily playing a video game, and his cousin Zhou Xinxin was playing with her kitty cat doll on the sofa. Seeing Zhou Hao and Yintong recently, the two brothers and sisters didn't mean to pay attention, so they didn't even look at them. Zhou Hao sneered in his heart when he looked at the two men who were invincible. These two guys were not good stuff since they were young, and they became even worse when they grew up. Zhou Jihao learned to eat before graduating from high school, and Zhou Xinxin was not much better. After growing up, Zhou Lichang was sent to the United States by Zhou Lichang, but she heard that she contracted AIDS there because of promiscuity. Sit down. Su Yongwei asked Zhou Hao and Yintong to sit in the dining room here, but she didn't mean to blame her children for being rude. Zhou Hao thought that the reason why Zhou Jihao and Zhou Xinxin would fall for themselves in the future was due to Su Yongwei's indulgence. Yintong quickly handed the basket of fruits to Su Yongwei. Sister-in-law, where is the eldest brother? Isn't he at home? Su Yongwei took the fruit and put it aside. He went out for a drink with his friends last night, and he's still sleeping on it. She gave Yintong and Zhou Hao a look, and then sneered. You guys, do you want to borrow money again this time? Yintong immediately showed an awkward expression on his face when he heard this, and exclaimed, Sister-in-law, can you help us? Liren took away the money from the family again, and now we don't even have Xiao Hao's tuition. Atong, it's not that I said you. The money you borrowed from my old Zhou last time hasn't been paid off yet. She said that she looked at Zhou Hao again and said with a smirking smile, Xiao Hao, you must use your heart. When you are studying, your dad is not up for good, so don't repeat his mistakes. Look, your mother is worried about what you are like. Auntie, I will. Seeing Su Yongwei's full of ridicule, Zhou Hao really wanted to get up and slap her. But he also knew that it was not the time to be impulsive, so he firmly suppressed the anger in his heart. At this time, Zhou Jihao over there turned around and shouted to Zhou Hao, Hao, come and play the game with me. This game is really fun. He looked at Zhou Hao as if saying, you must have never played a video game console. No more, so that he doesn't mess up our sofa. Zhou Xinxin next to him said with a look of disgust, Mummy, when are they leaving? You see, the whole room stinks as soon as they come in. How can I talk to people like this? Su Yongwei said to them, but there was still no blame in her eyes. Zhou Hao's fist on his leg clenched and trembled slightly, and the memories of the last life came to his heart again. At that time, Yintong was hospitalized with liver cancer, but the family had no money because Zhou Hao went to college. Zhou Hao had no choice but to borrow from Zhou Lichang, but he never expected that he had tens of millions of fortunes at that time. Zhou Lichang very simply rejected Zhou Hao, and Su Yongwei, who was present at the scene, also said nonchalantly, I have terminal cancer, and how much money is spent? You should hurry up and prepare for the funeral. The humiliation of Zhou Lichang's family to Zhou Hao was not forgotten the moment Zhou Hao died. At this time, Yintong, who was sitting next to Zhou Hao, reached out and grabbed Zhou Hao's clenched fist, implying that he should not be impulsive, and begged Su Yongwei, Sister-in-law, please help us, Xiao Hao's tuition. Can't delay, we will definitely return the money to you as soon as possible. Okay, it's a relative anyway. Su Yongwei curled her lips, and said, "How much do you want to borrow?" 1. 10,000. Zhou Hao said before Yin Tong. Su Yongwei stared at Zhou Hao with wide eyes. 10,000? What are you doing with so much money? Can you pay it back? Yin Tong also looked at Zhou Hao in surprise. She had only wanted to borrow 1,000. Zhou Hao raised his head and said to Su Yongwei, "We want to do some small business. Aunt, don't worry. This is the last time we borrowed money from you, and we will definitely pay it off as soon as possible." Under Yin Tong's pleading gaze, Su Yongwei thought about it for a while and said, "Well, lest people say that we don't care about his brother-in-law's family. But Tong, I told you in advance, you have to pay off these as soon as possible. Money. Otherwise, even relatives would not speak affectionately. It is not easy for our old Zhou to make money." Then, Su Yongwei took a new stack of 100 yuan bills from the room and handed it to Yin Tong. However, when Zhou Hao saw Su Yongwei's gaze, it was clearly a kind of charity to beggars. "You will wait for me. One day, I will return your great kindness back." After walking out of Zhou Lichang's house, Zhou Hao secretly vowed, while looking at this luxurious, independent house. On the way back, Yin Tong asked Zhou Hao, "Xiao Hao, why do you borrow so much from my sister-in-law? When are we going to engage in business?" Zhou Hao smiled softly. "Mom, we are not going to engage in a small business. After paying the tuition, I plan to use the remaining money for stocks." Stock speculation? Yin Tong was surprised. At this time in 1998, stock speculation had gradually emerged among the common people. However, for Yin Tong, who can barely maintain his life, there is no money left to invest in stocks. Moreover, even if he does not understand stocks, Yin Tong also knows that stock trading is a very risky behavior. There are frequent rumors in the society that certain people are bankrupted because of stock trading, and some people even commit suicide because of this. "That's right," Zhou Hao said with a smile. "Didn't we just open a securities company opposite the Bank of China? We can go there to open an account and invest the money in several potential stocks." Regarding Zhou Hao's words, Yin Tong disagreed and reproached, "You are a kid who knows what stocks. We'd better pay back the remaining money, lest your dad know about it and use it to gamble." Zhou Hao sighed slightly. He is only 14 years old and does not have an ID card, so he can't open an account and trade stocks by himself. If you want to trade stocks, you must use Yin Tong to do so. Therefore, Zhou Hao must convince Yin Tong. He pointed to the noisy market across the street and the place full of garbage not far away. "Mom, that market will be demolished soon. In the future, there will be a large supermarket. And over there, a 5-star hotel will also be built in the open space of Beijing. Mom, Xiangqing is developing faster and faster. We must seize the opportunity to improve our lives." He looked at Yin Tong deeply. "Mom, I don't want you to sweep the streets hard, and you don't want you to stay behind that food stall all night to wash the dishes. I want you to live in a villa. I want you to drive in a famous car." Zhou Hao's excitement and anticipation also infected Yin Tong more or less, making her involuntarily trapped in fantasy about the future. However, for her, the risk of stock trading is too high, not much better than Zhou Liren's money. Seeing Yin Tong's deeply worried look, Zhou Hao asked him, "Mom, do you believe me? Do you believe Xiao Hao?" Of course Mom believes in Xiao Hao, but Zhou Hao interrupted Yin Tong with a smile. "Then you can give it to Xiao Hao. The 10,000 yuan is a little less, and not too much. Instead of keeping it, it is better to invest. I have analyzed a few stocks. I believe they will see significant gains in the short term. Let's open an account with that newly opened securities company next week." In fact, Zhou Hao is only a 14-year-old boy, and it is not convincing to say that he wants to invest in stocks. But for some reason, Yin Tong felt that Zhou Hao's words would definitely come true. In a faint sense, she felt that her son was no longer the ignorant boy before. Today is Monday. Zhou Hao will start a new week of study like other ordinary middle school students. As soon as he left the door, Zhou Hao saw Wang Shijuan standing there gracefully, wearing a blue and white school uniform. But he had already waited for Zhou Hao for a while. Wang Shijuan and Zhou Hao were not in the same middle school. Zhou Hao attended Yuning Middle School, the most famous key school in Xiangqing, while Wang Shijuan attended Xiangqing No. 2 Middle School nearby. Wang Shijuan in school uniform has another taste of youth. Although he looks shy, he is already slim. Seeing Zhou Hao, Wang Shijuan smiled and showed 2 lovely dimples. "Zhou Hao, morning." "Morning." Looking at Wang Shijuan, who was sunny and cheerful, Zhou Hao only felt better. The two went downstairs together and walked next to Zhou Hao. Wang Shijuan's face was always red, and Zhou Hao touching his cheek the day before yesterday, and then secretly looking at Zhou Hao's slightly swaying left hand. His face heats up involuntarily. What's wrong? Zhou Hao asked strangely when he noticed Wang Shijuan's strangeness. No, nothing. Wang Shijuan quickly narrowed his gaze and stared at the ground shyly. By the way, Zhou Hao, I want to go to the Xinhua bookstore to buy books after school this afternoon. Can you accompany me? Okay. Zhou Hao promised with a smile. Then I will wait for you at the gate of your school after school in the afternoon. Yeah. Seeing Zhou Hao's promise, Wang Shijuan immediately became excited, and his shyness was greatly diminished. At this time, the two had already arrived at the door downstairs. Since the two schools were in different directions, the two of them made a difference here. Wang Shijuan waved to Zhou Hao a little bit reluctantly. Zhou Hao, then we'll see you this afternoon. Then he turned and walked towards his school. Seeing Wang Shijuan's pretty back, Zhou Hao's heart rippled. He only thought of such a girl, how he couldn't let go, so as not to let him regret for life like in his previous life. It was not until Wang Shijuan's figure disappeared at the end of the street that Zhou Hao walked in the opposite direction. When he exited the road, he saw 3 or 5 groups of students wearing the green uniforms of Yutsai Middle School walking towards the school, making the quiet early morning a kind of restless joy. Looking at the road leading to Yutsai Middle School in front of him, Zhou Hao felt a little emotional. He hadn't walked this road to school for many years. At that time, even on the road to school, he did not forget to recite ancient Chinese or English. Now that I think about it, I miss it very much, and even that familiar ancient prose still flashes in my mind a few times. After taking a deep breath, Zhou Hao embarked on this road to school, and at the same time thought in his heart, I wonder if the classmates in the school are still the same as in his life. There is a package shop on this road, and many students like to buy breakfast here. In his previous life, Zhou Hao, due to family conditions, was reluctant to eat the steamed buns for 2 cents apiece. Every time he passed by, he could only open his eyes and envy the students who could eat hot buns. Today, the front door of this package shop is still full of students, and the fragrance of the package fills the entire street. Zhou Hao touched the 2 lunch money that Yin Tong gave in his pocket, and gave a wry smile. It seems that there is still no condition to eat the vegetable buns, but it won't take long to always taste it, which is a compensation. A regret in my last life. Thinking of this, he stopped staying and continued to move forward. At this moment, Zhou Hao noticed a fascinating and beautiful figure not far in front. Her long black and shiny hair fluttered gently, as if she could smell her hair here. She wore a slim black one-piece short skirt with a hem just over the knee, revealing a section of snow-white slender legs, and underneath were high heels with thin straps. The slender figure and the swaying steps make her an eye-catching scenery. Moreover, from this figure alone, Zhou Hao could inexplicably feel that there was a noble aura in her body, which made her stand out among the students and office workers passing by. Seeing such a beautiful back, Zhou Hao, like other men, began to fantasize about the front of the beautiful woman, hoping that she was not the kind of back killer who the back leads to crime and the front leads to self-defense. At this moment, the beautiful lady happened to pass under a huge hotel sign, and Zhou Hao was suddenly alert. He looked up at the sign, and then something strange happened. Zhou Hao only felt that his eyes were drawn closer, and even the thread of the screw on the sign could be seen clearly, as if he was wearing a high-power telescope in an instant. What's going on? Zhou Hao didn't understand the strangeness of his body. But now he has no time to investigate the abnormality of his body, because he saw cracks appear on the cement wall where the hotel sign is fixed, and the hotel sign is also crumbling, and it can collapse with a breeze. Be careful! Zhou Hao immediately shouted a warning to the beautiful lady in front. Hearing Zhou Hao's sudden yelling, the beautiful lady subconsciously stopped and turned around. At this moment, Zhou Hao also saw her face clearly, and his heart trembled. It's so beautiful. This woman looks like 25 or 66, with a typical oval face and delicate features, especially her straight and beautiful nose and plump vermilion lips are particularly attractive. Moreover, she still has a mature and capable temperament, the image of a strong woman with both talents and looks. Zhou Hao secretly thought, This woman has a match with Wang Shijuan when she grows up. As soon as he started thinking about it, he cursed himself secretly, thinking about these meaningless things since. Because of Zhou Hao's yelling, the woman stopped just below the hotel sign. Zhou Hao pointed to the sign and shouted, "Go away." The woman looked up at the sound, and the hotel sign broke away from the concrete wall at this time, falling down with a quack sound. His eyes couldn't bear to see the tragedy of Xiang Xiaoyu's death. At this critical moment, a ghostly figure flew over with lightning speed, rushed to the woman's side, hugged her, and rushed forward. Boom! The collapsed sign raised a cloud of dust, and the glass and broken steel bars were scattered all over the place. "Call the police. That woman is underneath," the person who covered his eyes hurriedly shouted. No, she was rescued. Other people who witnessed the incident stopped in time. Everyone's eyes also fell on the two people on the ground in front of the sign, and saw the woman still closed her eyes tightly with a frightened look on her face, while under her was a boy in a green school uniform. Impressively, it's Zhou Hao. Seeing that both of them were safe and sound, the surrounding crowd burst into enthusiastic cheers. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the woman finally recovered and slowly opened her eyes, only to find that she was not injured, and she was still soft and comfortable. Seeing the signs that became a pile of fragments over there, she realized that she was not dead. "Sister, if it's convenient for you, can you go down? I can't get up." The slightly hoarse voice from below made her startled. She moved her body quickly and saw Zhou Hao, who was protecting her. "You saved me." She was surprised when she looked at Zhou Hao, who was lying underneath. In fact, Zhou Hao himself was very shocked, because the distance between himself and her was more than 50 meters, but in the blink of an eye, he passed a distance of more than 50 meters and rescued her. I have heard of a mother who crossed 100 meters at an incredible speed to catch her child in order to save her child, who fell from a building. This shows that the potential of human beings in an emergency is unlimited. But this woman is not her own. As soon as he thought of this, Zhou Hao saw the woman's extremely beautiful face, and he had to smile bitterly in his heart. The power of a beautiful woman is really amazing. Thank you really. Zhou Hao saved her life. This woman was very grateful and didn't know how to express her gratitude. At the same time, she also saw Zhou Hao's school uniform on his right elbow scratched a hole. The skin inside was also cut, and bright red blood was flowing out. "You bleed. It doesn't matter. I'll take you to the hospital. Tetanus is not good." She quickly took out a wet tissue from her carry-on bag and carefully wiped Zhou Hao's wound. She is very moved now. Zhou Hao not only saved her life just now, but also cushioned her with his body when landing to prevent her from being injured. As she bent over to wipe Zhou Hao's wounds, the spring light on her chest also unexpectedly fell into Zhou Hao's eyes. Hiss! Zhou Hao took a sigh of relief, only to feel that his eyes were pale, thinking that the upper circumference of this woman was too proud, and Zhou Hao also saw a black lace underneath it. "Bust! It's still lace, it." Zhou Hao howled in his heart, and there was a flow of heat under his nose. Classmate, you have a nosebleed. Did you have a concussion?" The woman immediately became nervous when seeing a bright red blood flow under Zhou Hao's nose. Zhou Hao was shocked when he heard the sound, and quickly reached out and wiped under his nose, and saw the concerned expression of the beauty in front of him, and felt that the thoughts in his heart were too bad, so he forcefully explained with a smile. No, just during this period of time. The weather is hot and hot." He looked at the individual people around who had noticed the clues and said to the woman, "If you are fine, sister, I will go to school and be late." Ignoring her request to stay, hurriedly ran past the onlookers to his school. Seeing the thick and magnificent gates of Yuning Middle School and the students who have entered one after another, Zhou Hao's heart again filled with emotion. How long hasn't he returned? Taking a deep breath, he tightened the bag on his back and stepped into the school gate. The scenery in Yuning Middle School is no different from what Zhou Hao remembered. On both sides of the school road are rows of lush banyan trees. The simple teaching building over there is shining in the sun, and the new gymnasium in the distance is still there. During the construction, only the outer layer of bamboo rafts and net cloth can be seen. Following the path in my memory, I came to the first grade of the second grade, and saw that many classmates had gathered in the classroom. Looking at the faces that were once familiar but then strange, they now appeared in front of him. Zhou Hao's heart, an unspeakable emotion arose. Looking up at the nameplate of the Class 2 and 1 class at the door, Zhou Hao stepped into the classroom. Zhou Hao morning. A boy with short hair cut short and slightly obese gave Zhou Hao a bright smile. Seeing this chubby boy, the memories of the last life came to mind again. This boy is called Lu Shichao. He is Zhou Hao's deskmate, and also Zhou Hao's best classmate and friend in middle school. After graduation, Lu Shichao went to Beijing to run around, and only occasionally contacted Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao is really a bit excited now seeing his friend from many years ago, but he can't show it, so he can only smile and say to him, "You are too early. Where did you go yesterday? I went to your house to find you, but there is no one in your house." Lu Shichao asked while plagiarizing Zhou Hao's homework. Thinking of borrowing money from Zhou Lichang's house yesterday and being ridiculed by Su Yongwei, Zhou Hao felt annoyed again and vowed to repay their family well in the future. At the same time, he said to Lu Shichao, "No, I accompanied my mother to work yesterday." Lu Shichao buried his head in copying his homework. "But I saw that the girl opposite your house seems to be waiting for you to come back." When he said that, he suddenly raised his head, his eyes narrowed, and there was only one gap left. Zhou Hao, from the truth. "Ah, who is that girl? She looks beautiful, much better than the girls in our class." As soon as he finished speaking, the freckled girl in the seat in front of him suddenly turned around and glared at him. "No matter how beautiful, no matter how bad, I won't look at you, nasty fat man." "Hi, hey, I said you called me a fat man. I just forget it, but why do you always love to add the word dead in front of it? It's very unlucky." Lu Shichao protested angrily. "Just tell you to be fat. What can you do with me?" Not only was this girl not afraid of Lu Shichao, but she also held her head high and looked like she was going to fight Lu Shichao. Lu Shichao really didn't dare to do anything with her. After all, it is common for boys to fight, but if you fight a girl, you will not be able to look up during the entire middle school period. Besides, he didn't really mean to be with her. And Zhou Hao, who was next to him, couldn't help but feel a little funny when he looked at the Huanqi friend. This girl was called Luo Hui, and she didn't look at Lu Shichao during her middle school period, and she often quarreled over trivial matters. But they got married in a flash after graduating from college, which surprised everyone. When Lu Shichao was the best man, he said to Zhou Hao bitterly, "When I saw her in middle school, I knew that I was destined to be destroyed by her for the rest of my life." At this time, the girl at the table with Luo Hui slightly pulled her hand and whispered, "Stop making trouble. Class is about to begin." Seeing the girl's profile, Zhou Hao patted his forehead and said in his heart, "There is still her. Why did I forget? This girl is called Gao Jingyi, and she is very beautiful." At this time, Wang Shijuan can't compare with her. She is a veritable class flower in Zhou Hao's class. Many senior boys have pursued her, but she is very proud of her temper. Everyone is cold and indifferent, and Zhou Hao has never heard of her having a relationship with him. In later class gatherings, Zhou Hao also occasionally saw her. At that time, she was more beautiful and mature than she was in high school, but she has remained single and never saw her bring her boyfriend to the gathering. When sitting behind her, Zhou Hao could occasionally see her white neck inadvertently exposed, which brought great visual impact and psychological disturbance to Zhou Hao at that time. While immersed in the memories of the past, a white Liying entered the classroom and walked straight to the podium and said in a very clear and sweet voice to the students below, "Well, classmates, we are about to start class." Called back to Shunlai by this familiar voice, Zhou Hao looked at the podium with a little excitement. His heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. The people on the stage have beautiful black hair, big bright eyes, and cherry-like red lips. When they smile, they can always give people a comfortable feeling like a spring breeze, unknowingly warming others' heart. At this time, she was wearing a creamy white shirt with a gray skirt over the knee, which looked generous and dignified. This beautiful woman is the class teacher of the second and first class and the English teacher of this class, Li Ruolin. Li Ruolin graduated from the Teachers College this year and became Zhou Hao's class teacher in the first year, and she is only about 23 years old now. For Zhou Hao, compared to the childhood sweetheart Wang Shijuan and Gao Jingyi, who is aloof and imaginative, Li Ruolin is his true first love, even if it is only a one-sided secret love. The reason why Zhou Hao in his last life desperately pursued Xing Ying was because Xing Ying looked a bit like Li Ruolin. Zhou Hao felt that Li Ruolin was a bit like Liu Yifei, the popular actress of the last life, giving people a pure feeling. However, Zhou Hao felt that by comparison, Li Ruolin was much more beautiful than Liu Yifei. In order to get Li Ruolin's attention, Zhou Hao worked very hard in the English course and won the first prize in the English Olympiad. However, things backfired. Zhou Hao's excellent English performance made Li Ruolin very relieved and instead focused on the poor students. How can I not participate in that? Olympics this time. Zhou Hao thought in his heart as he stared at Li Ruolin on the stage. I have to deliberately release the water in the future English exams. It is best to ask Teacher Li to give me one. Individual tutoring. Li Ruolin's lectures are very serious. Because of her own solid skills and her own English learning experience, the English performance of the second and first class of junior high school has always led the entire age. In addition, many boys in the class admire Li Ruolin as much as Zhou Hao. The seriousness in English class is not available in other subjects. Whenever Li Ruolin's gaze shifted to this side, Zhou Hao would immediately sit down, fearing that it would leave a bad impression on her. Even Lu Shichao, who was next to him, often passed a note to Zhou Hao, writing on it what kind of clothes Teacher Li was wearing today. It was so pretty. When the bell rang for the end of get out of class, Li Ruolin's gentle voice curled up. Zhou Hao, come here. Zhou Hao was taken aback, only to remember that the tuition fees he had brought had not yet been paid. Li Ruolin told herself that it was for this matter, so she quickly got up from her seat and left the classroom behind Li Ruolin. As Li Ruolin came to the English teaching and research section of the office building, the other teachers were all attending classes, so there were only Li Ruolin and Zhou Hao in this large office. Ms. Li, this is my tuition for this year. Don't worry, it has been delayed for so long. Zhou Hao handed Li Ruolin the tuition in the envelope. Seeing the envelope handed by Zhou Hao, Li Ruolin paused for a while, and then smiled slightly. I also want to tell you that if you really have difficulties at home, I can help you apply for bursaries from the school. Seeing Li Ruolin smile like an orchid, Zhou Hao was very moved, shook his head, and said, No, Teacher Li, I'm fine. Li Ruolin sat in a chair and looked at Zhou Hao sideways. Zhou Hao, the teacher knows that you study hard and also know that your family's financial pressure is great. The teacher hopes that you can overcome difficulties. You must know that only knowledge can make the family out of trouble. If you need help from the teacher, just speak up, and the teacher will do his best to help you. I know the teacher, I will. Zhou Hao disagrees with Li Ruolin's words. In many cases, knowledge can't help him get rid of the cruel reality. However, Zhou Hao is still very useful to Li Ruolin's concern. Moreover, Zhou Hao, who was standing next to Li Ruolin, could smell her fragrance. Right, one more thing. Huh. Zhou Hao suddenly recovered. I saw Li Ruolin handing a paper to Zhou Hao. Your English score is also top-notch, so the teacher wants you to participate in this year's English Olympiad. When Zhou Hao heard the words, he thought that Teacher Li really wanted to let himself participate in the English Olympiad. He immediately wanted to refuse. Mr. Li, my English is not good. I have not mastered a lot of grammar. I am afraid that I will lose the face of the school when I go to the competition. Why? Li Ruolin smiled softly. You ranked third in English for the final exam last semester. If you want to say that this kind of score is not good, the other students in the class are not good. Worse, after thinking about it, she said, or, since you said you have a lot of grammar you haven't mastered, then the teacher will help you with tutoring. Tutoring alone? Zhou Hao asked hurriedly, because the prefect in his 50s gave them English tutoring when he participated in the Olympic competition in his last life. But at this time Li Ruolin also thought of the problem. However, it seems that the class has already decided. Let the prefect Xiang give you these participating students after-school tutoring. Zhou Hao immediately shook his head. No. Teacher, I have to go home to help my mother after school. Those who can't stay at school can't participate in the remedial class of the prefect. That's it. Then let me talk to the class leader and let me go to your house to give you counseling at night. Really? Zhou Hao was very excited to be alone with his first love. Seeing Zhou Hao's excited expression, Li Ruolin thought he was keen on this competition. I can't decide it yet. I have to explain your special situation to the level. Hope the level will approve it. Zhou Hao said. Anyway, thank you, teacher. If you want more teachers, Then work harder in the competition. Li Ruolin smiled. Teacher, don't worry. There will be no problems with that competition. I will give you the first prize certificate to the teacher at that time. Zhou Hao knows the topic of the competition, and of course he has absolute confidence. Huh? Zhou Hao, why did you hurt your hand? Li Ruolin suddenly saw a hole in the school uniform on Zhou Hao's right arm, and the skin exposed inside was also red. Zhou Hao looked down and saw that he had saved the wound caused by the beauty on the way to school just now. After one class, there was no more bleeding on it, and a thin layer of scab had formed. It hurts to touch. He smiled at Li Ruolin. Mr. Li, it's okay. I accidentally fell down. That's not good. What if there is tetanus? After saying that, Li Ruolin asked Zhou Hao to take off the outer school uniform jacket, and at the same time took out a first aid kit from the cabinet at the teaching and research office. Teacher, no need. Zhou Hao was embarrassed to trouble Li Ruolin. Li Ruolin glanced at him strangely. Did you not even listen to the teacher? From the perspective of Zhou Hao's adult psychology, Li Ruolin's look can be regarded as a word of thousands of styles, which makes people unable to reject the heart, so she obediently took off her coat. Hee, I didn't expect you, the young man, to be quite strong. Li Ruolin smiled when he saw Zhou Hao's exposed arms. Zhou Hao was stunned, and he also noticed the abnormality on his body. The lines of his body became very tough, and there were also very good-looking muscles on his arms. Zhou Hao thought to himself, what is going on? At this time, I was obviously very thin, and I had the habit of fitness only after going to university in my life. Just thinking about it. She saw Li Ruolin pinch a bunch of cotton dampened with alcohol on his wound with tweezers and carefully wiped his wounds. The slight chills and pains occurred at the same time, causing Zhou Hao to shrink his arms subconsciously. Don't move, you'll be well soon. Li Ruolin hung her head slightly and concentrated on cleaning Zhou Hao's wounds. The expression on her face had a quiet temperament, which made Zhou Hao's heartbeat, who was watching her close at hand, quicker. I only hope that time can stay at this moment forever. After that, Li Ruolin wrapped Zhou Hao 2 more bandages, which both bandaged the wound very well and made Zhou Hao very comfortable. It was really ingenious. Okay, be careful from now on, Li Ruolin said, packing the medicine box. Thank you, teacher. At this time, Li Ruolin picked up Zhou Hao's school uniform jacket again. You have a tear in your dress. It doesn't look good when you wear it out. The teacher can help you sew it on, and I will give it to you later. Teacher, no need. I just go home and fix this. Li Ruolin had already taken out a box of needles and threads from the drawer. Needless to say, go to class, or you will be late. Seeing Li Ruolin draw a thread and put it in her mouth to moisturize, and then pass the needle skillfully, Zhou Hao said, thank you again, but a strong feeling came out in her heart. Teacher Li is really a good wife. Mother. Coming out of the office building, Zhou Hao saw Lu Shichao and Luo Hui walking towards the playground, because next was physical education. Seeing Zhou Hao coming out of the office building, Lu Shichao came over and asked, Zhou Hao, what did Teacher Li say to you? She asked me to participate in the English Olympiad. Zhou Hao said, only you and Gao Jingyi in our class are eligible to participate. Lu Shichao shrugged. Hey, what's the matter with your hands? Lu Shichao also saw the bandage wrapped around Zhou Hao's hands. Zhou Hao said that Li Ruolin helped him bandage the wound, which made Lu Shichao envious, and even said that he was injured in the physical education class so that Teacher Li could also help him bandage. When the class bell rang, Zhou Hao and his classmates had already assembled in the playground. The physical education teacher's surname is Shun, a man in his 30s. He used to be a member of the provincial basketball team. Later, after being injured and retired, he was assigned to be a physical education teacher. He is a talkative and humorous person. Everyone in the class likes him. This classmate, your hand is hurt. Do you want to take time off for this class? Teacher Shin said to Zhou Hao. No, teacher. It's just a slight scratch. It's okay. The physical education in junior high school is relatively free, and everyone can move freely after doing a set of preparatory exercises under the leadership of the teacher. Lu Shichao usually likes to play volleyball with the girls in his class. Regardless of his fat body, his volleyball skills are very good, and he is very admired by those girls. At this time, Lu Shichao was about to take Zhou Hao to play volleyball, but Zhou Hao looked at the boys in his class walking towards the basketball court. No, I want to play basketball today. Although Yao Ming has not yet gone to the United States and basketball has not yet become popular in China, many students in Yuning Middle School are from very good families, and many of them can learn about the NBA from various channels, and even now. Basketball is not popular yet, but it is also a sport that can attract the attention of girls, which makes many boys who are not interested in drinking more enthusiastic. Zhou Hao in his last life would inevitably develop an inferiority complex in front of these classmates due to family conditions. At the same time, his personality was relatively introverted, and he would never participate in such publicity sports. Now, after rebirth, Zhou Hao has very strong confidence due to his unique advantages. He also believes that youth is arrogant. In this life, Zhou Hao is not willing to be silent any longer. Zhou Hao, you can also play basketball? Why did I never know? Lu Shichao was surprised at Zhou Hao's proposal. Zhou Hao just shrugged his shoulders at this. During college, due to the habit of exercising, his physical fitness improved rapidly, and he naturally started to play basketball. After serious training, he was also selected into the university team. Are you going? Zhou Hao patted Lu Shichao's arm. Hey, even if I am not big, I have to cheer for you. Let's go. He threw the volleyball on his hand to Luo Hui over there, and ran to the basketball court with Zhou Hao. Seeing Zhou Hao and Lu Shichao walk into the basketball court, the boys curiously said, "You guys are here to play basketball too? Don't you like playing volleyball with those girls?" Lu Shichao smiled and said, "I'm just here to take a look. It's Zhou Hao who is going to fight." One of the boys immediately threw the basketball to Zhou Hao, which meant that Zhou Hao showed his hands. Zhou Hao took the basketball and touched it with his hand. It may be that his palm is not as wide as before, so it seems that the basketball is particularly big, but it does not affect Zhou Hao's technical performance. I saw him dribbling the ball to the basket quickly, and then used a standard two-step layup, easily throwing the ball into the basket. Not bad. The boys in the class lit up, and they didn't expect Zhou Hao, who is usually silent, to have a hand. As a result, 10 boys including Zhou Hao began to exercise vigorously on the basketball court. Compared to this group of young boys who have only recently played basketball, Zhou Hao's basketball skills are outstanding. Skilled skills such as crotch dribbling, cross-stepping, turning forwards and backwards turnaround are very dazzling in the eyes of boys on the court and spectators off the court. Zhou Hao often only needs to shake the ball to take the ball easily. No one can guard him at all. However, because of the feel of the ball, Zhou Hao, who used to be an excellent mid-range shooter in college, did not make too many mid-range shots, but more layups. Zhou Hao's superb skills drew cheers from the audience off the court, among which Lu Shichao was the most excited. The boys in the same class on the court also gasped and praised Zhou Hao. "Zhou Hao, where did you learn basketball from? It's amazing." "Hee, I'm just playing foolishly." Zhou Hao shook his hand, and the basketball was spinning fast on his fingertips, and the people around him exclaimed, "Hey kid, you played well with the ball. How about a game with us?" Suddenly 5 boys came to the basketball court. The headed one with long hair and a decent face is full of incredible. Seeing his hairstyle, Zhou Hao was taken aback for a moment, and then he remembered that this happened to be when the first Hong Kong classic film, Young and Dangerous, was released. This boy's hairstyle was exactly the same as the protagonist Chun Haonan of Young and Dangerous. Moreover, Zhou Hao also recognized the boy at this time. He is a second-year high school student named Wen Xiaoqiang. He is a tyrant in Yuning Middle School. I heard that his dad is a famous gangster in Xiangqing. So many teachers dare not care about him, and it has helped him even more. Arrogant. Zhou Hao in his last life would never have anything to do with such a person, but he did not expect to meet him now. When other people saw Wen Xiaoqiang, their faces were more or less timid. The boy named Huang Chengjian next to Zhou Hao also respectfully greeted Wen Xiaoqiang with a smile. Wen Xiaoqiang, hello. Wen Xiaoqiang ignored Huang Chengjian at all, just looked at Zhou Hao. Hey, I'm talking to you, kid. Do you want to have a game with us? When Zhou Hao saw the chilling students off the court and the deeply worried Lu Shichao, he smiled at Wen Xiaoqiang and said, "Okay." As a result, Wen Xiaoqiang made a team of several people, and Zhou Hao and the 4 boys in his class were a team, and they fought against Wen Xiaoqiang. However, because of Wen Xiaoqiang's prestige, the 4 boys on Zhou Hao's side shrank and flinched. Originally, their skills were not very good, and now they are in a mess. Zhou Hao's people have grown up for 3 years, and he has a lot of advantages in height. Although his teammates didn't play well, they made Zhou Hao's skills even better. Seeing him dribble to the front court, when Xiaoqiang, who was one head higher than him, immediately blocked the defense. However, although Wen Xiaoqiang is better than Zhou Hao and has much better skills than the boys in Zhou Hao's class, he is also above and below Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao continued to dribble the ball in front of Wen Xiaoqiang, and then leaned his upper body to the left, causing Wen Xiaoqiang to quickly defend to the left, while Zhou Hao suddenly changed to break through from the right, and turned and flashed past another boy in front. Put the ball firmly into the basket. That's amazing, Zhou Hao. Come on. Lu Shichao shouted vigorously off the court. Under his infection, other students also cheered for Zhou Hao, because when Xiaoqiang and they were too famous in the school. Today, Zhou Hao has become a righteous man who confronts evil forces. Boy, it's great. Looking at the popular Zhou Hao, when Xiaoqiang praised, but his face was clearly gritted teeth. A teammate approached Zhou Hao and reminded him in a low voice. Zhou Hao, be careful. I think they want to use insidious tricks. Zhou Hao frowned, and he saw Wen Xiaoqiang and several people whispering together around him, and from time to time, he cast fierce eyes on him. Remembering that Wen Xiaoqiang did not fight in school or outside school less, he might actually make a trick to himself if he was not convinced. When it was Wen Xiaoqiang's turn to kick off, they saw them approaching aggressively, like a group of ferocious, hungry wolves. The boys here were frightened by their appearance and didn't dare to go up for defense at all, and when Xiaoqiang also smiled contemptuously at Zhou Hao and walked over with the ball leisurely. You know what you are interested in. When Xiaoqiang said in a voice that he and Zhou Hao could only hear, and then walked around Zhou Hao to the basket. The students on the sidelines and Lu Shichao did not hear Wen Xiaoqiang's words, but they all thought Zhou Hao was afraid of him. Seeing Wen Xiaoqiang's back, Zhou Hao's heart was filled with anger, and Huang Wang's face appeared in his mind, as well as Su Yongwei's extremely insulting face yesterday. He said to himself, I've had enough of these days of being bullied. After gritting his teeth, he hurried to chase after Xiaoqiang, reaching out without noticing it, and stole the ball from Wen Xiaoqiang. When Xiaoqiang only felt his hands empty, and when he turned around, he saw Zhou Hao already running to his own basket with the ball, and the students outside the court cheered enthusiastically. Without anyone defending, Zhou Hao naturally put the ball into the basket and played a beautiful fast break. And when Xiaoqiang and the others are still standing here, like a fool. When Zhou Hao returned with the ball, when Xiaoqiang, who had reacted and turned into anger, walked over a few steps and pushed Zhou Hao hard. Mom, kid, you're looking for death. What's the matter? Zhou Hao also greeted Xiaoqiang's gaze with a bad face, and Lu Shichao ran over immediately. Although when Xiaoqiang hated Zhou Hao, in front of so many people, it was really impossible to beat him for no reason, so he deliberately shouted, You just beat me. This is a foul. He snapped Zhou Hao's shoulder and said, You kid dare to foul when playing with me. You're tired of your life. He planned to use this ground to teach Zhou Hao a meal. Zhou Hao is a reincarnation, so I can't guess the sordidness in Wen Xiaoqiang's heart. So many people are watching, and everyone sees that I didn't beat you. You are a horrible argument. Yes, I have seen it, and Zhou Hao and I didn't touch your hand. Although Lu Shichao, who came here, was also afraid of Wen Xiaoqiang, it was worth even being beaten for Zhou Hao's friend. As for the other boys in the class, none of them dared to come over and compete with Wen Xiaoqiang. I don't know if I didn't beat the thugs. Your kid has a lot of sophistry. It seems that it won't work without a lesson. When Xiaoqiang raised his right fist and blasted Zhou Hao's face. When Xiaoqiang's fierce fame is very loud in all major schools in Xiangqing. On the one hand, he is his underworld lousy. On the other hand, because he himself is very fierce in fighting, and he is taller than ordinary adults. So the punch against Zhou Hao at this moment was quick and hard. Zhou Hao originally thought that he was going to be beaten, but in his eyes, when Xiaoqiang's movements were very strange, just like slow motion in a movie. Even the air fluctuations caused by the fist were seen by Zhou Hao. It must be clear. What's going on? Zhou Hao was very surprised, and at the same time raised his hand and easily grabbed Wen Xiaoqiang's fist. When Xiaoqiang was surprised to see Zhou Hao blocking his fist, and when he was frightened, he raised his other hand to beat Zhou Hao. But at this moment, he saw Li Ruolin coming from a distance. His face changed, and he quickly pulled his fist back from Zhou Hao's hand, and at the same time smiled at Li Ruolin, who came here. Hello. Teacher Li. When Zhou Hao heard the sound and looked back, he also saw Li Ruolin, who was still holding her school uniform jacket. Zhou Hao, you guys are playing. Li Ruolin just nodded slightly to Wen Xiaoqiang, but showed an orchid-like smile to Zhou Hao. Before Zhou Hao could say anything, Wen Xiaoqiang smiled and said, "Yes, Teacher Li, we are playing. What about you? What can you do if you come here?" "I'm here to see Zhou Hao." Li Ruolin obviously also knows Wen Xiaoqiang's bad reputation, and he doesn't catch much cold to please him. "I'm tired too. Teacher, if you find me, let's go over there." Zhou Hao glanced at Wen Xiaoqiang lightly and left the stadium with Li Ruolin and Lu Shichao. Looking at Zhou Hao's back, Wen Xiaoqiang snorted coldly, and one of his companions also leaned over. "Would you like to teach this kid?" "It must be." Wen Xiaoqiang raised his eyebrows, "But I can't let Li Ruolin see." When he said this, his eyes turned from Zhou Hao to Li Ruolin's beautiful and slender figure. "Hee. Wen Xiao, don't you really want to have a teacher-student relationship with her?" Wen Xiaoqiang's companion asked with a smile. However, Wen Xiaoqiang laughed twice. "I am interested in Gao Jingyi and Li Ruolin now. Gao Jingyi's father is the secretary of the municipal party committee, so I can't afford it. But what about Li Ruolin?" Under a big banyan tree outside the court, Li Ruolin asked Zhou Hao. "Zhou Hao, do you also know that Wen Xiaoqiang?" Zhou Hao shook his head. "No, just played basketball with them just now." "Wen Xiaoqiang, you still don't get too close, it will ruin you." Li Ruolin was afraid that people like Wen Xiaoqiang would ruin the students who had high hopes, so she seriously advised Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao was very touched by Li Ruolin's concern. "Teacher, don't worry, I know those friends can make those friends who can't." Then he took a look at Lu Shichao next to him. "Teacher believes in you. You have always been a reassuring child." Li Ruolin reached out and touched Zhou Hao's head. Zhou Hao, who is more than 1.6 meters, is not much shorter than her, so her actions seem a little strange. However, Zhou Hao enjoyed it very much, because Li Ruolin's hands that looked like when you were very soft. "By the way, your school uniform teacher has already sewed it for you, but you have to go home to wash the bloodstains on it." Li Ruolin returned the uniform to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao took the school uniform and saw that the original hole on it had been sewn, leaving only a very inconspicuous trace. Li Ruolin's needlework was really good. Zhou Hao said gratefully, "Thank you, teacher. The craftsmanship can catch up with my mother." This was practiced by the teacher when he was in college. Li Ruolin smiled really nicely. "The teacher will have class next time, so go back first. You have to be careful when you go to PE class." After that, she turned and went back. The office building. Zhou Hao hugged his school uniform, and a warm current surged in his heart, while Lu Shichao next to him was very envious and said, "You guy, let Teacher Li help you to sew clothes. You are so damn." In the next class, Zhou Hao didn't listen carefully. He was worried about the changes in his body. The first is eyesight. When saving the beauty in the morning, his eyes are like high-power telescopes, and he can see the screws on the hotel sign clearly from more than 50 meters away. In the conflict with Wen Xiaoqiang just now, when Wen Xiaoqiang attacked himself, his actions seemed to have been slowed down more than 10 times. Next is the body. My body suddenly became very strong and muscles grew on his arms. In the morning, I sprinted more than 50 meters in an instant to save the beauty. Is it a rebirth relationship? Zhou Hao turned his head and looked out the window, focusing his eyesight. That situation reappeared in the morning, and the scenery outside the window seemed to be continuously enlarged. Soon, Zhou Hao could see the veins of the leaves on the distant tree. Zhou Hao was shocked, and his sight immediately recovered. He was surprised and suspicious, tried again to focus his attention, and then the tree in the distance was enlarged as quickly as before. Zhou Hao shook his head, and his sight resumed again. Does it really have a power? He thought to himself, but this is not a bad thing. At least there is no trouble with myopia. Zhou Hao, I heard that both you and I have been selected for the English Olympiad. When get out of class was over, Gao Jingyi suddenly turned around and said to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao shrugged. Yes, I heard that the prefect Xiang is responsible for our pre-match coaching, but I can't participate. Thinking that Li Ruolin might come to her home to coach herself alone, Zhou Hao looked forward to it. What's the matter? Why can't you participate? Gao Jingyi's English is also very top-notch in the class. As the representative of English in the class, she attaches great importance to this English competition. I have to go home to help my mother after school. You think everyone is as good as yours. Zhou Hao remembers that Gao Jingyi's family seems to be a high-ranking government official, and although she is a little lonely and arrogant, there is no vice like the children of ordinary senior officials. Gao Jingyi didn't comment on Zhou Hao's remarks, but she actually admired Zhou Hao in her heart. The family conditions are difficult, but she can still maintain her top 10 grades, which is really not easy. By the way, I heard that you had a conflict with Wen Xiaoqiang in the second year of the physical education class. Gao Jingyi said, "You have to be careful, that guy must report his famous flaw." After hearing Gao Jingyi's words, Zhou Hao looked at her strangely. When did this proud princess care about herself so much? Seeing Zhou Hao's puzzled gaze, Gao Jingyi snorted softly. "Don't think I care about you. I just hate Wen Xiaoqiang. He's just the son of a gangster. He's not alive. Sometimes I really want to let my dad put their father and son into prison." Zhou Hao nodded and thought, Wen Xiaoqiang seemed to have offended this princess. After school, Lu Shichao and Zhou Hao went out to the school gate together. "Zhou Hao, it's still early. Do you want to play at my house?" "No, I have something else." Zhou Hao shook his head and refused Lu Shichao, thinking of making an appointment with Wang Shijuan. "Okay, see you tomorrow." Lu Shichao suddenly saw Luo Hui pushing his bicycle out of the school gate, and immediately left Zhou Hao and ran over. Zhou Hao secretly smiled at the backs of Lu Shichao and Luo Hui, and then walked in the direction of Xiangqing Second Middle School. Xiangqing No. 2 Middle School is near Yuning Middle School, and the two are not separated by 2 blocks. However, Yuning Middle School is a provincial key middle school, while Xiangqing No. 2 Middle School is just an ordinary public middle school. The difference in style of study and school spirit is not 1 or 2 points. Coming to the gate of Xiangqing No. 2 Middle School, Zhou Hao, dressed in a school uniform from Yuning Middle School, was particularly conspicuous among the No. 2 Middle School students who kept pouring out of the gate. Many people in the second middle school are jealous and envy the students of Yuning Middle School, so when they see Zhou Hao standing at their school gate at this time, they all show hostile eyes. However, Zhou Hao was very handsome, but attracted the attention of many girls in the second middle school. After waiting here for more than 10 minutes, but still did not see Wang Shijuan coming out, Zhou Hao felt a little strange. Moreover, there was a strange intuition in his heart that Wang Shijuan was definitely not coming out because of dragging the hall, but for other reasons. At this time, Zhou Hao saw that 2 untidy clothes, and he knew that the boys who were not good students walked to the alley next to the second middle school with a smile, and vaguely heard what they said. "There is a lively look." Zhou Hao subconsciously felt that it had something to do with Wang Shijuan, so he quietly followed behind the 2 second middle school boys. There is an independent bungalow complex behind the alley next to No. 2 Middle School. Since each household does not have deep communication, there are few people in the alley, and there is a corner as soon as you enter the alley. The bustling street outside is separated. Following the 2 boys into the alley, approaching the corner, Zhou Hao heard waves of women's curses from inside, mixed with a cry full of grievances, and Zhou Hao felt this cry. The sound sounds familiar. Turning in, Zhou Hao saw a scene that made him burn his heart, and violently. In addition to the 2 boys who just arrived, there are a total of 4 men, 6 women, and 10 people in the alley. The 2 long-haired girls in the innermost slapped a short-haired girl, slapped her in the face, and pinched her arm, and a girl tore her school uniform desperately, revealing a large area of snow-white skin under her neck and her thin underwear t-shirt. The girl cursed bitterly. I like to seduce men so much, right? My old lady strips you off so that everyone will see how horrible you are." The rest of the boys and girls surrounded the back, cheering and cheering. The boys were still watching the growing spring light in front of the bullied girl. This is a typical campus violence, and Zhou Hao's anger is that the victim was actually Wang Shijuan. At this time, Wang Shijuan was already in tears, crying and begging the girls for mercy, and at the same time he hugged her hands to protect her clothes, but the girls did not care about her begging for mercy, and instead beat her and tore her harder. "Clothes! Stop it!" Zhou Hao roared. His angry roar echoed throughout the alley. The people in the alley were all frightened by Zhou Hao's roar, and they turned their heads, but after Wang Shijuan saw Zhou Hao, the tears flowed more fiercely, and Chu Chu called out, "Zhou Hao!" This call was joy and a cry for help. and at the same time, it made Zhou Hao's heart deeper, as if he was about to breathe fire in his eyes. "Oh, it's your friend again, huh? He's still a top student in Yuning Middle School. I don't think you are quite capable." The girl who tore Wang Shijuan's school uniform just grabbed Wang Shijuan's hair and sneered, and then said to Zhou Hao, "Little handsome boy, what's so good about this, who sleeps thousands of people, or you can be my boyfriend. You let me go?" Zhou Hao walked over here aggressively. "Hey, kid, want a hero to save the United States? Have you asked us? This is not the site of your Yutsai Middle School." A boy in front of Zhou Hao blocked his way, his face full of provocation. Zhou Hao didn't pay any attention to this person at all, so he swiped a fist without saying anything. The boy didn't expect Zhou Hao to swing his fist directly without saying a word of greeting, and Zhou Hao's movements were surprisingly fast. The boy only saw Zhou Hao's fist getting bigger and bigger before his eyes, and then he felt a drama on his nose. Pain, he also lifted off the ground and hit the wall behind, and the blood immediately shot out from his face. Wow! The boy sat on the ground, feeling pain and numbness on his face, and when he reached out his hand, he found that his nose had sunk completely in, but Zhou Hao was interrupted. When the other three boys saw this, they immediately surrounded Zhou Hao, and one after another took out weapons such as switchblade and screwdriver. "You dare to be so arrogant in our second middle school. You kid is tired of living," one of the men with a switchblade cursed fiercely. Wang Shijuan over there shouted to Zhou Hao, "Zhou Hao, hurry up. Leave me alone." Zhou Hao took a deep look at Wang Shijuan. Although he didn't speak, his eyes seemed to say to Wang Shijuan, "Don't worry, I will come to rescue you immediately." Seeing Zhou Hao's eyes, Wang Shijuan's heart was really touched, and the girl who grabbed her hair coldly said, "Well, it's cool to see a man willing to take risks for you, isn't it? I make you cool. Make you cool." As she said, she was still insulting. Wang Shijuan hit twice. "You, stop me," Zhou Hao yelled at the girl, and at this moment, the two boys holding a switchblade and a screwdriver stabbed Zhou Hao at the same time. In the crisis, Zhou Hao's eyes focused, and the movements of the two in his eyes immediately slowed down, and Zhou Hao didn't delay, taking a step forward and snatching their murder weapon and kicking them heavily in the chest. The two saw Zhou Hao's right hand swayed. The weapon in his hand was gone, and then there was a pain in his chest, and Zhou Hao kicked him away and fell to the ground for a long time. Finally, the boy saw that Zhou Hao was so powerful, he was hesitant to go up, but Zhou Hao didn't give him this opportunity. He rushed to him in the blink of an eye, punched him on the chin, and knocked him into the air. Fell heavily to the ground. After solving these boys, Zhou Hao walked to Wang Shijuan's side with a cold face. The girls didn't expect Zhou Hao to be so brave and ferocious. In fear, they quickly retreated to both sides and gave way. The girl who grabbed Wang Shijuan's hair also let go of Wang Shijuan and looked at Zhou Hao, who was getting closer, and said timidly, "You, what do you want to do?" Zhou Hao glanced at her coldly, and then at Wang Shijuan, who had messy hair and disheveled clothes. His eyes immediately became gentle. He stretched out his hand to take Wang Shijuan's hand and gently hugged her frightened into his arms. Lying in Zhou Hao's arms, feeling the warmth and breath of his body, Wang Shijuan dared to cry out loud and vent his grievances and fears. It's okay. With me here, no one can bully you anymore," Zhou Hao said softly, while tidying up Wang Shijuan's clothes, and then stroking her hair and pink back, gently comforting her. "Well, you have become a hero too, and you have saved Mei." The girl touched Zhou Hao's icy gaze and said with some fear. But seeing Zhou Hao raising his hand, he slapped her fiercely, knocking her to the ground and stunned the others, looking at Zhou Hao without daring to speak. The girl sitting on the ground touched her swollen face and bleeding lips, then looked up at Zhou Hao. "Do you dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? Do you know who my dad is?" "I don't care who you are and who your father is," Zhou Hao coldly shouted. "No matter who you are, if you dare to bully Shijuan in the future, I will definitely not forgive you. And you, have you heard?" Under Zhou Hao's anger, even the girl who was obviously backstage dared not speak. Roll. As a result, these bad students helped each other and left the alley very embarrassed. Wang Shijuan, who was leaning in Zhou Hao's arms, didn't cry anymore, but the weak shoulders were still shrugging, like an aggrieved kitten, extraordinarily affectionate. However, her heart is very warm and sweet. Just now, Zhou Hao was like a hero of the world, who rescued herself from the deep water, and her anger towards those bad girls was full of manliness. Leaning in his arms at this time, Wang Shijuan felt that his whole heart was going to be drunk. Zhou Hao took Wang Shijuan's face with pity and gently brushed the tears from her face with his thumb. Seeing her watery eyes and Chu-Chu's pitiful and weak expression, Zhou Hao was heartbroken. Under Zhou Hao's gentleness, Wang Shijuan's tears flowed again. They said that I seduced the boys in the class. Is shameless, itch, so they pulled me here. Here comes. She looked at Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao, I didn't seduce those boys, I didn't. I know. After hearing Wang Shijuan's cry, Zhou Hao was filled with righteous indignation. Wang Shijuan is beautiful, and naturally it is inevitable that he will be welcomed by the boys in the class. It is so annoying that those bad girls bullied her because of jealousy. Wang Shijuan has always been a gentle and kind girl in Zhou Hao's heart. Seeing that she has been wronged so much, she is more sad than being bullied. Don't be afraid. I will be here in the future. I will protect you. No one can bully you. Well, I know. I knew you would come to rescue me just now. Wang Shijuan greeted Zhou Hao's gaze in a dreamy voice. Facing Wang Shijuan, who was close at hand, and her soft face that had not yet dried the tears, Zhou Hao couldn't help it anymore and lowered his head to her soft lips. Wang Shijuan was in the blur, and there was a soft, warm feeling on his lips, and it took a while before he realized that he actually kissed Zhou Hao. At this moment, her whole body became stiff. She didn't know how to react. She didn't dare to refuse Zhou Hao, or she didn't want to refuse at all. There was only one thought left in his mind. Zhou Hao had kissed. Zhou Haofan kissed. Is this soft feeling a kiss? In fact, she had also read Xiong Yao's romance novels, and the aesthetic description of kissing filled her with fantasy. In addition, she has long admired Zhou Hao, so she sometimes dreams of kissing Zhou Hao in her dreams. However, the illusory feeling in that dream is completely different from the reality. It should be said that realistic kissing is more intoxicating and ecstasy. However, she didn't have any experience in this area after all, so she didn't know how to react, and she didn't dare to move. Feeling Wang Shijuan's stiff body, Zhou Hao thought he was scaring her, so he let go of her and apologized. Sorry, Shijuan, I was so abrupt. Wang Shijuan's face flushed, so shy that he couldn't say anything. He just shook his head blindly. The two of them were silent, and only heard the puff, puff, puff heartbeat of the two for a while. After a long time, Wang Shijuan lowered her head and bit her lip and said in a voice almost like a mosquito, Zhou Hao, are we in love? Her expression was shy and timid, and her weak body was slight, trembling like a frightened little rabbit. Seeing Wang Shijuan's appearance, Zhou Hao only felt his heart numb. He hugged her and smiled. Then, or let's try love. When Wang Shijuan heard this, the red tide on her cheeks suddenly surged like a cloud of fire in the sky. She pursed her lips and said timidly, But the teacher will scold. She said so her face. On the other hand, it was a shy look that Ren Jun tasted. Although Zhou Hao was still a virgin in his previous life, and now, it is not that he has never tried kissing. Wang Shijuan has never encountered such a situation before, only feeling suffocation and dizziness rushing to his brain, but he is very comfortable, and people can't help but indulge in it. At this time, Wang Shijuan felt like a small sampan floating on the turbulent sea, ups and downs with the waves. Oh, whose child is so shameless. On the second floor of the small house next to it, a blessed middle-aged woman just opened the window and saw Zhou Hao and Wang Shijuan kissing fiercely in the alley. Frightened by the sound, both of them let go as if electrocuted, and Zhou Hao also hurriedly pulled Wang Shijuan out of the alley as if to flee. When he came outside, Wang Shijuan was panting on his knees. It wasn't how she ran, but the indescribable kiss with Zhou Hao just made her feel suffocated. Zhou Hao was beside her, caressing her back tenderly. When she straightened out her breathing, her face was still red. It was really hit by the middle-aged woman just now. It felt like someone was caught in bed, making her unseen little girl shy and scared. Let's go home. Seeing Wang Shijuan's resentful eyes, Zhou Hao smiled and was about to hold her hand, but she avoided it. There are many people here. Wang Shijuan lowered his head and said in shame. Zhou Hao looked around and realized that this was a street where people came and went, so holding hands openly was really not suitable. After what happened just now, the original bookstore could not be reached, so I had to go home. However, on the way back, Wang Shijuan seemed to avoid suspicion deliberately staying away from Zhou Hao, making Zhou Hao amused. When he got home, Zhou Hao saw Yin Tong's note left on the table, saying that she was going to have a night shift tonight, so she didn't have to wait for her to come back. And she also bought the vegetables and put them in the refrigerator, and Zhou Hao had to eat dinner by herself. Nailed it. Putting down his school bag and sitting on the chair, Zhou Hao remembered what happened just now. When dealing with the boys in the second high school, he felt that his body reacted very quickly, and his strength was also very strong, and he could actually knock people off with one punch. While thinking, Zhou Hao raised his right hand and clenched a fist, muttering to himself. Could this also be an ability? However, Zhou Hao is more happy. After all, with this kind of power, he can not only protect himself but also other people, such as his mother and Wang Shijuan. Thinking of Wang Shijuan's beautiful and shy face, Zhou Hao laughed from the heart. The kiss just now pierced the thin layer of paper between the two. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao realized that he really missed her a little bit. So Zhou Hao came to the other side and knocked on Wang Shijuan's door, but it was Wang Zhongcai's younger brother Wang Zhongcai who opened the door. Wang Zhongcai is only 1 year younger than Wang Shijuan. He just entered junior high school this year and is in the second middle school, just like Wang Shijuan. He is also very close to Zhou Hao. Seeing Zhou Hao, he smiled. Brother Hao. Zhongcai, where is your sister? Wang Zhongcai said. My mother went to her mother-in-law's place today and said she won't be back at night. My sister is cooking in the kitchen. Wang Shijuan's mother named Lu Shiping, who is doing it in a garment factory in Xiangqing workshop supervisor. Wang Shijuan's father died early, and it was very difficult for Lu Shiping to pull their siblings together. After listening to Wang Zhongcai's words, Zhou Hao said, It's such a coincidence. My mother also has a night shift, or let's eat together. Okay. Wang Zhongcai invited Zhou Hao into the room. As soon as Zhou Hao came in, he saw Wang Shijuan wearing an apron and cooking in the kitchen. Although he was only 14 years old, due to Lu Shiping's busy work, Wang Shijuan often took care of the daily life of the two brothers. Seeing Wang Shijuan's busy back in the kitchen, Zhou Hao suddenly felt a warm feeling in his heart. Do you think my sister is very virtuous? Wang Zhongcai next to him noticed Zhou Hao's look at his sister, so he stabbed Zhou Hao in the waist and whispered, Brother Hao, I tell you, my sister has liked you for a long time. How do you know? Wang Zhongcai quietly pulled Zhou Hao aside. Once I went to her room, I saw a piece of draft paper on the table, full of your name. I recognize it. That's my sister's character. Thinking of Wang Shijuan writing his name on the paper over and over again, Zhou Hao suddenly felt an indescribable feeling in his heart, as if there was a trickle flowing in his heart. But he still said, This doesn't mean anything. This doesn't mean anything? Then why doesn't she write my name? I'm still her brother. Wang Zhongcai pouted. Perceiving the movement here, Wang Shijuan turned around and saw Zhou Hao who was chatting with his brother. The shameful scene just appeared in her mind, and her face immediately turned red. Look at my sister, even blushing. Wang Zhong noticed something wrong, because even if Wang Shijuan liked Zhou Hao before, he would not be so obvious. So he looked at Zhou Hao suspiciously. Speaking of brother Hao, wouldn't you have done something to my sister a long time ago? Or why would she blush when she sees you? A layer of cold sweat appeared on Zhou Hao's forehead, thinking that this guy was too keen. After resolutely denying that he bullied Wang Zhongcai's sister, Zhou Hao hid in the kitchen to cook with Wang Shijuan in order to get rid of his entanglement. But because of Zhou Hao's presence, Wang Shijuan was ashamed and nervous, but he became confused. After finally making the meal, the three people gathered together for dinner, but Wang Shijuan and Zhou Hao did not dare to say a word under Wang Zhongcai's suspicious eyes and immersed in the meal, but they did not know that this made Wang Zhongcai's suspicion even worse. After dinner, Wang Zhong suddenly said, Forget it. I will go to brother Hao to watch TV on your side. Whether you two do your homework here or study, I will not hinder you anymore. After leaving, Zhou Hao and Wang Shijuan stayed here. I blame you. I won't be able to lift my head in front of him in the future. Wang Shijuan groaned. Zhou Hao shrugged. Don't worry. Even if he really knows something, he probably won't tell your mother. He sat on the sofa at the back, picked up the newspaper he bought today, and read it. Wang Shijuan is also assured of Wang Zhongsai and believes that he will not betray himself. Seeing Zhou Hao cocked her feet unceremoniously to read the newspaper, she glared at Zhou Hao like the owner of the house, but she still packed up the dishes, very conscious of a good wife. What Zhou Hao reads is not news such as government meetings or traffic accidents, but about finance and finance. The development of the domestic financial market has now begun to take shape, and some newspapers have correspondingly appeared in special financial pages, reporting on the trends of each listed company on the Shanghai and Shenzhen stock exchanges. In 1996, both the Shanghai Composite Index and the Shenzhen Component Index had huge gains, and there were hundreds of stocks that rose more than 5 times. Among the stocks with the largest gains, Zhou Hao clearly remembers that, according to newspaper reports, these stocks in memory have indeed risen strongly. Since October, a group of cold winds have blown from the management, successively following the notice on several issues regarding the behavior of listed companies, the stock exchange management measures, and the notice on resolutely stopping overdrafts in stock issuance and other regulations. It was later called the 12 gold medals. However, these failed to stop the market's upward trend. It is mid-October, and domestic stocks will only see a decline in mid-December, so Zhou Hao still has 2 months to make a profit. Wang Shijuan packed up everything and came out of the kitchen. He saw Zhou Hao sitting on the sofa with his legs folded and reading the newspaper. He looked very attentive and asked, "Why are you suddenly interested in news? Didn't you not read the newspaper before?" Hearing Wang Shijuan's voice, Zhou Hao withdrew his attention from those stocks and companies and saw Wang Shijuan's pavilion standing in front of him, with the strands of hair still sticking to his forehead due to sweating. Like a hard-working wife, Zhou Hao felt soft in his heart, so he stretched out her hand to sit next to him and gently helped her straighten out the hair on her forehead. The expression on her face was more focused than she had just read the financial report. Wang Shijuan allowed Zhou Hao to straighten out his hair, his face flushed, and he felt that there were only 2 people in the room, he and Zhou Hao. There was a hazy and ambiguous atmosphere, but it was very enjoyable. After Zhou Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead for Wang Shijuan, he didn't take it back with his right hand, but followed her to touch her face. Don't do it, it makes people itch." Wang Shijuan blushed and grabbed Zhou Hao's hand. Zhou Hao took the opportunity to hold Wang Shijuan's jade hand and stroked it carefully. Although Wang Shijuan has been doing housework since he was a child, his hands did not grow thick calluses like ordinary people. Instead, his palms were like warm jade fingers and green onions. Zhou Hao felt that just touching her delicate hands was a kind of enjoyment. "Shijuan." Zhou Hao called her softly. "Huh?" Wang Shijuan's voice was soft, and he turned his face to not look at Zhou Hao. Wang Shijuan's shy appearance is so cute. Zhou Hao's eyes are intently seeing. "I heard that you have written my name all over your notebook. Is this true?" When Wang Shijuan heard the words, he immediately raised his head with an ah. Her face burned like fire. "Well, no one." But after seeing the cunning in Zhou Hao's eyes, she said fiercely, "It must be that fellow Zhongsai." Zhou Hao laughed and put her in his arms, gently stroking her back with his hands. And Wang Shijuan also suddenly forgot about Wang Zhongsai's betrayal, so he fell in Zhou Hao's arms obediently, listening to Zhou Hao's heartbeat from his ears. Looking deeply at her beautiful eyes, Zhou Hao felt that these eyes were watery and sparkling, like 2 peerless gems, and his face was reflected on them, as if the whole world there was only one person. Although Wang Shijuan at this time was not as beautiful as he grew up, Zhou Hao felt that Wang Shijuan at this moment was more real and could touch his heart more. Facing Zhou Hao's softer and softer gaze, Wang Shijuan's heartbeat speeded up and his body trembled, and then he closed his eyes lightly, and his lips began to be slightly pursed. In harmony. "Don't look." Wang Shijuan hurriedly pulled the shirt down and covered the spring light on his chest with both hands. Seeing the stunned expression on Zhou Hao's face, Wang Shijuan only felt ashamed and unbearable. When he was at a loss, tears flowed out, and he covered his face and started crying. Zhou Hao made Wang Shijuan cry when he saw it. He was also worried that what he did just now was really excessive, so he quickly rubbed the little porcelain man in his arms and carefully cared for him. "It's all my fault. Don't cry. I will distressed." Wang Shijuan ignored Zhou Hao's words and just covered his face tightly, crying sadly. I am a shameless woman. Ew. They are right. I am a shameless woman. Zhou Hao knew that Wang Shijuan was thinking of the bad students who bullied her, and he resented why he was so impulsive just now. Shijuan, it's not your fault. It's all my fault. I'm too impulsive. Otherwise, you beat me, you hit me. As he said, he grabbed Wang Shijuan's hand and hit himself. Where was Wang Shijuan willing to beat him, but instead looked at Zhou Hao with tears of tears. Zhou Hao, do you think I am a bad girl? That look like a face with pear blossoms is really pity for me. How come, in my eyes, you are the best girl in the world? Zhou Hao said, really, if I lie, then bless me being hit by a car and being flooded. Before finishing talking, Wang Shijuan hugged him and put his head on his shoulders. I believe you. I believe you. If you die, then I won't live anymore. Wang Shijuan put his head on Zhou Hao's shoulder and gently smelled his body. Zhou Hao. Huh. Zhou Hao also enjoyed this kind of intimacy and slowly stroked Wang Shijuan's back with his right hand. Do you think that my chest is too small? Wang Shijuan asked very carefully. Huh. Even though Zhou Hao was born again, he was taken aback by Wang Shijuan's question. Wang Shijuan felt as if there were two fires burning on his face, and he didn't dare to lift his head up, so he slept on Zhou Hao's shoulder and whispered, because Situ Jianying, she said that boys like women with big breasts, and her, are also huge. Situ Jianying? It's the girl who was slapped by you just now. She is my classmate. Wang Shijuan explained. She is Situ Jianying, and her father is the director of the Xiangqing Public Security Bureau. Hearing what Wang Shijuan said, Zhou Hao also recalled the bad girl in his mind. That Situ Jianying was pure and beautiful, and he looked good, but his character was too bad. And she was wearing school uniform at the time. Zhou Hao didn't pay attention to her big boobs. Zhou Hao, tell me, are my really small? Wang Shijuan pushed Zhou Hao a bit, and Situ Jianying made fun of her small, more than once, especially now that she and Zhou Hao have pierced that layer. Paper, so she was very much in Zhou Hao's opinion, for fear that Zhou Hao would hate herself a little bit. This? Zhou Hao smiled, still remembering the spring light on Wang Shijuan's chest just now. You are only 14 years old this year. You are already pretty good among people your age. He pinched Wang Shijuan's nose. There is still a lot of time to develop. What are you worried about? According to me, when you grow up, your chest must be bigger than that of Situ Jianying. He was telling the truth. Wang Shijuan, that Shangwei is quite proud. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Wang Shijuan sighed a little, but with a beautiful glance, he stared at Zhou Hao and said, what did you just say? I am already pretty good among my peers. How do you know that? Have you seen anything else? Girl, as he said, he raised his hips and looked like he was inquiring about sin. Zhou Hao was taken aback and quickly waved his hand and explained, no, I only saw you. In his heart, he thought that the women he had seen in it could not be taken seriously, so he was not deceiving Wang Shijuan. Then do you like me? This is what Wang Shijuan wants to ask the most. The previous ones are just foreshadowing. We are all like this. Doesn't it mean that I like you? Zhou Hao's words made Wang Shijuan so sweet, especially the squishy feeling that seemed to come from her chest again, which made her even more shy. Indeed, she has always been an introverted girl, and she rarely actively speaks to boys in her class. If she didn't really like Zhou Hao, she wouldn't let him do anything to herself just now. Now that Zhou Hao clearly stated that the relationship between the two was confirmed. However, according to your current situation, you should wear a bust, otherwise it will affect your development. Zhou Hao stared at Wang Shijuan's slightly bulging chest and said with a serious expression on his chin. Wang Shijuan naturally knew what the bust was, but it was still very embarrassing to tell such a thing from a boy. Seeing Wang Shijuan's shy appearance, Zhou Hao's heart was about to move again. He posted to Wang Shijuan's ear and whispered, Shijuan, or else, let me check your size, lest you buy an unfit bust. As he said, he put his hand in her clothes again. Wang Shijuan quickly held down Zhou Hao's hand to prevent him from succeeding, and at the same time glared at him and said, it's still right on TV. If you are alone in the same room, girls must suffer losses. After that day, Zhou Hao would rush to the second middle school every afternoon after school to pick Wang Shijuan home with him. On the one hand, She did not want her to be bullied by bad students such as Situ Jianying. On the other hand, it was to increase the time they spend alone, because neither of them wanted to let the adults in the family know about it to avoid unnecessary trouble. On several occasions, Zhou Hao also saw Situ Jianying at the gate of number 2 middle school, but Situ Jianying's group only dared to glare at Zhou Hao from a distance and did not dare to come over and provoke him. And Wang Shijuan also said that since that day, Situ Jianying and others dare not bully her anymore in school. As Wang Shijuan said that Situ Jianying was a big boobs, Zhou Hao had also secretly noticed under curiosity. Sure enough, he found that the school uniform on Situ Jianying's chest was bulging and was much larger than other students of the same age. In the past few days, Zhou Hao has been paying attention to those stocks in his memory, and he finally ushered in Saturday. On this day, Zhou Hao and Yin Tong came to the newly opened Galaxy Securities Company, Limited, nearby, with 8,000 yuan. Zhou Hao's mother and son borrowed 10,000 yuan from the uncle Zhou Lichang, of which 1,000 yuan was used to pay for Zhou Hao's tuition and 1,000 yuan was reserved for emergencies. The front entrance of Galaxy Securities Company, Limited is very impressive, with a mighty stone lion standing on both sides, and red silk is tied around the lion's neck. Entering inside, you can see that the hall is spacious and bright. The bright yellow tiles on the ground are shining brightly. Several female salesmen in uniform professional suits are young and beautiful, with friendly smiles on their faces. More importantly, Zhou Hao saw a huge electronic bulletin board hanging on the wall over there, showing the prices of various stocks. After seeing the environment here, Zhou Hao sighed in his heart. What a big hand. You know, in 1996, only a few strong securities companies were able to install electronic bulletin boards. As a result, Zhou Hao couldn't help being curious about the boss of this securities company. An account manager with a hair bun invited Zhou Hao and Yin Tong to sit down at the counter and let them serve hot tea, and then smiled and asked, "Madam, are you here to open an account and invest in stocks?" Zhou Hao saw the 3 words Jin Xiaoqiong written on the account manager's badge and said to her, "Yes, we want to open an account." Then, Yin Tong took out his ID card and handed it to Jin Xiaoqiong, and saw that Jin Xiaoqiong took the ID card and took out a document. "Then please fill out this document first, madam." Yin Tong glanced at the document, but didn't know anything about it, and looked at Zhou Hao with some embarrassment. Zhou Hao smiled. "I'll do it." He took the pen handed by Jin Xiaoqiong and filled in the information of the document one by one. Looking at the mother and son, Jin Xiaoqiong found that Yin Tong was completely dominated by Zhou Hao, and Zhou Hao, who was still a student, filled out the documents. But he was extremely skillful. He seemed to be better than those who work in the securities industry. Skilled. Hearing Jin Xiaoqiong's puzzled gaze, Yin Tong laughed to himself. "This girl, I made you laugh. In fact, I don't know anything about stocks. This time I opened an account after listening to my son. Just ask him if you have anything." Jin Xiaoqiong is even more strange when he hears this. It seems that Zhou Hao looks like a high school student at most, but he can bring his mother to open an account in a securities company. This is really unheard of. At this time, Zhou Hao handed over the document to her. "Miss Jin, you have completed it. You have a look." Jin Xiaoqiong took the file and looked carefully, and found that Zhou Hao had filled out each item very carefully, and even some professional terms that people in the industry might not be able to understand were not difficult to get him, and she was even more surprised. However, she didn't need to bother to explain to Zhou Hao. She asked, "Then I would like to ask, how much money do you want to invest, and which stock do you prefer?" Zhou Hao took out a piece of paper and gave it to Jin Xiaoqiong. On it were the 4 stocks he had written in advance. The stock prices ranged from a few yuan to a dozen yuan. Zhou Hao said, "These 4 stocks, you help me not buy 2,000s." Looking at these stocks, Jin Xiaoqiong knew that they were all the stocks that had risen the most this year. He also heard that Zhou Hao had to invest a total of 8,000 yuan in them. In 1996, 8,000 yuan was a lot of money. Frowning, she said to Zhou Hao and Yin Tong, "You too. As my customers, I have an obligation to remind you. Although the 4 stocks have experienced strong gains, the situation in the Chinese stock market this year is very abnormal. Many stocks have skyrocketed for almost a year, and the country has also issued several laws and regulations to adjust the stock market. She looked at the two people seriously. So I want to remind both of you to think carefully. If you are not careful, the money will be locked up. Madam, do you still want to open an account? Jean Xiaoqiong said that. It proves that she is a very responsible account manager. She would rather reduce the number of customers than see them suffer losses. And after Yin Tong listened to Jean Xiaoqiong's words, he also looked worried and said to Zhou Hao, Xiao Hao, you see that everyone said that. The stock market is really not played by people like us. If we lose this money, but there is no way to return it to others. Mom, don't worry, I have a sense of measure. Zhou Hao shook Yin Tong's hand and said to Jean Xiaoqiong, Miss Jean, I know you have a good intention, but we have already decided. You can open an account for us. Children, I think the environment in your home is not very good. Now that the muddy water of the stock market, many big players dare not go in casually. I think you should think about it again. No, Miss Jean, you just said that we are customers. You can't refuse our request. Zhou Hao knows that Jean Xiaoqiong treats himself well, but he can't tell Jean Xiaoqiong that he knows that these stocks will rise. When? And Jean Xiaoqiong saw Zhou Hao always insisting on his own opinions, and he was a little annoyed. I said, you kid, don't you really think about it for your mother? You borrowed the money. If you lose it, what do you give back to others? Both Yin Tong and Zhou Hao were dumbfounded by Jean Xiaoqiong's accusations, and Jean Xiaoqiong also realized that as an account manager, he couldn't speak to customers like this, but the words had already been spoken, and they couldn't be taken back. What's the matter? Xiaoqiong, why are you shouting at the customer? A clear and sweet female voice sounded behind Zhou Hao, and Jean Xiaoqiong also paled. Zhao, Sister Zhao. Zhou Hao felt that the female voice was a bit familiar, and when he turned to look at it, he saw a beautiful lady with tall hair curling up. It is also a professional suit, but it is much more beautiful than other salesmen in her body, revealing a mature charm. Chiffon's white shirt and black jacket. The waist is narrowed, and the chest looks more and more tall and straight. Below is a fitted black trousers that makes her legs look unusually long. As soon as this beauty walked into the hall, Zhou Hao felt that the bright lights dimmed suddenly, and only felt that her eyebrows were picturesque and her appearance was extremely charming, and the young and beautiful female salesman suddenly turned from flowers to green leaves. Moreover, Zhou Hao discovered that this beauty turned out to be the person he saved on the way to school that day. It's you. The two yelled at the same time, and the beauty obviously recognized Zhou Hao. She hurriedly walked over to Zhou Hao, her high heels making a cuckling sound on the tiles. Zhou Hao also got up from the chair and saw her coming in front of Zhou Hao and immediately grabbed his hand. Finally, let me find you. The other day I saw you wearing a Yuning school uniform. Your school went to find you, but you were afraid that it would affect your class, so I didn't go. Before Zhou Hao spoke, Yin Tong stood up and said to her, This lady, I'm sorry, did Xiao Hao get into trouble? I'm sorry, I apologize to you on his behalf. He is still young and ignorant. You don't blame him. Both this beauty and Zhou Hao were dumbfounded by Yin Tong. After a while, this beauty laughed, pushed, and explained to Yin Tong, Auntie, you misunderstood. This little brother didn't get into trouble. That day, walking on the street, I was almost suppressed by the falling sign. Fortunately, he saved me in time, but I left without thanking him. I didn't expect to see him again today. So you are the little hero that Sister Zhao said that day. Jean Xiaoqiong also said. Yin Tong breathed a sigh of relief, and Zhou Hao also said to this beauty, Miss, are you working here too? I'm the general manager here. I opened this Galaxy Securities. She suddenly touched Zhou Hao's head. Also, my name is Zhao Yuqing. According to your age, you should be my sister. Yes. What's your name? Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao said. Also, this is my mother, Yin Tong. Looking at the mature and beautiful Zhao Yuqing, Zhou Hao was very surprised. Just now he thought about who could open such a securities company, but it turned out to be she was. Hello, Auntie. Zhao Yuqing asked Yin Tong seriously. If it weren't for Xiao Hao that day, I'm afraid I will die on the street, and I have never had a chance to thank him. She said, That's right. Why are you here? You want to speculate in stocks? So Jean Xiaoqiong told Zhao Yuqing what had just happened. Zhao Yuqing frowned when he learned that Zhou Hao was going to buy those 4 stocks. Xiao Hao, the Chinese stock market this year is very abnormal, and it is definitely going to be rectified. Now, it's not the time to invest money. Don't say that Zhou Hao has a life-saving grace for her. Even if it is just an ordinary friend, Zhao Yuqin does not want to see him suffer losses. Zhou Hao felt really helpless now and didn't know how to explain it to them. Seeing Zhou Hao's bitter face with a helpless look, Zhao Yuqin couldn't bear to force him anymore and turned to Jin Xiaoqiong and said, "Xiaoqiong, help them open an account." "But, Sister Zhao," Jin Xiaoqiong became anxious when he saw that Zhao Yuqin actually agreed to Zhou Hao's opening an account. "Go, but first use the company's money," Zhao Yuqin said. Zhou Hao quickly refused. "Sister Zhao, how can this work? How can we use your money in stocks?" Yin Tong also said, "Yes, Miss Zhao, this won't work." Zhao Yuqin shook his head. "Since Xiao Hao is so confident, then I believe he will be fine. The money will be returned to me when the stocks you bought have risen. Don't worry if you really lose. It's okay." Originally, she wanted to say that she didn't need to pay it back, but she was afraid that Zhou Hao's mother and son would refuse. Zhou Hao finally accepted Zhao Yuqin's kindness and promised that the money would be returned to her within 1 month. But neither Zhao Yuqin nor Yin Tong knew where Zhou Hao's confidence came from. Afterwards, Zhao Yuqin said that he would invite Zhou Hao's mother and son to dinner and wanted to thank Zhou Hao for saving her last time. Yin Tong is naturally euphemistic, but Zhou Hao thought that Zhao Yuqin was able to open this Galaxy Securities company when he was only in his 20s. The net worth and backstage are certainly not simple. Making friends is also very good for his future development, so he agreed. Let Yin Tong blame it. After coming out of Galaxy Securities, Zhao Yuqin took Zhou Hao's mother and son to the silver Mercedes parked at the door. Seeing this large Mercedes-Benz, Zhou Hao was once again surprised. In 1996, no one could drive such a big Ben. "Xiao Hao, Auntie, get in the car," Zhao Yuqin said to Zhou Hao and the others while driving the car while sitting in the driver's seat. Yin Tong has never been in a car when he is so old, not to mention such a luxurious Mercedes-Benz. He is so nervous at the moment that he doesn't know what to do. It was Zhou Hao who opened the rear door and let her sit in, while he sat in the passenger seat. Zhao Yuqin's technology is very proficient. The big Mercedes-Benz walked very smoothly on the road, and soon he came to the Tianbin Hotel in the center of Xianqing. Tianbin Hotel is a 3-star hotel with 15 floors. It is the most luxurious hotel in Xianqing. It was formerly the guest house of Xianqing government. It was converted into Tianbin Hotel by private capital injection 2 years ago. Xianqing government also occupied it. 40% of the shares. Following Zhao Yuqin into the lobby of Tianbin Hotel, a client wearing a red Chong Sam hurriedly greeted Zhao Yuqin. "Miss Zhao, the room you booked is ready." Then he took Zhao Yuqin and Zhou Hao into the elevator. "Go straight to the 15th floor." Neither Zhou Hao nor Yin Tong had been to Tianbin Hotel. In the last lifetime, Zhou Hao had been longing for this place and vowed to come here after earning money. However, on this day, the Bin Hotel closed down due to poor management when Zhou Hao was in college, and Zhou Hao had no chance to fulfill his oath. The client took Zhao Yuqin and the three to a room called Chinese Rose on the 15th floor. The room was very spacious. In addition to a large dining table, there were sofas and a color TV. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass over there, you can see the Hongfu Park behind the Tianbin Hotel. The scenery is very open and charming. After sitting down, Zhao Yuqin quickly ordered more than a dozen dishes from the client, including some rare dishes such as shark fin, abalone, lobster, etc. Zhou Hao and Yin Tong secretly smacked their tongues, thinking that this meal alone would not cost more than 1,000 yuan. "Sister Zhao, are you a regular customer here? People here seem to know you," Zhou Hao asked with a smile. When he came up just now, several waiters respectfully greeted Zhao Yuqin. Zhao Yuqin smiled brilliantly. "Many times I come here for dinner with customers, and over time, people here will recognize me." Sister Zhao's Galaxy Securities had so many customers right after it opened, and it has great development potential. Zhou Hao said, "It's not a Galaxy customer." Zhao Yuqin said, "Before Galaxy, I ran a trading company that specialized in buying goods from Hong Kong and selling them in China." Listening to Zhao Yuqin's words, Zhou Hao's heart became alive again, because he knew that before Hong Kong's return, to do business from Hong Kong to the mainland, there must be a strong government background, otherwise it will not be possible. It can be seen that Zhao Yuqin's background is definitely not simple. When Zhao Yuqin saw Zhou Hao's eyes rolling around, he guessed what he was thinking and couldn't help but squeeze his nose and laughed and cursed. There are so many ghosts at such a young age. Lest you guess, I'll tell you. She poured sweet wine for Zhou Hao and Yin Tong. My brother is the commander of the Guangzhou military region. Thanks to his help, my trading company was established. Zhou Hao almost squirted out the sweet wine that he drank in his mouth. He didn't expect Zhao Yuqin to have such a powerful backstage. However, if he is the commander of the military region, his rank is at least general, and Zhao Yuqin's brother is definitely not too young. My brother bet 16 this year, 20 years older than me. Zhao Yuqin took a sip of sweet wine. My dad only gave birth to me in his 40s, so I should be considered an old lady. Then your dad. The elder brother is already the commander of the military region, and Zhao Yuqin's father must be stronger. Zhao Yuqin glanced at Zhou Hao. He is from the military commission. Zhou Hao took a sigh of relief, sir. Xiao Hao, you won't see me as an official lady like other people do. Zhao Yuqin showed a slight expression of anger. But in fact, you are really a lady official. I can't lie to myself to think of you as a woman who stands on the street. Zhou Hao smiled bitterly. Besides, how can you be so beautiful who set up a street stall? Zhao Yuqin was made to laugh again and again by Zhou Hao, and she pinched his nose again. I'm a little hairy boy. How can I know whether to be beautiful or not? She said that, but she was still very comfortable in her heart. Zhou Hao can talk and laugh with Zhao Yuqin, and Yin Tong has no such courage. As a typical ordinary citizen, the notion of being an official is very strong in Yin Tong's heart. This has led to her being very cautious in front of Zhao Yuqin, fearing that her inability to speak will annoy her. Zhao Yuqin is very good at observing words and colors, and has been rolling in the mall for many years, and her communicative skills are also very strong. A few words let Yin Tong's restraint disappear, and Zhou Hao on the side was amazed. Xiao Hao's grades in school are very good. Zhao Yuqin smiled to Zhou Hao. Yuning is a very good school. I used to go to the middle school there. Xiao Hao, please work harder and come to help after graduation. Sister, please be busy. Sister Zhao, are you also a Yuning student? Zhou Hao smiled. Then you are my senior sister? Yes, if you don't understand anything in your studies in the future, just ask the senior sister. Zhao Yuqin also giggled. Although the sweet wine is not strong, but after a few cups, Zhao Yuqin's originally snow-white cheeks rose with 2 red clouds, which made her look more beautiful and charming, and Zhou Hao's heart was boom. Jump! Yin Tong just went to the toilet, so Zhou Hao and Zhao Yuqin were the only 2 left in the room. When Zhao Yuqin saw Zhou Hao's gaze lingering on his face secretly, he stretched out his green jade finger and hooked his chin, with an intoxicating smile on the corner of his mouth. Little hairy boy, what are the thief eyes looking at? Zhou Hao saw Zhao Yuqin's beautiful eyes a little confused and wondered if Sister Zhao was drunk. At the same time, he quickly closed his eyes, not daring to look at her again. The shy appearance of the little boy in front of him made Zhao Yuqin more interested. Xiao Hao, you saved my sister that day. My sister hasn't thanked you well yet. Why not? The money you lent me, Sister Zhao, and the meal, wouldn't that count? Zhou Hao sat in a tight-knit manner, staring at the quilt in front of him, not daring to look presumptuous. This is a life-saving grace. How can I repay it casually? Zhao Yuqin smiled even more. In ancient times, this is enough to agree with you. She winks like silk. Looking at Zhou Hao's immature but already very handsome face, seeing you look good, it won't be a disadvantage for my sister to promise you a body. She leaned over to Zhou Hao's face. Or, you can just be my sister's little white face. Let's just say, she gently kissed Zhou Hao's face. There was a soft and moist feeling on his face. Zhou Hao only felt that his head was blank, and something seemed to be flowing violently in his body. Just about to react, he saw Zhao Yuqin sitting upright, and the expression on his face was also restore seriousness. Where is the appearance of the beautiful snake like that just now? At this moment, Yin Tong came back after going to the toilet, and there was a waiter who came in with dishes. Zhou Hao took a peek at Zhao Yuqin beside her with Yu Guang, and saw that she was sitting there dignified and generous, making Zhou Hao think that those just now were all his own hallucinations. And Zhao Yuqin glanced at him lightly at this time, her eyes full of cunning. After Zhao Yuqin's gaze was swept away, Zhou Hao's heart beat faster again. thinking that this woman is really a disaster. More than a dozen dishes were quickly available, and as soon as the three of them were about to pick up the chopsticks, the door of the room was pushed open again. A man in his early 30s in a decent suit walked in. After seeing Zhao Yuqin, his face immediately showed an excited smile. "Yuqin, don't tell me why I'm here." After this man appeared, Zhao Yuqin's original smile disappeared, and a look of boredness flashed in his eyes. "I'm here when I come. Why should I tell you? I'm not familiar with you." "You? How can you talk like this?" "Huh. These two are Yuqin's friends." The man felt a little strange when he saw Zhou Hao and Yin Tong. One is that Zhou Hao and Yin Tong shouldn't be friends of Zhao Yuqin at their ages. Second, he sees that Zhou Hao's mother and son are dressed in ordinary clothes, so he shouldn't have anything to do with people like Zhao Yuqin who are both powerful and rich. Although the man's expression was not obvious, Zhou Hao clearly caught the contempt in his eyes, and a hint of anger rose in his heart. Zhao Yuqin, who was next to him, also noticed Zhou Hao's dissatisfaction. She also did not like this man. She introduced to Zhou Hao, "This is Fan Liza, the owner of Tianbin Hotel." After speaking, she whispered in Zhou Hao's ear, "His dad is the mayor of Guangzhou." Fan Liza saw Zhao Yuqin approach Zhou Hao intimately and bit his ears. Even though Zhou Hao was only a 14-year-old boy, he could not help but feel jealous. I heard Zhao Yuqin say to him again, "Mr. Fan, I am having dinner with my friend. If there is nothing wrong, please go out." "Yuqin, I have something to look for you." Fan Liza said, "Today is my birthday, so I want to invite you to dinner." "Sorry, I happen to be out of time tonight," Zhao Yuqin said indifferently. "Since it is your birthday today, I wish you a happy birthday." When Fan Liza left the room dejectedly, Zhou Hao laughed and looked at Zhao Yuqin. "Sister Zhao, that guy wants to pursue you, right?" I saw Zhao Yuqin tap his head with his chopsticks. "Little Mao boy, what do you know about adults?" After eating at Tianbin Hotel, Zhao Yuqin sent Zhou Hao and Yin Tong home. When leaving, Zhao Yuqin squeezed Zhou Hao's face and smiled. "Xiao Hao, my sister will come to see you again in 2 days." Looking at Zhou Haoying's handsome face, Zhao Yuqin quickly stayed in Zhou while Yin Tong walked away. Hao gave a kiss on the cheek. "I'm so handsome now. I'll have it in the future?" Without waiting for Zhou Hao's reaction, he turned around and got into the Mercedes-Benz and walked away. Seeing that Mercedes-Benz leaving in the dust, Zhou Hao touched the place where Zhao Yuqin had kissed his face. His expression was a little confused. In the afternoon, Zhou Hao did not spend much time doing all the homework this weekend. In his previous life, he received a first-class scholarship every year during his college, so these junior high school homework were not difficult for him. It happened that Wang Shijuan came to ask Zhou Hao to accompany her to the bookstore, and Zhou Hao naturally agreed. It takes 15 minutes to walk to the Manhwa bookstore. As soon as the two of them left the street downstairs, Zhou Hao reached out and held Wang Shijuan's slender jade hand. Wang Shijuan wanted to withdraw it, but Zhou Hao held on to her and said to her, "No one here recognizes us, and no one will be nosy, don't worry." Despite Zhou Hao's insistence, Wang Shijuan had no choice but to let him. However, this feeling of interlocking fingers is also very charming. Wang Shijuan's face is red and very cute along the way. Seeing her shy and pleasant appearance, Zhou Hao felt really pleasing to the eye. When he came to Manhwa bookstore, Wang Shijuan refused to let Zhou Hao lead him because it was a place frequented by school teachers and students, and it was not easy to be seen. Wang Shijuan came here to buy 2 review materials for the senior high school entrance examination, because Zhou Hao's grades would surely be able to go straight to the high school of Yuning Middle School. Wang Shijuan hopes to study with Zhou Hao at the same school, so she is also very diligent in studying. Zhou Hao knew that although Wang Shijuan studied hard, she still failed to enter Yuning Middle School. She could only go to City No. 1 Middle School to go to high school. In the end, she did not go to university. After graduating from high school, she married to Hong Kong. Now that he has been reborn, Zhou Hao will naturally not let this happen. He wants to keep Wang Shijuan by his side. Although many years have passed, he can still clearly remember the questions of the senior high school entrance examination, and he doesn't know if the teacher who produced the papers was lazy. Many of the questions came from a book called The Summary of Senior High School Entrance Examination. So he took Wang Shijuan and walked around the Manhwa bookstore and finally found the summary for Senior High School Entrance Examination of the 5 subjects of language, mathematics, English, and materialization on a bookcase. Zhou Hao flipped through it, and as expected, he saw the title of the cooked noodles, "Buy these 5. Is this all right?" Wang Shijuan also flipped through it, feeling that the question types in it were not as good as the typical ones in other review materials. "It was recommended by our teacher. I believe it is correct." Zhou Hao took Wang Shijuan to the counter and paid for it. These 5 summaries of senior high school entrance examination cost more than 40 yuan. Wang Shijuan didn't have enough money, but Zhou Hao had to make up more than 20 yuan. But in this way, the two of them had little money left. After coming out of Xinhua bookstore, the sun had already set and the sky was dark blue. The hawkers selling various snacks also appeared on the roadside, and all kinds of attractive aromas filled the street, making Zhou Hao and Wang Shijuan a little hungry. Seeing Wang Shijuan looking at the snacks with some expectation, Zhou Hao looked forward and saw a stall made from a tricycle where a man was making scallion pancakes. Zhou Hao took Wang Shijuan and walked over. He recognized this scallion pancakes. The man came from the north. The pancakes he made were very delicious, and he was still there until Zhou Hao went to college. 2 pancakes. Zhou Hao handed the man $1. "Okay, just out of the pot. Eat while it's hot." The man also wrapped 2 pancakes in newspaper very enthusiastically and handed them to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao and Wang Shijuan, one by one, only felt that the pancake was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Especially Zhou Hao, he hadn't eaten it for many years, and it was a different taste to try again this time. "Look at you. You are so careless about eating." Wang Shijuan gently squeezed a little pancake at the corner of Zhou Hao's mouth. "Little brother, your girlfriend is very gentle." The man who sells pancakes smiled at Zhou Hao. "My guy is not so considerate." Hearing the man's words, Wang Shijuan blushed immediately and had no choice but to eat his own pancake. Zhou Hao was also very proud and secretly grabbed Wang Shijuan's hand. At this moment, Zhou Hao saw a few people in the distance walking towards him. The first 2 were Situ Jianying, who had a low consumption, and a few behind them dyed their hair colorfully, and they knew it was society. Rogue little bastard. Both of them had a holiday with themselves. Situ Jianying was slapped in the face by herself, and when Xiaoqiang wanted to beat herself last time on the basketball court. Do they know? Seeing Situ Jianying coming with Xiaoqiang, Zhou Hao immediately frowned. After thinking about it, when Xiaoqiang's father is a rogue leader, and Situ Jianying's father is the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, it is not surprising that the two have a relationship. "Shijuan, let's go." Zhou Hao knew that Situ Jianying must be trying to find his own bad luck. Wang Shijuan also saw Situ Jianying in the distance and Xiaoqiang, so he nodded and followed Zhou Hao to leave here quickly. Zhou Hao was able to run, but Wang Shijuan, a little girl, couldn't run far. The two of them were finally caught up by when Xiaoqiang. "Oh, Zhou Hao, take your little girlfriend out to go shopping." When Xiaoqiang sneered, "How come we ran away without even saying hello? You are still a student of Yuning. So rude." Situ Jianying next to when Xiaoqiang stared at Zhou Hao with hatred, gritted his teeth. "Zhou Hao, you slapped me last time. I will pay you back today. What do you want?" Zhou Hao guarded Wang Shijuan behind him. "Smelly boy," when Xiaoqiang said, "You failed to beat you on the basketball court last time. Today you are not so lucky." He looked at the lively streets around him. "I think you don't want to be beaten in public. Come, let's go over there." So they took Zhou Hao and Wang Shijuan into an alley next to them. "Well, today I will settle the account with you." Situ Jianying held his hand, her face very proud. "Hey, Zhou Hao, you are so courageous. Even our sister Situ dare to fight. I have to admire you." When Xiaoqiang smiled at Zhou Hao. Indeed, Situ Jianying's father is the Municipal Public Security Bureau. When Xiaoqiang is very submissive to her on weekdays and often helps her teach those who have offended her, which invisibly boosts her arrogance. And that itch. Seeing that Wang Shijuan and Zhou Hao's hands were always tightly held by Situ Jianying, the hatred in his heart became even worse. When Xiaoqiang, that stinky itch, you guys gave her to the wheel. Now, see if she dare to pretend to be innocent. As soon as Situ Jianying said this, Wang Shijuan's face changed drastically. If she was really going to be raped by Wen Xiaoqiang and the others, her life would come to an end. She was trembling with fright and hugged Zhou Hao's arm tightly. Okay. When Xiaoqiang saw Wang Shijuan, who was beautiful and lovely, and his eyes also released a strong desire. Looking at her appearance, it should be a good one. Then we brothers will have fun tonight. Now, the little gangsters behind him were also excited. Zhou Hao squinted, looking at Situ Jianying's eyes with Xiaoqiang full of anger. Especially for Situ Jianying, Wang Shijuan never provoked her at all. She was the one who bullied Wang Shijuan from beginning to end, and now she wants to make people tyrannize Wang Shijuan. This is really inexcusable. What do you think? Do you think you can save the United States as a hero? When Xiaoqiang was very angry at Zhou Hao's look, I saw Zhou Hao gently patted Wang Shijuan's hand. Shijuan, stay here. Don't be afraid. I will protect you. Zhou Hao, be careful. If you have the opportunity, run away by yourself and leave me alone. Wang Shijuan said, You want me to leave you? Unless I'm dead. Zhou Hao went straight to Wen Xiaoqiang, leaving Wang Shijuan with an unusually tall figure. When Xiaoqiang sneered when Zhou Hao came towards him. Boy, I want to be a hero. Before Wen Xiaoqiang finished speaking, Zhou Hao threw a fist on his face. Zhou Hao knew that it was useless to treat these people rationally. The only way was to be more fierce than them and make them afraid. When Xiaoqiang was beaten back a few steps by Zhou Hao, he raised his hand and touched his face. The boss was already swollen. He cursed, Okay, brat. No one has dared to beat me like this. Give it to me. Following his voice, those little gangsters rushed up aggressively. However, their movements were no different from a snail in Zhou Hao's eyes, and they couldn't touch Zhou Hao at all. Seeing Zhou Hao's hands and feet a few times, all those little gangsters fell to the ground and couldn't get up. When Xiaoqiang and Situ Jianying both stared at Zhou Hao in amazement, because these little gangsters used to fight fiercely. Even a powerful man with Kong Wu could be brought down by them. But today he was so easily caught by Zhou Hao. It was cleaned up, and Zhou Hao looked at his fists in surprise, not knowing if it was the reason for the supernatural power in his body. His strength became stronger, and his hands and feet were much more flexible than last time. If you have come, you will be at ease. Anyway, the stronger Zhou Hao's ability is, the happier he will be. He looked up at Wen Xiaoqiang and Situ Jianying and clenched his fists again. When Xiaoqiang looked at Zhou Hao, who was full of anger, gritted his teeth, turned, and ran without saying anything. After running away for more than 10 meters, he shouted, Zhou Hao, wait and see for me. I'll give it up like this. After speaking, he ran out of the alley. Situ Jianying also wanted to escape, but was caught by Zhou Hao before running 2 steps away. What do you want to do? Situ Jianying was also frightened at this time. My dad is the chief of public security. If you hit me, I will let my dad arrest you and go to jail. You dare to say that your dad is the chief of public security? Zhou Hao was also angry. Then you just instigated Wen Xiaoqiang and the others to take turns to punish the emperor and not break the law. You guy who doesn't repent, want people to turn to punish. June, right? I'll do it for you first. As she said, she grabbed the pile on her chest. Situ Jianying did not wear the school uniform of the second high school today, but dressed herself with a pair of jeans and a yellow sleeveless shirt. Her height of over 1.6 meters is quite outstanding among her peers, and her chest is bulging, and she outlines a beautiful curve. Wang Shijuan was right. This Situ Jianying was really a big boobs. In anger, Zhou Hao grabbed Situ Jianying's chest with one hand, and felt a soft and plump feeling in his hand, instantly turning Zhou Hao's full anger into love. At the same time, she thought in her heart, This girl really, are you only 14? In terms of scale, it is more than 2 levels larger than Wang Shijuan. Situ Jianying still couldn't react when Zhou Hao attacked her chest. After Zhou Hao couldn't help but shook her twice, she screamed fiercely. At the same time, the few gangsters who had been knocked down by Zhou Hao earlier got up in embarrassment and fled outside the alley one after another. Situ Jianying hurriedly shouted, Don't run, save me. Looking at the few gangsters who had run out of sight, Zhou Hao sneered at Situ Jianying. No one can save you now. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure passing by outside the alley. It is Lu Shiping, Wang Shijuan's mother. He turned around and said to Wang Shijuan, Shijuan, your mother just passed by outside. You should go home with her first, lest she worry about you. But you, Wang Shijuan asked Zhou Hao timidly, aren't you going back with me? You really want to take her? Zhou Hao was taken aback for a while and quickly took back the hand that was pressing on Situ Jianying's chest. Of course not. But I always have to teach her a lesson so that she won't bother us again. Go ahead and stop your mother. Just go far. Then I'll go back first. Wang Shijuan hesitated and finally agreed. She believed Zhou Hao was not the kind of bullying girl. Seeing Wang Shijuan was leaving too, Situ Jianying hurriedly shouted, Wang Shijuan, don't leave me here alone. This guy will. Me. Don't worry. Zhou Hao wouldn't be that kind of person. Wang Shijuan turned around and said to Situ Jianying before leaving the alley. She hated Situ Jianying very much now. And if Zhou Hao were not here today, she would have really suffered bad luck. So she also agreed with Zhou Hao to teach her a lesson. At this time, only Zhou Hao and Situ Jianying were left in the quiet and dark alley. Situ Jianying knew that he could not run Zhou Hao, and Zhou Hao also forced her to the corner, leaving her nowhere to escape. Looking at Zhou Hao's shiny eyes, she trembled and said, Zhou Hao, don't mess around. I just said that Wang Shijuan was joking, so don't take it seriously. She leaned against the wall. Go up, put your hands on your chest. I won't trouble you and Wang Shijuan anymore. Really, I swear. Do you think I would believe you? Zhou Hao deceived Situ Jianying. I have seen a lot of people like you. The typical person does not shed tears without seeing the coffin. If you don't teach you profound lessons, you won't learn well. Yes. He reached out and pinched Situ Jianying's chin. You often make fun of Shijuan's breasts, right? No. Situ Jianying did not dare to admit. You are very proud of your figure, right? No. In fact, she often teased other girls at school, feeling that her figure is the best even in the whole school. Zhou Hao grabbed the hem of her clothes and slammed it up, and then saw a pair of plump, tightly wrapped in white busts, with a deep gully in between. Seeing this scene, Zhou Hao swallowed vigorously. He was rude, in harmony. Wu, don't do this, please. Situ Jianying's tears flowed down, and she didn't dare to resist Zhou Hao, so she could only plead like this. However, the dark surroundings and Situ Jianying's weak appearance caused Zhou Hao to breed an evil desire in his heart, and the movements of his hands gradually increased. Zhou Hao, please, don't do this to me. Situ Jianying cried. In fact, Zhou Hao was wrong. Although Situ Jianying had always been domineering and mixed with people like Wen Shaoqiang, she was still a virgin body. Because the deep family makes her arrogant, she simply looks down on other boys, so how can she let them touch herself? Growing up, no boy has ever held her hand, let alone treated her like Zhou Hao. Suddenly, Zhou Hao, who was full of siblings, had an inexplicable induction, as if danger was approaching him. He looked out of the alley, then let go of Situ Jianying, and took her to the depths of the alley. Situ Jianying was frightened by Zhou Hao's actions, thinking that he was going to pull himself into the alley too violently, and refused to go in. I'm not going. Zhou Hao, please, don't. Me? I won't trouble you anymore, really. Don't speak, someone is coming. Zhou Hao covered her mouth and forced her to be behind the big trash can at the end of the alley despite her resistance, and squatted into hiding. At this moment, a tall man walked in from outside the alley with a red, white, and blue bag in his hand. Moreover, the man was blonde and a foreigner. On one side of this alley is a vacant residential building that is about to be demolished, and on the other is the wall of a construction site that has been suspended for a long time, so there are no people on weekdays. I saw the foreigner standing in front of the closed iron gate of a residential building with a bag, and looking at his watch from time to time, as if waiting for someone. Zhou Hao and Situ Jianying hid behind the trash can. Intuitively, Zhou Hao felt that this foreign man was not a good person, and Situ Jianying next to him saw someone coming and wanted to cry for help, but Zhou Hao held his mouth tightly, making no sound at all. Zhou Hao leaned into her ear and whispered a warning. If you dare to speak out, I'll take off your pants too. Frightened by Zhou Hao's power, Situ Jianying could only obey and squat next to Zhou Hao obediently. This position exposed her entire chest in front of Zhou Hao's eyes. Looking at her exposed chest, Zhou Hao covered her mouth with one hand and reached her chest with the other and slowly kneaded it. Situ Jianying didn't dare to speak out. He looked at Zhou Hao with tears in his eyes, and his eyes were full of pleading, but Zhou Hao didn't hesitate. He even leaned into her ear and said, that foreigner might want to make illegal transactions with someone. You don't make any noise. Otherwise, it is impossible to guarantee that he will not kill us." Just as he was talking, another man walked in, but he was a bald Chinese man in his 30s with a sports backpack in his hand. Seeing the foreigner, he smiled and said, "Peter, you are really punctual. You Chinese like to be late. Do you know how long I have been waiting for you?" The foreigner named Peter said in crappy Chinese, his face very impatient. The bald shrugged noncommittal. "Bring the money." With a snort, Peter opened the zipper of the red, white, and blue bag, and the bald head looked inside before nodding, and handed Peter the sports backpack. Peter took the backpack and opened the zipper, taking out a bag of white powdery things from inside. Zhou Hao and Situ Jianying, who were hiding behind the trash can, were stunned. The two of them were really engaged in illegal transactions, and the package of white powder was probably drugs. Zhou Hao didn't care about infringing on Situ Jianying, and he pulled her clothes down to cover her bare chest. Her face was solemn, because he saw that a piece of bald waist bulged, most likely a pistol. At this time, the bald man said, "You want so many goods this time. I prepared for a long time to get it together. I took a big risk. Come on, I know that in your China, if you sell more than 50 grams of heroin, you have to be shot." Peter weighed the bag and said, "The greater the risk, the greater the benefit. What I am most concerned about now is whether you will use fakes to fool me." "What's this? We Chinese speak honesty the most," Bald said with a smile. However, his next move shocked Zhou Hao and Situ Jianying. Seeing that the bald head quickly took out a pistol from his waist while Peter was looking at the contents of his backpack, it was 2 shots against Peter's stomach. The bald pistol was equipped with a muffler, so Zhou Hao could only hear 2 soft chirps. Peter fell softly on the ground before he could say anything, while the bald head blew his muzzle. "I really didn't fool you with fakes, but it's meaningless to you. Black eats black," Zhou Hao thought to himself. When Situ Jianying saw the sudden murder, she was frightened. She sat down on the ground with her legs soft and hit the trash can in front, making a dang sound. "Who?" As soon as the bald head was about to pick up Peter's red, white, and blue bag, he heard the movement from over there, and he immediately pointed the gun there. "You killed me this time." Zhou Hao gave Situ Jianying a fierce look, and Situ Jianying also knew that he had caused a disaster, shivering and daring not to speak. At this moment, the bald head had already seen Zhou Hao and Situ Jianying hiding behind the trash can, and cursed, "Little thief." Zhou Hao saw that his bald index finger pulled the trigger of the pistol, and he seemed to have made up his mind to kill the two of him, and the muzzle was aimed at Situ Jianying in front of Zhou Hao. He could see a ball of sparks from the muzzle, and then the bullet was ejected from the muzzle, flying towards Situ Jianying in a straight line, and he could even see the air fluctuations caused by the rotation of the bullet. However, even though Zhou Hao could see the bullet, he only had time to turn around and stand in front of Situ Jianying. Then a fierce pain came from his shoulder, and Zhou Hao knew that he had been shot. Zhou Hao gasped in pain, feeling the entire left arm numb. But he didn't have time to pay attention, but looked back at the bald head and saw that he was about to shoot a second time. But Zhou Hao didn't let him succeed. He kicked his feet on the ground and slammed behind him, hitting the bald head heavily and pressing him against the wall behind him. "Little thief, let me go," Bald shouted angrily, but Zhou Hao ignored him. He bent his right arm and hit his elbow fiercely against the bald's stomach. After the pain, the bald squatted down, and Zhou Hao also took the opportunity to turn around and kick his gun in the hand, kicking off the pistol. "Have me eat a bullet? I beat you to death." Zhou Hao lifted his knee and hit the bald face. The huge force immediately knocked him dizzy. Situ Jianying behind was stunned by this series of changes, and it took a long time to realize that she was not dead, and she remembered that Zhou Hao had just guarded her and blocked the deadly bullet. She looked up at Zhou Hao, who was still beating his bald head, and she saw that there was a wound on his left shoulder blade, and the blood was pouring out, staining his clothes red. How can he help me block the bullet?" Situ Jianying kept repeating this sentence in his mind. At this moment, Zhou Hao looked back at Situ Jianying and saw that she looked confused and didn't know what she was making. He shouted, "What are you still doing in a daze? Give me that pistol." When Situ Jianying was called by Zhou Hao, he immediately recovered. Subconsciously, he was very obedient to Zhou Hao's words and quickly picked up the pistol that Zhou Hao had kicked off and gave him. Looking at the shocking wound on his left shoulder, Situ Jianying asked timidly, Are you okay? Does it hurt? Aren't you nonsense? It hurts if you try it. Zhou Hao said irritably, and then asked with his right hand gun against his bald temple, Say, are you a drug dealer? The bald head was already bruised and swollen by Zhou Hao. He hated Zhou Hao and said vaguely, Your mother is a drug dealer. When Zhou Hao heard the sound, he gave him another kick. Get up, stand up for me. Then he carried his bald head to the corpse of the foreigner named Peter and looked into the opened red, white, and blue bag. I saw that there were actually stacks of banknotes, and they were still 100 yuan worth of US dollars. There were more than 10 stacks, estimated to be more than 100,000. These should be the money Peter used to buy drugs. Seeing US dollars worth more than 1 million yuan, Zhou Hao suddenly thought of it. He glanced at Peter's body and said to the bald head, I didn't want to kill you, but now I can only say sorry to you. Bald head immediately guessed that Zhou Hao wanted to kill himself and swallow the more than $100,000. He was about to fight to the death, but he felt a crash in his head, and then he lost consciousness and fell softly to the ground. Seeing the bullet holes on the bald forehead that kept popping out of blood, Zhou Hao was a little stunned. This was his first murder, or he was murdering for money. This feeling is very strange, with both guilt and fear, and a hint of inexplicable excitement. However, this bald head was a murderous drug dealer. Just now, he and Situ Jianying almost died under his gun, so Zhou Hao's guilt did not last long. He dropped the pistol and picked up the red, white, and blue bag containing the US dollars and looked around, then walked to the trash can, put the bag inside, and covered it with trash. Situ Jianying witnessed Zhou Hao's series of actions and guessed that Zhou Hao was going to swallow the money. But he did not say anything, nor did he stop Zhou Hao. Moreover, she also very firmly believed that Zhou Hao would not kill herself. She just thought, since he can block the bullet for me, he will definitely not hurt me. After Zhou Hao did all this, he said to Situ Jianying, You won't tell others, right? Situ Jianying nodded solemnly. I won't tell others, nor will I die. Seeing Situ Jianying's sincere eyes, Zhou Hao nodded lightly. Originally, he thought that Situ Jianying was so frivolous before that Situ Jianying shouldn't help him, but intuitively, he felt that Situ Jianying would not tell others. After relaxing, the gunshot wound on his shoulder felt violent again. Situ Jianying immediately took out a white handkerchief from his trouser pocket and pressed it on Zhou Hao's wound, and asked softly, Are you okay? The tone was very gentle. I can't die. Zhou Hao gritted his teeth and said, Go and call your dad, and say you met a drug dealer deal. He looked back at the bodies of Bald and Peter. We said that they both had a deal because of the deal. The dispute, that Peter was first killed by Bald, and then Bald realized that we still wanted to kill us, and then I stopped him and killed him in the fight. He emphasized to Situ Jianying, Don't mention the money. Situ Jianying nodded. I know what to say, but if you are injured, I'd better take you to the hospital first. It doesn't matter. You go call your dad first. Zhou Hao waved his hand. Those drugs may weigh 2 to 3 kilograms. It is good for your dad to solve such a drug transaction case. Seeing Zhou Hao said this, Situ Jianying had to put him down and walk outside to make a phone call. Zhou Hao sat down against the wall. At this time, the injury on his back was no longer so painful. He looked at the bald head and Peter's body, but he was thinking about how to use the money. More than 100,000 US dollars is equivalent to more than 1 million RMB, which is already a very large amount of money at this time. Zhou Hao decided to invest all of them in the stock market to make a fortune before the stock market crashed in mid-December. The 8,000 yuan I invested before was not too much. Even if the strengthening of those stocks finally doubled, my income would be very limited. Now that I have more than 1 million yuan, my income will be much larger. Smelling the smell gradually spreading in the air, Zhou Hao laughed. People die from money. Not long after, Zhou Hao heard the harsh alarm sound outside. Situ Jianying and more than a dozen policemen in uniform or plainclothes walked in. Zhou Hao also noticed that there was a shortcoming next to Situ Jianying. 40-year-old, a very heroic middle-aged man. He thought it was Situ Jianying's father who was the chief. Situ Jianying ran to Zhou Hao still. Zhou Hao, hurry up. I have the ambulance here. Let's go to the hospital now. Her father Situ Li also came over and said to Zhou Hao gratefully, "Little comrade, Jinying has told me everything. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, Jinying would be in danger. You are very brave. Our Public Security Bureau will reward you." He also patted Zhou Hao on the shoulder. After being shot like this by Situ Li, Zhou Hao immediately became so painful that his facial features were distorted. Situ Jinying also glared at Situ Li. "Dad, people are injured. How can you shoot them like this? Help up." Situ Li gave an angry laugh, and it could be seen that he spoiled this daughter very much. At this moment, the policeman responsible for the inspection over there shouted to Situ Li, "The chief, it's all heroin. I'm afraid it weighs 3 caddies." Situ Li was also very excited when he heard that this was already a large drug transaction case, and this time he was unavoidable to be praised by the above, so he was even more grateful to Zhou Hao, and hurriedly asked Zhou Hao to be rescued outside the alley. In the car, Situ Jinying naturally followed along. Before leaving, Zhou Hao glanced at the trash can, hoping in his heart that the police would not check there. When he came to the military hospital in Xiangqing, an old military doctor took out the bullet for Zhou Hao. At the same time, he said to Zhou Hao, who was lying prone on the operating bed, "Little comrade, your bones are very hard. This kind of bullet is very powerful. It penetrated the human body, but it got stuck on your shoulder blades this time, and even the lung lobe was not injured. It took a few days to cultivate. Also, how did you train so that you have such strong muscles at such a young age?" The military doctor looked at Zhou Hao's naked upper body, marveling at the tough muscles. Zhou Hao hummed twice as an answer. He knew that his body was getting stronger and stronger. After the wound was bandaged, Zhou Hao was sent to the intensive care unit, and Situ Li and Situ Jinying were already there waiting. There were 2 middle-aged men standing up on the general's belly. The leader of the city, Xiao Zhou. These 2 are the secretary and mayor of Xiangqing City. Situ Li introduced to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect that the secretary of the municipal party committee and the mayor were recruited this time. He hurriedly said, "Good secretary, good mayor. Comrade Xiao Zhou, you did a good job this time and helped us to crack a drug deal in Xiangqing." The city party secretary said to Zhou Hao, "The city intends to publicize your deeds and establish a positive for the people image." The mayor also said, "Yes, that's right. That bald man is a drug dealer wanted for a long time in China, and the foreigner belongs to a foreign drug cartel. This time he came to China to buy drugs through his bald man. Comrade Xiao Zhou, you did us a great favor this time." The mayor is serious. As citizens of Xiangqing City, we naturally want to maintain the peace and stability of Xiangqing City. Even if people in other Xiangqing cities encounter this, I believe he will do like me. Zhou Hao he had dealt with government officials in the Huangshi group, so he opened his mouth in these Mandarin Chinese. However, in the eyes of Situ Li and others, a 14-year-old boy who is so mature, his future achievements must be extraordinary, and they all cast admiring eyes on him. Seeing that Zhou Hao was so favored by Situ Li and the city leaders, Situ Jinying was also very happy, and she looked at Zhou Hao with brilliance. "Comrade Xiao Zhou, you can cultivate here with peace of mind. The city is responsible for the medical expenses. You don't have to worry," the secretary of the municipal party committee said before leaving. "Also, we have already notified your family." As soon as the voice fell, several figures hurriedly walked in, but it was Yin Tong, Wang Shijuan, and Lu Shiping. Yin Tong and Wang Shijuan's mother and daughter, who had just returned home, were frightened when they heard that Zhou Hao was shot into the hospital. Yin Tong almost fainted. Fortunately, Wang Shijuan's mother and daughter were taking care of them. Later, I received a call from the city government saying that Zhou Hao was fine, and he was relieved and hurried to the hospital. On the way to the hospital, Wang Shijuan thought to himself that Zhou Hao was not with Situ Jinying. Why was he suddenly shot and admitted to the hospital? Could it be that Situ Jinying injured Zhou Hao? During this short journey, she was full of worries about Zhou Hao as much as Yin Tong. "Xiao Hao, are you okay?" Seeing Zhou Hao lying pale on the hospital bed, Yin Tong immediately burst into tears, while Wang Shijuan stood by the bed, holding Zhou Hao's sleeve tightly with a jade hand. The crystal tears kept slipping from her face, but she bit her lip to prevent herself from crying. But Zhou Hao felt distressed by her teary eyes. "Mom, Shijuan, don't cry. I'll be fine. The doctor will take care of it. It only takes a few days to cultivate." Zhou Hao smiled and comforted his mother and Wang Shijuan. At the same time, he apologized to Lu Shiping. Aunt Lu, I'm sorry to trouble you. I've been in the neighborhood for so many years. What do you say these things? Lu Shiping just smiled peacefully. At this time, Situ Li and the two city leaders also comforted Yin Tong and told them Zhou Hao's heroic deeds. And the old military doctor who had just taken Zhou Hao bullets also came at this time. And he personally assured Yin Tong that Zhou Hao would be discharged from the hospital within a week, and Yin Tong breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Yin Tong and Lu Shiping followed the old military doctor out to go through the hospitalization procedures. Situ Li and the two leaders comforted Zhou Hao and left after a few words. Zhou Hao, Wang Shijuan, and Situ left in the spacious intensive care unit. Jinying, sitting beside the bed, Wang Shijuan touched Zhou Hao's forehead distressfully. Does it still hurt? It doesn't hurt to see you. Zhou Hao grabbed her hand and smiled. I'm still in the mood to make a joke anytime. Wang Shijuan was annoyed and couldn't help but burst into tears. Zhou Hao quickly raised his hand to caress her tears. Don't cry. Don't cry. I really don't hurt anymore. Just now the old doctor also said that this is not a serious injury, and it will be fine after a few days of training. Seeing the intimate and caring looks of Zhou Hao and Wang Shijuan, Situ Jinying on the side felt sour, but he did not dare to bother them. At this time, Wang Shijuan also noticed the somewhat embarrassed Situ Jinying, so he asked Zhou Hao, "What happened at that time? Why did you suddenly encounter a drug dealer?" When Situ Jinying heard the words, he remembered that the holy place in front of her chest in the alley was ravaged by Zhou Hao unscrupulously. Her face flushed suddenly, and Zhou Hao on the hospital bed could not help but feel comfortable with her pink cheeks. Feeling nostalgic for her hand, she unconsciously put her eyes on Situ Jinying's round chest. "It's all my fault. Zhou Hao was shot to protect me," Situ Jinying said. When Wang Shijuan heard the sound, he looked at Zhou Hao, and Zhou Hao cursed Situ Jinying in his heart. "Doesn't you tell Shijuan what I have with you?" Indeed, when Wang Shijuan heard that Zhou Hao was helping Situ Jinying to block the bullet, he felt very uncomfortable. He was a little jealous and a little envious of Situ Jinying, and his gaze towards Zhou Hao gradually became bitter. Zhou Hao secretly screamed and deliberately showed a righteous look. At that time, the drug dealer wanted to kill us. Of course, I am a man. Of course, it is impossible to leave her and run away. I don't want to see her injured. Good to eat the bullet. He grabbed Wang Shijuan's hand and stared at her affectionately. "Shijuan, if it was you at the time, let alone blocking the bullet, it would be worth the death for you." Wang Shijuan, a 14-year-old girl who had heard such affectionate words, was immediately moved by Zhou Hao and felt ashamed of her jealousy just now. She wondered whether she should be so stingy. On the other side, Situ Jinying heard Zhou Hao's words to Wang Shijuan and was both envious and jealous, wishing to take Wang Shijuan and enjoy Zhou Hao's silent tenderness instead. "Shijuan, I'm thirsty," Zhou Hao said at this moment. Wang Shijuan raised the kettle on the bedside table, but found that it was empty, so he said to Zhou Hao, "I'll go out and pour you some hot water." Then he carried the kettle and walked out. Only Zhou Hao and Situ Jinying were left in the ward. Situ Jinying stood there with his head down and dared not speak to Zhou Hao. The atmosphere seemed a bit embarrassing and ambiguous. "Come here," Zhou Hao suddenly shouted. Situ Jinying didn't say anything. She came to the window obediently and then listened to Zhou Hao. "You said that just now. You are deliberately provoking me and Shijuan." Situ Jinying trembled all over, shook his head quickly, and said, "No, no." Zhou Hao snorted. When he saw Situ Jinying's timid appearance, he would always have a cruel desire and wanted to ruin her severely. "Come, sit here." He pointed to the bed. Let Situ Jinying sit beside him, and then he stretched out his right hand and grabbed her in harmony. Situ Jinying exclaimed, but instead of resisting Zhou Hao as before, he sat there obediently and let him be frivolous. Zhou Hao wanted to lift up her clothes, but the left hand was not strong due to the injury, so he said to Situ Jinying, "Take up the clothes." Situ Jinying was surprisingly supple, obediently lifting up his shirt in harmony. "Fairy," Zhou Hao shouted in his heart, his hands even harder. In fact, Situ Jinying was very good-looking, and those long and narrow Danfeng eyes were even more powerful. Although she was only 14 years old, she didn't have the youthful and innocent Wang Shijuan on her face. Instead, she had an alternative style. Apart from me, have you been touched by anyone else here? Zhou Hao asked her. Situ Jianying shook his head. No more. Only you have touched it. Zhou Hao was very surprised when he heard this. Could it be that his previous guess was wrong? So he went on to ask, are you still a virgin? Yeah. Situ Jianying bit her lip and nodded lightly. Humph. Zhou Hao laughed with satisfaction and began to play with his fingers. Have you been drinking milk and eating papaya since you were young? Why are you so big? Situ Jianying bitterly endured the strong stimulation. No, I don't like drinking milk, and I don't know why. There was a faint pride in the words, but her figure was born. This is natural beauty. In the future, except for me, no other men are allowed to touch you. Do you know? Zhou Hao whispered to Situ Jianying. Situ Jianying nodded obediently. No, I will only let you touch. Also, you are not allowed to hang out with those guys like when Xiaoqiang in the future. Zhou Hao grabbed it and said, I know, I will listen to you. Situ Jianying replied softly, as long as you listen obediently, I will love you well, no not. Yeah. Situ Jianying nodded with a smile and leaned in front of Zhou Hao, like a cat asking for reward. Zhou Hao understood what she meant and gave her a soft kiss on her lips as a reward, but it was very aftertaste to see her sticking out the tip of her tongue and licking her lips. It was very tempting, and Zhou Hao was stupefied, just about to taste it. Tasting her scented lips, I heard footsteps outside. He quickly pulled Situ Jianying's clothes to cover his chest and said to her at the same time, wait when you go back to that alley. Take that bag of money and hide it. Don't let your dad and others know. Can't even Wang Shijuan tell it. Situ Jianying asked. Zhou Hao thought it was better not to let Wang Shijuan know about these things, so as not to worry her more, so he nodded. Even Shijuan can't tell. Yeah. Situ Jianying replied happily, thinking that this is the secret between himself and Zhou Hao, and it can't even match Wang Shijuan. The door was pushed open, and not only Wang Shijuan came in, but also Yin Tong, Lu Shiping, and Situ Li. Situ Li continued to thank Yin Tong and praised her for having a good son. Comrade Xiao Zhou, this time you not only helped us solve a major case, but also saved my family Jianying. Situ Li came to the bed and handed him an envelope. The bureau plans to reward you with 5,000 yuan. Except in addition, here is 10,000 yuan. I thank you for saving my family Jianying. If you don't need it, Yin Tong quickly refused. You should save people. How can you let the director pay for it? That's right, saving people is supposed to be, and I can't ask for this money. Zhou Hao also said. This time he had already received more than 100,000 US dollars, and because he had saved Situ Jianying, he had dealt with Situ Li, the chief of public security. The so-called debts are easy to pay, but it is difficult to pay back the favor. How could Zhou Hao casually let Situ Li pay back the favor for this 10,000 yuan? At the insistence of Zhou Hao and Yin Tong, Situ Li finally recovered the 10,000 yuan, and at the same time patted his chest and said, Xiao Hao, what will happen to your family in the future, even if you come to Uncle Situ? Here in Xiangqing, Uncle Situ asked himself a few words. Seeing that the purpose has been achieved, Zhou Hao is also very happy. At this time it was getting late, and Situ Li had to leave to deal with that kind of drug case. Situ Jianying was also with him. Before leaving, Situ Jianying gave Zhou Hao a wink and said that he would confess what he had done. Yin Tong originally planned to accompany Zhou Hao all night, but Zhou Hao couldn't bear the hard work of his mother, so she persuaded her and Wang Shijuan's mother and daughter to go home. Anyway, tomorrow is fun day and everyone is free, so Yin Tong and Wang Shijuan plan to come back tomorrow, and Yin Tong is also blatantly going to make Zhou Hao some blood and nourishing soup. The next morning, not only Yin Tong and Wang Shijuan came to the hospital to visit Zhou Hao with a pot of carp soup, but also a reporter from Xiangqing TV station to interview Zhou Haoyong's deeds against drug dealers, and the principal of Yuning Middle School also came to see Zhou sincerely. Hao. At the same time, don't forget to use Zhou Hao's matter to promote the fine school spirit of Yuning Middle School to reporters on the TV station. What made Zhou Hao most happy was that the head teacher Li Rulin and his friend Lu Shichao also came. Zhou Hao, it doesn't matter if you heard them say you were shot, right? Li Ruolin's concern for Zhou Hao is not as vain as the principal. Zhou Hao's simple look in his eyes moved Zhou Hao very much. I'm fine. You don't have to worry about it, teacher. It's just that you won't be able to go to school for a while. Zhou Hao said, in fact, it doesn't matter whether you go to school or not. The key is to not see Li Ruolin. Li Ruolin shook her head quietly. You don't have to worry about school matters. Healing your injuries is important. I can help you make up for the lost homework if I find time. Lu Shichao also said, Zhou Hao, you have now become a great hero in our school. Everyone tells you that you are as cool as Chun Haonan. He looked at Zhou Hao enviously, as if being shot was a very glorious thing. According to his words, Lao Tzu has even eaten bullets. What's more to be afraid of? After the uproar, the people who came to visit one after another left. Yin Tong and Wang Shijuan also returned home under Zhou Hao's persuasion, leaving only Zhou Hao in the intensive care unit. Zhou Hao sighed lightly and moved his left arm. He felt that his body had recovered a lot compared to yesterday, and his left arm had regained strength. He believed that he could heal in less than a week. Lu Shichao also said just now, his face was ruddy and full of anger, and he didn't seem to have been shot at all. Suddenly, the door of the ward was knocked again, and then a long-haired beauty came in, but it was Zhao Yuqin, holding a delicate fruit basket and a box of chicken essence oral liquid. Sister Zhao, why are you here too? Zhao Yuqin went straight to the bed. Yesterday, the Xiangqing Public Security Bureau cracked a drug case. I heard someone say that a boy from Yuning Middle School heroically killed a drug dealer. Later, I heard that Situ Li said it was a man named Zhou Hao. Boy, I asked him about it. I didn't expect it to be you. She stretched out her hand and pinched Zhou Hao's nose. Well, it's okay. Yesterday, the old military doctor who helped you get the bullet was a national class. I've participated in a self-defense counterattack before. Haha, your body is really strong, and bullets of that caliber can't even penetrate your shoulder bones. Listening to Zhao Yuqin's talk, Zhou Hao was really surprised at the vastness of her communication. She actually knew everyone from Situ Li to the old military doctor. Zhou Hao shook his head. Sister Zhao, why do you like to pinch my nose every time? Zhao Yuqin sat down, picked up a chicken essence and handed it to him. Take it, you bleed a lot yesterday. Drink some chicken essence to replenish it. Seeing Zhou Hao drank the whole chicken essence in one gulp, she again said, You really are. How can you run into those drug dealers, those who kill people without blinking? When she spoke, she looked blameless, but it was out of worry for Zhou Hao. Don't tell me. I was almost killed last night. Zhou Hao told Zhao Yuqin of the thrilling situation yesterday, and saw Zhao Yuqin sitting by the bed, hugging Zhou Hao into his arms, with his chin resting on his head. Don't be so reckless in the future. You think bullets are so easy to block. What if there are shortcomings and shortcomings? Zhou Hao's face was completely attached to Zhao Yuqin's chest, and a seductive fragrance came out. Feeling Zhao Yuqin's arrogant upper encirclement, Zhou Hao thought secretly in his heart, powerful, bigger than Situ Jianying's. However, he never dared to treat Zhao Yuqin like Situ Jianying. Sister Zhao, why are you so good to me? Zhou Hao asked, leaning against her arms. The two had only met a few times in total. Although Zhou Hao was said to have saved her life, Zhou Hao always felt that Zhao Yuqin was a little different to herself. I don't know. Zhao Yuqin gently stroked Zhou Hao's hair. Perhaps just like those girls like cats and dogs. I can't help but feel happy in my heart when I see you. Zhou Hao smiled bitterly. Sister Zhao, don't you think of me as a cat or dog? Smelly boy. Zhao Yuqin squeezed his face again. How many men want to be Miss Ben's cats and dogs? I still ignore them. Zhou Hao knew that with her background, this was indeed true. Like that fan Lisa? It's easy to mention what that guy is doing. Zhao Yuqin squeezed Zhou Hao's ears. That guy is annoying. Sometimes the truth makes my brother send some special soldiers to teach him a lesson. Hearing this, Zhou Hao secretly smacked his tongue, and then remembered that he wanted to invest yesterday's hundreds of thousands of dollars in the stock market. Zhao Yuqin's help was indispensable, and if he exchanged those dollars by himself, it would very likely cause others to doubt. Zhao Yuqin's securities company has some channels to exchange foreign currency, so Zhou Hao said to her, Sister Zhao, I want you to do something for me. Huh? What's the matter? I want you to buy a few more stocks for me. Just use my mother's account. Are you rich? Zhao Yuqin asked him. How much do you want to invest? How about my sister lending it to you? Zhou Hao shook his head. I have money myself, probably more than $100,000. Zhao Yuqin was surprised. Why do you suddenly have so much money? Zhou Hao wanted to tell her what happened last night. For some reason, Zhou Hao didn't want to hide anything from her, and intuitively thought that Zhao Yuqin would not expose herself. But he hadn't spoken yet. Zhao Yuqin looked at him and said, Is the money from the drug dealers? Did you take the money? Zhou Hao was surprised at Zhao Yuqin's quick mind, and at the same time he nodded. He originally thought that Zhao Yuqin would scold him even if he didn't expose him, but he didn't expect Zhao Yuqin to calmly say, It's okay if you take the money, anyway, even if you don't. Take it, the money won't reach the treasury in the end. Zhou Hao didn't expect Zhao Yuqin to be so enlightened, so I want to invest that money in the stock market. Little guy, you can say that the money was returned by your life. You won't save some flowers. Do you have to invest all of it in the stock market? Zhao Yuqin nodded Zhou Hao's forehead. I really don't know you. Where does the confidence come from? How do you know those stocks will rise? I saw Zhou Hao nod his head with his hand and smiled. Intuition. In fact, Zhou Hao also felt that his intuition had become stronger and more accurate these days. Just like yesterday, he suddenly felt dangerous. Close, and then the two drug dealers appeared one after another. Zhao Yuqin laughed and said, I know how to pretend garlic at a young age. Okay, which stocks do you want to buy? Zhou Hao immediately took out a pen and paper to write down the names of several stocks. At the same time, he picked up the fixed phone on the bedside table next to him and dialed Situ Jianying's home number. Hey, hello, who can I look for? Situ Jianying's voice was as clear and crisp as an aureole. It's me, Zhou Hao. Situ Jianying felt very happy when he heard Zhou Hao's voice. I am going to see you. Zhou Hao said, What about the money? I secretly got them back yesterday, and I didn't let my dad and others know about it. Situ Jianying said over there. I counted. There are $150,000 there. Well, you come over now and bring the money with you. After speaking, Zhou Hao closed the phone, but Zhao Yuqin looked at Zhou Hao slyly. That is the girl who made you willing to block bullets. Seeing Zhao Yuqin's appearance, Zhou Hao really felt terrified, but he also nodded. I don't know when there will be a man who can block the bullets for me. She glanced at Zhou Hao, and there was a taste of coquetry in her tone. As a beautiful, mature woman like her, acting coquettishly is more lethal than those young girls. Zhou Hao feels boneless at this moment, and can't help but said, If it were you, I would really help you block bullets. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Zhao Yuqin embraced Zhou Hao with joy and gave him a heavy kiss. My sister really didn't hurt you in vain. She's really a lovely little friend. Soon, Situ Jianying hurried over happily. But as soon as she opened the door, she saw Zhao Yuqin sitting on the bedside cutting apples for Zhou Hao. At first sight of this beautiful and mature woman, Situ Jianying felt a huge threat, even more than Wang Shijuan. I came so soon. Zhou Hao smiled at Situ Jianying. Situ Jianying deliberately dressed up today. She wore a small pink suspender shirt to fully show her plump upper circumference. She was lined with a short denim skirt, revealing a pair of snow-white slender legs. In her face, I also painted a light makeup, which looks more mature than the actual age. Seeing her, Zhou Hao thought in his heart that although this girl has a bad temperament, she is pretty good at dressing up. Situ Jianying came to Zhou Hao's other side and handed Zhou Hao a small black backpack, which contained the dollar bill. Xiao Hao, this is the Situ Jianying you mentioned. Zhao Yuqin noticed that Situ Jianying was faintly hostile to him, and his eyes became less friendly when he looked at her. Originally, if it were not for you, Xiao Hao wouldn't have to suffer so much. Zhou Hao didn't realize that the two women next to him had met secretly. He opened the small backpack and said, Well, she's just fine. Jianying, this is my friend. You can call her Sister Zhao. Hello, Sister Zhao. Situ Jianying asked Zhao Yuqin seriously. Although she didn't like this woman very much, she also knew that she must not be rude in front of Zhou Hao, lest he hate herself. Zhao Yuqin naturally knew that Situ Jianying was hiding a knife in his smile, so he smiled gracefully. Then I will ask you to call you Jianying. Jianying, I heard Xiao Hao say that your performance in school is not very good. This is not good. Girls have to be quiet and gentle, otherwise, boys will be afraid of you. With a smile on her face, she said in her heart, Boy, you want to fight with me at this age? Don't even think about it. Miss you. Leaving aside the conflict between Zhao Yuqin and Situ Jianying in private, Zhou Hao applied for discharge after staying in the hospital for 3 days. On the one hand, his body's recovery ability is amazing. On the other hand, the old military doctor who is said to have participated in the self-defense counterattack is very interested in Zhou Hao's body. Zhou Hao is deeply afraid that he will become his experiment, so he is sure she was discharged from the hospital early after she was well. As expected, the Shanxing Public Security Bureau rewarded Zhou Hao with 5,000 yuan, as Situ Li said, and also gave him a pennant. Zhou Hao left 1,000 yuan for himself, and all the rest was given to Yin Tong. At the same time, the stocks that Zhou Hao asked Zhao Yuqin to buy rose by more than 30% within 2 days, and the $150,000 invested by Zhou Hao rolled into 200,000. And Zhou Hao knew that the stocks would continue to rise before mid-December, and the money he invested in would soon double several times. Zhou Hao thought that he must accumulate enough funds as soon as possible, because his biggest goal is the coming Asian financial crisis of 1997. Following Soros and other speculative experts, Zhou Hao believes that he will be able to reap a lot. After being discharged from the hospital, Zhou Hao immediately resumed school, because he really missed Li Rulin a bit. Wow, our great hero is back. As soon as he entered the classroom, the classmates gathered around, or greeted Zhou Hao's injury, or wondered about his deeds fighting drug dealers. In the past 2 days, through the news reports of Xiangxing TV station and the intentional publicity of Yuning Middle School, Zhou Hao's positive image has been widely circulated in the school, and the students in the second and first class of junior high school are also very proud of others. The class showed off. Do you know that Zhou Hao who avoided the drug dealers? That was my classmate. We too should be better. Zhou Hao finally got out of the crowd and returned to his seat. Gao Jingyi in front of him turned around and said to him, "Looking at you so energetic, it shouldn't be a big problem, right?" Looking at Gao Jingyi's gentle smile and 2 shallow dimples, Zhou Hao's heartbeat was a little bit faster, and he also smiled and said, "It's okay. Thank you for your concern. Actually, in Yuning Middle School the most beautiful woman is her and Li Rulin, but she is relatively cold-tempered and has no other good friends except Luo Hui at the same table. My dad has praised you several times," Gao Jingyi said. He said that the drug dealer belonged to a drug cartel in Yunnan. He was wanted for a long time without being caught, but he did not expect that he would end up in your hands. Your dad? My dad went to the hospital to see you the day before yesterday. Gao Jingyi curled his lips, dissatisfied with Zhou Hao's hindsight. It's your Mayor Gao. Mayor Gao. Zhou Hao was really surprised when he heard this. It turns out that Mayor Gao is your father. Gao Jingyi glared at him slightly, as if saying that you only know now. Zhou Hao thought in his heart that none of the girls he knew were from ordinary people except Wang Shijuan. The most prominent was Zhao Yuqin. Her father was a member of the Central Committee and her brother was a military commander. And Situ Jianying, who was rampant in the second middle school before, had the simplest background. But when Gao Jingyi heard her father say that Zhou Hao was fighting with the vicious drug dealer at home and finally killed the drug dealer, her heart was still shocked. Because in her impression, Zhou Hao was an unknown student besides getting better grades. I don't know why he suddenly became so brave and even killed people. Now looking at Zhou Hao in school uniform, Gao Jingyi can hardly imagine how he defeated the drug dealer. Don't think of me as a panda. Zhou Hao faced Gao Jingyi's curious and suspicious gaze, suddenly a little unnatural. If you look at me like this, others will think you like me. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, Gao Jingyi immediately sipped him. Please don't be so narcissistic, okay? With such a smile, her face was not as cold and difficult to approach as before. At this time, Zhou Hao saw Lu Shichao next to him playing guessing cards with Luo Hui in front. I saw Luo Hui randomly drew a card from a stack of cards and let Lu Shichao guess. If he guessed correctly, he would be able to beat Luo Hui, otherwise he would be beaten by Luo Hui. Lu Shichao's forehead was knocked on the forehead by Luo Hui more than 10 times, and finally said to Zhou Hao with a bitter face, "Zhou Hao, if you are a brother, please save me." Luo Hui turned to Zhou Hao immediately. "It's okay, but if you guess Zhou Hao you lose, you have to let Jingyi fight." Zhou Hao looked at Gao Jingyi, and Gao Jingyi immediately squeezed a fist. "What to see? Don't expect me to be merciful." Zhou Hao had to laugh. If I guess it right, can I also hit Gao Jingyi? Luo Hui and Gao Jingyi looked at each other, and Gao Jingyi nodded. Yes. So Luo Hui shuffled the cards excitedly, and then drew a card from the center with his back, facing Zhou Hao. Okay, guess it. Zhou Hao stared at the back of the playing card. A subtle feeling suddenly appeared in his heart, and he said, 10 of clubs. Luo Hui and Gao Jingyi's expressions changed, but Lu Shichao couldn't wait to take the playing cards in Luo Hui's hand to take a look, and it turned out to be a club 10. He immediately said excitedly, Haha, Zhou Hao guessed right, you lost. The two women didn't expect Zhou Hao to get it right. Luo Hui shook her head again and again. This game doesn't count. Let's do it again. She stared at Zhou Hao with wide eyes. Do you dare to do another game? Zhou Hao shrugged. Luo Hui shuffled the cards again and drew a card from it. Well, you guess again. Once again, focusing on looking at the back of the playing card, Zhou Hao felt that kind of feeling again in his heart. Is it Jack of Spades? Luo Hui and Gao Jingyi were really stunned this time. Gao Jingyi looked at Zhou Hao in amazement. How did you guess? Luo Hui also turned the playing cards, and it turned out to be Jack of Spades. Seeing that Jack of Spades, Zhou Hao was also shocked. He felt that his intuition was accurate before, but he didn't expect to be so sharp. He secretly thought, I didn't have such a strong intuition before. Is this also true? Ability. He said to Luo Hui and Gao Jingyi. Let's do it again. I don't know how I guessed it myself. This time Gao Jingyi personally shuffled the cards, and then drew one out, and said to Zhou Hao, come on. Zhou Hao looked at the playing cards and guessed that it was the King of Diamonds, but he deliberately said, it's the Ace of Hearts. Gao Jingyi smiled and turned the card around. Haha, you guessed it wrong. However, that playing card is really a King of Diamonds. Damn, this is too mysterious. Zhou Hao shouted in his heart, but he didn't show any clues on his face. Instead, he smiled at Gao Jingyi. So it seems that it was a coincidence just now. Gao Jingyi smiled and said, since you lost this time, even if it was even before, you don't have to beat me and I don't have to beat you. After that, Zhou Hao turned around to prepare for class. At this time, Zhou Hao was not in the mood to joke with Gao Jingyi, secretly wondering if his super intuition was a supernatural ability. In order to test, he borrowed the deck of cards from Luo Hui, shuffled it a few times, and then concentrated on looking at the back of the top card, guessing what it was in his mind, and then turned it over to look at the front of the card. As a result, Zhou Hao tried dozens of times, but only 3 or 4 times were wrong guesses. The accuracy of his intuition actually reached more than 90%. Damn, that's amazing, Zhou Hao said in his heart. But this is also a good and harmless thing for himself. At least in the future, I can sense it in advance, and my life will be more guaranteed. Not long after, teacher Karen came, and Zhou Hao quickly put away his playing cards and listened to the class seriously. When school was over in the afternoon, Li Ruolin found Zhou Hao and said, Zhou Hao, during the 2 days you were away from school, the school is going to let the junior high school also carry out evening courses. Do you want to participate? Zhou Hao then remembered that in his last life, the school also allowed the junior high school to study late at this time, and he also participated in order to study. However, for him now, the knowledge of middle school and even university is not difficult, and this evening cultivation is dispensable, and he does not want to waste his time on evening cultivation. So he said, Ms. Li, I don't want to participate in this evening repair. Then I won't force you, Li Ruolin said. But I hope you can come back to school tonight. I want to help you make up for the 2 days of class tonight. In the class, Li Ruolin shook her head. It will affect other classmates in the class. Go to the office to find me. I will be on duty there. So Zhou Hao returned to school after going home for dinner. He didn't go to the classroom either, so he went to the English teaching and research office to look for Li Ruolin. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening when Zhou Hao arrived. Some of the other teachers went home, and some went to their class to conduct evening repairs. In the teaching and research room with more than a dozen desks, only Li Ruolin was sitting alone. There. Ms. Li, have you eaten yet? Zhou Hao asked, sitting beside Li Ruolin. Teacher has already eaten. Thank you for your concern. Li Ruolin pulled her hair from her temples. Her quiet face was very charming. In the past 2 days, all teachers and other subjects focused on reviewing, and only me. English has opened a new course, and the content is not too much. As he spoke, She took out the textbook and the notebook she used to prepare lessons for Zhou Hao to counsel. The two of them were sitting at their desks. Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin were very close. The fragrance of Li Ruolin's toilet water penetrated into Zhou Hao's nose from time to time, and it was mixed with her own body scent, which made him feel relaxed and happy. Zhou Hao was not listening to the knowledge content Li Ruolin said, and Li Ruolin was all in his mind. At this distance, Zhou Hao could even see the fine hairs on Li Ruolin's face and the white and delicate skin under her neck. Li Ruolin didn't notice Zhou Hao's small movements at all and diligently helped him make up lessons. Zhou Hao recovered from Li Ruolin's fragrance until the rest bell for late repairs came from outside. He really felt happy and not knowing the passage of time. Li Ruolin looked at his watch and said to Zhou Hao, "You go for a walk first. The teacher will go to the classroom to see them and come back here after the second night repair." Zhou Hao nodded and walked out of the teaching and research room a little bit reluctantly, but thought that he could come and be alone with Li Ruolin for a while, so he was relieved. He left the office building and walked to the playground over there. In the deep night, a round of crescents hung on it, and the bright white light spread down, reflecting the shining sand on the playground. At this time, Yuning Middle School was building an indoor gymnasium on the open space east of the playground. It was late at night. The workers had already left work. The gymnasium, surrounded by nets and bamboo rafts, seemed to be eaten by people in the dark, like a huge monster. When passing by, Zhou Hao suddenly saw a few figures flashing in the pitch-black gymnasium, as well as the sound of bricks falling to the ground. Zhou Hao didn't care much either. He thought that there were probably workers in the gymnasium. Just as they were about to leave, there was a strong feeling in his heart, as if something was about to happen. Zhou Hao knew that his current intuition was accurate and would not appear for no reason, and this time his intuition should be related to those figures in the gym just now. Therefore, Zhou Hao quickly crossed the fence of the playground and quietly walked into the unfinished gymnasium. The stadium is very dark, and there are cloth nets outside. Even the moonlight can't get in. However, Zhou Hao now has amazing eyesight. Although he can't see things at night like those masters of internal skills in the novel, he can basically see things around him. The gymnasium has only a rough frame, not even walls. The ground is pitted, surrounded by piles of rotors and cement. Zhou Hao looked around carefully. Although the gymnasium had only one floor, the area was very large, and there were a lot of high piles of heads around, blocking Zhou Hao's vision. "Woo!" A depressed voice came from the front, but fortunately the surroundings were relatively quiet. Otherwise, Zhou Hao wouldn't hear it either. Zhou Hao looked at the source of the sound, but there was a whole row of heads turned. He quietly walked over with light steps. When he approached, there were two figures who were bent over, unable to see their faces or what they were doing. Zhou Hao walked around the row of bricks and saw the situation there clearly, and at the same time, he burst into a strong anger. Those are two men. From their clothing, they should be construction workers here. Even if the man in front blocked Zhou Hao's vision, he could still see a figure on the ground that was constantly twisting and resisting, wearing a school uniform from Yuning Middle School. One of the men firmly held the man's hands and covered the man's mouth. The woo that Zhou Hao heard just now was made by the man who was pressed on the ground, and the other man tore the man's clothes frantically. Zhou Hao also saw the snow-white flat abdomen exposed by the man. That man should be a woman. These two workers are obviously going to the girls from Yuning Middle School. Damn, Zhou Hao cursed in his heart. He had read the news before he was reborn. He said that a female college student was gang raped by 4 migrant workers when he passed a construction site after school at night, and that female college student later, also out of shame and anger, he committed suicide by jumping off the building. Zhou Hao didn't expect that something like this would happen in Yuning Middle School. He picked up a brick and walked over in silence. When he came to the worker in front, the worker didn't notice it. Zhou Hao didn't hesitate. He raised the brick and slapped the worker on the back of the head. This is just an ordinary yellow brick with a relatively crisp texture. Under the violent impact, the yellow brick broke into 2 pieces at once, and the worker did not hum and fell directly onto the girl below. The worker holding down the girl saw that his partner had fallen. Before he could react, Zhou Hao hit his chin with an uppercut, kicking him into the air, and fell to the ground with his back down. Has fainted. Woo, help, help. The ground whimpered and called out. She tried to push away the worker who had fainted on her body, but due to excessive fright, she lost all energy and tried a few times. No success. Don't worry, it's okay. Zhou Hao tried to make his voice softer than Hao, so as not to frighten the girl, and at the same time pulled away the unconscious worker. It was also at this time that he saw the appearance of this unlucky girl, who turned out to be Gao Jingyi. Gao Jingyi's hair was messy, her face was full of tears, and her whole body was trembling. Her school uniform jacket was torn off, and her shirt was torn. Only a piece of pink-blue underwear was left on her upper body, which brought down her primordial things. Wrapped up, the exposed skin was very white, but it was stained with dust, and it seemed to be devoid of beauty. Zhou Hao looked at her pants and saw that the school uniform pants were still intact. It seemed that the two thugs had not succeeded yet, and he was slightly relieved. Gao Jingyi was obviously frightened. She couldn't recognize Zhou Hao for a while, and just kept screaming help. Zhou Hao couldn't bear to see that she was so embarrassed nowadays, who was aloof. He helped Gao Jingyi up, took off his school uniform, and put it on her, comforting her. Gao Jingyi, it's okay, Gao Jingyi. Seeing Gao Jingyi still desperate, Zhou Hao took her seriously. He patted his face a few times and called out at the same time, Gao Jingyi, Gao Jingyi. After a while, Gao Jingyi finally woke up. She exclaimed, ah, and murmured after seeing Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao. Great, you finally woke up. Zhou Hao breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Gao Jingyi would have a mental breakdown because of what happened just now, and he would never recover. Gao Jingyi looked around, and only after seeing the two workers on the ground who did not know anything about them, he was sure that he was safe. With a wow, she threw herself into Zhou Hao's arms and burst into tears, venting all the fear in her heart. Zhou Hao gently patted her back, comforting her softly. Cry, cry, cry all. It's okay, don't worry, you are okay. After crying for a long time, Gao Jingyi raised her head in embarrassment, but her face was mixed with tears and dust, making her look like a cat with a painted face. Zhou Hao wanted to wipe it for her, but found that he didn't bring a tissue, so he said, if you don't mind, just wipe it on my clothes. I usually use it for wiping my nose anyway. Gao Jingyi, who had just experienced this kind of emergency, was pushed by Zhou Hao's words and laughed. Who used the clothes you wiped your nose? She said like this, but she still put Zhou Hao on herself. The clothes on his body wiped his face. But when she moved like this, the skin under her neck and lower abdomen was exposed in Zhou Hao's eyes. Zhou Hao thought, if you let the boys who like Gao Jingyi in the school know that I saw her body, I'm afraid they will chase me desperately. As the surrounding environment was very dark, Gao Jingyi did not notice Zhou Hao's unruly look. Zhou Hao helped her stand up. Why are you caught here by those two guys? I originally wanted to go to the toilet while get out of class was over, but two people rushed over and caught me right after passing by. Thinking of the situation just now, Gao Jingyi still had lingering fears and wanted not Zhou Hao to come and rescue him in time. I was afraid that I would be ruined by these two workers. When she thought of this, she trembled in fear. At the same time, she couldn't help taking a peek at Zhou Hao, and suddenly felt that Zhou Hao was very handsome. The face is even more charming now. Zhou Hao also said, I saw a few figures flashing here just now when I passed by, so I just came in and took a look. Fortunately, I came in time. My instinct was really accurate. Not only could I avoid danger, but also save others. He looked at Gao Jingyi's tattered clothes. You can't go back to the classroom like this. I'll take you to Teacher Li's place and notify your dad. By the way, what do you want to do with these two guys? Or leave it to the police? Mentioning these two unruly workers, Gao Jingyi gritted her teeth. She picked up a brick piled beside her and wanted to throw it at them, but saw that the entire row of yellow bricks suddenly collapsed here. Be careful. Zhou Hao immediately pulled Gao Jingyi over, and the collapsed bricks buried the two workers. Seeing this change, Gao Jingyi's heart throbbed and thumped. If it weren't for Zhou Hao to pull herself, she would have been injured now. At this time, she suddenly realized that she was leaning against Zhou Hao's arms. Don't worry. Zhou Hao quickly let go of her. No, it doesn't matter. Gao Jingyi's face was flushed, but it was not obvious because of the darkness. Recalling the feeling of leaning in Zhou Hao's arms just now, she thought to herself that Zhou Hao's chest was quite strong and warm. The two left the gymnasium and went to the office building. Since it was already the second night of the repair, there was no one on the playground and school road, which saved Gao Jingyi's embarrassment. With her usual arrogant image at school, if she were to let others know that she had encountered such a thing, the rumors would make her unbearable. When he came to the English teaching and research room, Li Ruolin wondered why Zhou Hao was so late. But when he saw him coming in with Gao Jingyi, who was not dressed properly, she was shocked. She immediately went to help Gao Jingyi and said, "What's the matter? You guys?" Too. She looked at Zhou Hao and Gao Jingyi suspiciously, and she couldn't help but guess that this might not be the girl Zhou Hao wanted, but she encountered strong resistance. Zhou Hao touched Li Ruolin's skeptical gaze and felt wronged. The key is that he must never leave a bad impression in Li Ruolin's heart. So after supporting Gao Jingyi to sit down, he said to Li Ruolin, "Teacher, it doesn't matter. My business." After Gao Jingyi told Li Ruolin about the matter, Li Ruolin suddenly asked if Gao Jingyi was in serious trouble. She was also a woman, and she naturally knew how much trauma it would cause a girl to encounter such a situation. "Thanks to Zhou Hao, otherwise I won't be able to live anymore." Gao Jingyi cast a grateful look at Zhou Hao. Indeed, if those two guys were going to succeed, she would definitely not be stubborn afterwards. Li Ruolin looked at Zhou Hao with some admiration. "I didn't expect you to be a hero again." In less than a week, Zhou Hao first killed the vicious drug dealer and rescued Gao Jingyi today. Li Ruolin felt that although Zhou Hao was only a junior high school student, his bravery was incomparable to many adults. Immediately afterwards, Li Ruolin notified the principal of the matter, and Gao Jingyi also called her father. Soon, the principal and Gao Jingyi's father Gao Holu arrived one after another, and Situ Li and a few police officers followed Gao Holu. Seeing Gao Jingyi, Gao Holu rushed over to hug her, with a frightened expression on his face. "My dear daughter, are you okay? Worried about my father?" Gao Jingyi was very calm. She hadn't cried since she left the gymnasium. Among all the people present, Zhou Hao was the only one who saw her cry. "Principal Jian, how did you do the security work in your school?" Seeing that his daughter was okay, Gao Holu immediately vented his anger to the principal of Yuning Middle School. "There are so many female students in the school. You let those bravery thugs who have sponsored the sky walk around the campus casually?" In the face of the mayor's power, the principal could only be scolded, and he dared not talk back at all. He only promised that such things would never happen in the future. The two guys must be dealt with seriously, and the engineering team responsible for the construction of the school will also be replaced. Gao Holu said solemnly. Their family only has Gao Jingyi's only daughter, and she loves Gao Jingyi, and Gao Jingyi is knowledgeable, and Gao Holu plans to send her abroad for further study. If Gao Jingyi is really destroyed, then their family will collapse. He turned his head to look at Zhou Hao, with a grateful and cordial smile on his face. "Comrade Xiao Zhou, it is really thanks to you this time. I don't know how to thank you. He was in the hospital than last time." It's much more sincere to visit Zhou Hao. After all, what Zhou Hao saved this time was his precious daughter. "Xiao Hao, where are the two suspects?" Situ Li also asked at this time. "It's in the gymnasium, turned around and buried." Zhou Hao smiled. Situ Li patted Zhou Hao on the shoulder. "Unexpectedly, you only made a great contribution a few days ago, and today you saved Mayor Gao's daughter again. It's really a heroic youth." Everyone praised Zhou Hao, especially Principal Jian, because if Gao Jingyi really had an accident, he would end up as the principal. At this time, I heard Gao Holu say to Principal Jian, "Don't publicize things tonight, so as not to panic the students, but the safety of the school must be ensured in the future." "It must be," Principal Jane said hurriedly. Zhou Hao knew that Gao Holu wouldn't let this matter go out because he didn't want Gao Jingyi to be affected. After that, the two unconscious workers were taken away by the police, and Gao Jingyi was also taken to the hospital by Gao Holu. After all, he was quite frightened. Before he left, Gao Holu thanked Zhou Hao a lot. "Mayor Gao is very optimistic about you." Situ Li smiled at Zhou Hao. "Jinying has been talking about you these past 2 days. If you have time, come to my house for a meal. My wife also wants to see you, so I can meet you in person." "Thank you. I know Uncle Situ. I'm afraid to disturb the uncle and aunt." Zhou Hao replied. "You kid just say some kind words." Situ Li smiled and cursed. "Remember, but give me a call before you come so that our family can prepare." After Situ Li left, Zhou Hao also said to Li Ruolin and Principal Jian, "Ms. Li, Principal Jian, I also want to go home." Principal Jin nodded and said to Zhou Hao, "Student Zhou Hao, you did a good job this time to protect the safety of Gao Jingyi. But you also heard Mayor Gao's words just now. Don't tell anyone about this." At this time, Li Ruolin also said, "I just forgot to tell you that this Saturday our class will go camping in Choning Mountain for an autumn tour." "I know." Zhou Hao said goodbye to Li Ruolin and left the office building. Walking out of the school gate, a gust of night breeze came over, refreshing Zhou Hao's spirits. Thinking back to what happened just now, today is really unpredictable. If I didn't leave the hospital early, come to school to make up classes at night, and pass the gym accidentally, Gao Jingyi's fate is unpredictable. Zhou Hao even wondered if Gao Jingyi in her previous life was really ruined by those two workers in junior high school, and it was probably for this reason that she never made a boyfriend. All thanks to his intuition, Zhou Hao thought in his heart, but I wonder if this intuition has any other effect besides foreseeing danger? At this moment, he happened to pass by a small shop selling welfare lottery tickets, and he had an idea, or try buying a lottery ticket. When he thought of doing it, he turned and walked towards that shop. At this time, the welfare lottery was still relatively simple. Zhou Hao chose the way of choosing his own numbers. After thinking about it for a while, he chose 6 numbers plus a special number. Zhou Hao only bought one, and he was in the mood to try it, so naturally he would not invest too much money. Seeing that Zhou Hao was learning from others to buy lottery tickets at such a young age, the proprietress of the small shop gave him a bit of advice. Zhou Hao just responded with a smile, and at the same time looked at the notice board in front of the shop. It said that this issue of the welfare lottery, the current bonus and the prize pool bonus amounted to more than 6 million. Putting the lottery ticket in the bag, Zhou Hao continued to walk towards the house. However, as soon as he took 2 steps, Zhou Hao felt as if he was being watched by a cold gaze. After these few days, he already knew how sharp his intuition was, so there must be someone watching around here. Yourself, even tracking yourself. Zhou Hao's heart shuddered, and he didn't look around recklessly. Instead, he continued to walk forward casually. However, what he was walking was not the direction home, because he couldn't bring the danger home. He moved faster and faster, and finally turned into a small park nearby. Because it was getting late, there were no visitors in the small park. Under the dim street lights, the small park looked very horrible. Not long after Zhou Hao moved into the small park, a tall man also followed in. I saw him wearing a dark blue sportswear, a duckbill feather on his head, and a local newspaper in Xiangqing in his hand. The report on it was Zhou Haoyong's fight against drug dealers. After moving to the small park, the man found that Zhou Hao was missing, so he looked around anxiously. "Who are you? What are you doing with me?" Zhou Hao's voice suddenly came from behind. The man immediately turned around and saw Zhou Hao standing there, staring at him coldly. When Zhou Hao saw that it was his own business that was published in the newspaper in his hand, he sneered, "I don't think you are here to ask me to sign." "Huh." The man threw the newspaper on the ground. "You killed the drug dealer, right?" "Yes, so what?" "How?" The man chuckled. "That's my brother." Zhou Hao was shocked when he heard this. This man had come for revenge. Moreover, Zhou Hao had heard Zhao Yuqin say that the drug dealer he killed belonged to a drug cartel in Yunnan. This man spoke with a strong Yunnan accent, and he thought he was also a member of the cartel. Right now, Zhou Hao became vigilant. If this man was also a drug dealer, he was probably also carrying a gun. "I didn't like this brother very much. If you kill it, you will kill it," the man said at this time. "But you have caused us to lose more than 1 million yuan worth of powder. Also, Peter has always used cash with my brother. It was a deal, but the police only mentioned that they had seized the white powder, but did not mention the money." He stared at Zhou Hao. "Did you take the money?" "What kind of money you said, I don't know." Zhou Hao denied it. "I didn't see the foreigner carrying money that day." The man stretched his hand to his waist and said, "You will hand over the money obediently. I think you will forgive you if you are a kid and don't understand. Otherwise, I will kill you." Zhou Hao didn't know this man, but he knew that the drug dealer's words could never be believed. Before the man pulled out the gun, Zhou Hao rushed forward and kicked the man's hand with his foot, kicking the gun out of his hand. The little guy is pretty good. The man was slightly startled and stopped picking up the gun. He raised his palm and hit Zhou Hao's chest. The man's movements were extremely fast. Even if Zhou Hao's eyes could see clearly, he had to be surprised by the thunderous blow. Before he could dodge, Zhou Hao could only raise his hands to block his chest. Hearing a bang sound, Zhou Hao was beaten back several steps by the man's palm, and his arms were numb and painful. He looked at the man and was surprised. This guy has a lot of strength. But seeing the man was also very surprised, looked at his palm suspiciously, and said to himself, "This kid doesn't fall down?" He frowned, then took 2 steps forward, attacking Zhou Hao with 2 fists up and down. The numbness on Zhou Hao's arms hadn't disappeared. Seeing that the man had attacked, he squatted hurriedly. The man's fist hit a thick tree behind Zhou Hao. Seeing that the tree broke and fell with a crack, Zhou Hao was shocked when he saw this, and subconsciously touched his neck, thinking that this man could actually break the tree with his bare hands. Could it be the legendary martial arts master? Zhou Hao didn't care about his manners immediately. A lazy donkey rolled around and hid beside him, picking up the pistol on the ground with his eyes and hands. Without hesitation, Zhou Hao shot the man twice, because this man was too dangerous for him. This is the second time that Zhou Hao has used a pistol. Although he can't say what marksmanship is, he still has the confidence to hit the man at such a close distance. However, the man's vigilance and agility greatly exceeded Zhou Hao's expectations. Almost at the same time he fired the shot, the man stepped to the side and flipped, lightly dodged the 2 shots. Damn, so powerful. Zhou Hao gritted his teeth and shot the man again while his body was still in the air. It's just that this man's skill is really incredible. With no help in the air, he can actually make his body rotate, which can withstand the bullet. Moreover, while the man was spinning, he threw something at Zhou Hao and hit Zhou Hao's right hand with a gun. Zhou Hao's pistol fell to the ground under the pain. He looked down and saw that the man threw a lighter. The man had fallen to the ground. He was angry that Zhou Hao shot himself at him, and his eyes were fierce when he looked at Zhou Hao. With his feet on the ground, he rushed towards Zhou Hao like a tiger. Zhou Hao was shocked. He had already seen the strength of this man just now. If he was beaten up by him, even if his body was much stronger than ordinary people, he couldn't bear it. He quickly rolled to the side so that the man rushed to the air and shouted loudly, "Help! Murder! The drug dealer murdered!" Zhou Hao's voice spread far away. There were several residential buildings near the small park. The man was taken aback by Zhou Hao's shouts. The domestic crackdown on drug trafficking activities was very severe. He was afraid that Zhou Hao would welcome the police. When he comes, he can't get out. He glanced at Zhou Hao bitterly, then ran to the dim place over there quickly and disappeared in an instant. Seeing the man running away, Zhou Hao, who was sitting on the ground, let out a long sigh. Thinking of the fight with a man just now, and hopefully looking at the discounted tree over there, Zhou Hao felt a moment of fear, thinking that there are real martial arts masters in reality, and that man's kung fu is obviously not the tangible things on TV. Really colorful, but a veritable martial arts. Being jealous of such a person, Zhou Hao was really a little bit scared. He didn't expect that more than $100,000 would actually recruit such a terrifying person. However, Zhou Hao never thought of handing over the money, because all the money had been invested in the stock market, and he knew that even if he handed over the money, the man would never let him go. He stood up and came to a palm tree with the same thick mouth. Shun Xinyun let out a sigh of luck, and then hit the tree with all his strength. I saw the palm tree swayed by him, making a rustling sound, but it didn't break. Zhou Hao touched his painful fist. His strength was indeed much stronger than the average person, but he was far behind that man. Picking up the pistol on the ground, Zhou Hao weighed it and put it in his school bag. He is not a fan of military affairs and has no research on firearms, so he doesn't know what model the pistol is, but it is also good to use it for self-defense, lest the man is unprepared when he comes back. Zhou Hao concentrated his mind for a moment. He felt that no one was following him before going home. He decided to visit Situ Li's house tomorrow. On the one hand, he was invited by Situ Li, and on the other hand, he wanted to tell the man about the man. He hoped that with the help of the police, he could catch the man so that his safety would not be threatened. The next day, Zhou Hao called Situ Li and said that he would go to their house in the evening. Situ Li agreed with a smile, and at the same time asked him to go to the second middle school after school and pick Situ Jinying back with him. After school in the afternoon, Zhou Hao came to the door of number 2 middle school, and after a while, he saw Wang Shijuan and Situ Jinying come out. To Zhou Hao's surprise, Situ Jinying and Wang Shijuan came out together holding hands. They looked very friendly and kind, and at first glance they thought they were confidants for many years. You? Zhou Hao looked at the two women who came before him, unable to accept the change in their relationship for a while. Wang Shijuan smiled at Zhou Hao. Jianying apologized to me for the past. We are now good friends. Zhou Hao looked at Situ Jianying suspiciously and listened to Situ Jianying whispering. What I did before was too bad. My dad also taught me a lesson, so I decided to change my mistakes in the future. Zhou Hao, you are going to see her father at Jianying's house now. Wang Shijuan said. Jianying has already told me. Then you don't need to accompany me back today. Also, don't be rude when you see Uncle Situ. After that, he waved to Situ Jianying and went back alone. Zhou Hao looked at Wang Shijuan's back, then turned to look at Situ Jianying with a smile on his face. He didn't believe Situ Jianying's words just now. Situ Li was very fond of her daughter. If he could teach Situ Jian well, she would never have been so rampant before. Wang Shijuan was already far away at this time, and Situ Jianying hugged Zhou Hao's arm and squeezed him with his fullness intentionally or unintentionally. Zhou Hao was taken aback. He didn't expect that Situ Jianying would dare to be so close to him at the school gate. If someone told Wang Shijuan, he would be in trouble. So he wanted to take out his hand, but Situ Jianying hugged him tighter and looked at him bitterly. Zhou Hao, I miss you. Touching Situ Jianying's endless mice-eye Danfeng eyes, Zhou Hao couldn't hold on. He just let Situ Jianying hold him, and the two left the second middle school together. When the two passed through a quiet alley, Zhou Hao scratched the bridge of her nose. If you let Shijun know, then I will be in trouble. In harmony, after a long time, the two people who were like rubber knees separated. Situ Jianying's cheeks flushed, her temples were messy, her breathing was a bit rapid, and Danfeng's narrow eyes were full of water, and she was lying softly in Zhou Hao's arms. Zhou Hao helped her straighten out the hair on the sideburns. You made good friends with Shijuan on purpose. Situ Jianying nodded slightly and pressed his face to Zhou Hao's chest. I know that Wang Shijuan's position in your heart is very important. If I want to follow you, I have to befriend her. After hearing her words, Zhou Hao was also taken aback. He didn't expect this girl to have this kind of consciousness. Aren't you jealous? Of course I'm jealous. Situ Jianying glared at Zhou Hao and didn't dare to be too presumptuous. But what about being jealous? Who told me to like you? Who told me to be willing to be your concubine? Her voice became lighter. I don't know why you like me yet. Zhou Hao scratched his head. Situ Jianying raised his head. Because only you dare to hit me. You are too masculine compared to those only tortoise eggs, and you blocked the bullet for me that day. Later I thought, no one else will do this for me in my life. Zhou Hao thought that bullet was worth it. Moreover, my dad has a lot of lovers besides my mom. My mom actually knows it, but she is very smart and knows that stalking will make it easier to lose her man, so she opened one eye and closed one eye. This makes my dad cherish my mom even more. My mom taught me the same way. It's like fishing to men. You must not only know how to collect, but also how to release. Situ Jianying said. After hearing Situ Jianying's words, Zhou Hao couldn't help but respect her mother in his heart. Auntie, thank you. You taught a good daughter. I heard from my dad that you saved Mayor Gao's daughter last night. Situ Jianying gently touched Zhou Hao's chest with her little hand. I heard that she was almost done by 2 migrant workers. She rescued it. Zhou Hao nodded. Don't tell anyone about this. Understood. My dad also told me not to speak out. Situ Jianying said. But I have also seen Gao Jingyi, a person who can pretend, and this incident can be regarded as a lesson. There was still something in her words. Gloating over misfortune, he suddenly looked at Zhou Hao again. But if you save her, will she have a good impression on you too? No way. Zhou Hao is also moved in his heart. She is not like the kind of person who easily has a good impression of others. I don't care. Situ Jianying pursed her lips. You and Wang Shijuan can be with the Zhao sister that day, but you can't be with Gao Jingyi. Zhou Hao was a little sweaty. Where did you say it? It's sister and brother love between me and Sister Zhao. Sister and brother's love? Situ Jianying touched Zhou Hao's crotch with his thigh. You treat her as a sister, so I'm afraid she will treat you as a love brother. Nonsense. Zhou Hao scowled and slapped Situ Jianying again. But Zhao Yuqin couldn't help but think of Zhao Yuqin's more mature and seductive figure than Situ Jianying. The Situ Li family lived in the newly built municipal government family building. covering an area of more than 100 square meters, and the decoration was simple and generous. When Zhou Hao and Situ Jianying arrived, Situ Li was off work, and Situ Jianying's mother Dong Hongrui was also preparing dinner in the kitchen. Dong Hongrui worked in the Xiangqing City Health Bureau. She was originally a doctor in the Municipal People's Hospital. Later, Situ Li was afraid that she was too hard in the hospital, so she was transferred to the Health Bureau, where work is relatively easy. After Zhou Hao arrived, Situ Li and Dong Hongrui both came out to greet him, which made Zhou Hao very flattered. What a handsome child. Dong Hongrui praised Zhou Hao again and again after seeing Zhou Hao. Xiao Hao, your injury is not a major problem, right? You are injured because you want to protect Jianying Kai. Our family doesn't know what to do. Thank you, Auntie said seriously. Zhou Hao said quickly. After greeting each other, Dong Hongrui went back to the kitchen, but saw that Situ Jianying also put down his school bag and went in to help. Dong Hongrui saw that her daughter, who had never been in the kitchen, took the initiative to help this time, and said in surprise, "Oh, Jianying, how come you suddenly understood to come and help today? Didn't you say that you hate the kitchen most?" Situ Jianying took a peek at Zhou Hao, who was sitting with Situ Li outside, and then said to Dong Hongrui, "Mom, you will teach me more cooking in the future." Dong Hongrui was smart and stretched out his head to take a look at Zhou Hao outside. "You girl, I'm afraid you have a sweetheart. Do you want to learn to be a lady?" "Mom, what are you talking about? People are a lady, okay?" Situ Jianying said, but his face was red. "It's okay to let my mother teach you cooking, but you have to promise me that you can fall in love, but don't overdo it. You are only 15 years old and not enough. I don't want you to be harmed. Once something goes wrong, it will last a lifetime." Dong Hongrui solemnly said to Situ Jianying, and at the same time very curious about Zhou Hao, because she knew how unruly her daughter was. But now she can learn to be a lady for Zhou Hao, showing Zhou Hao's energy, much bigger than my parents. Situ Jianying blushed at Dong Hongrui's words. Thinking of the fiery kiss with Zhou Hao just now, her heartbeat started to beat faster, but she promised her mother, "Mom, I know, your daughter knows how to protect myself." That's what she said, but she thought that if Zhou Hao really wanted to eat herself, she couldn't refuse. On the other side, Situ Li also said to Zhou Hao, "Xiao Hao, did Mayor Gao's daughter go to school today?" Zhou Hao shook his head. "She is on sick leave, and it is estimated that she will be back tomorrow." In fact, a teenage girl encountered such a thing. It is indeed difficult to recover immediately. What about the two workers? How about them? Up. It's just a little hurt. Situ Li smiled. But these two guys dare to hit Mayor Gao's daughter. It is estimated that the sentence of 20 or 30 years will not escape. You know they gave it. What did you say in the confession? He said to Zhou Hao. They said that those female students can only be enjoyed by high-ranking officials and rich people. If you can taste the taste of female students, it is worth the death penalty. Up. Damn, it's so daring. Zhou Hao curled his lips. By the way, Uncle Situ, I have something very important to tell you. What's up? Zhou Hao said. I was followed when I went back last night. What? Situ Li was taken aback by Zhou Hao's words, and he listened to Zhou Hao sternly said, I found out that after being followed, I deliberately led him to the small park near the school. Later, the guy said I killed him. Little brother. Situ Li said strangely. Did you kill his brother? It's the bald drug dealer. Yesterday that guy was the bald brother, and he was also a drug dealer. Zhou Hao explained. He said that I not only caused them to lose the drugs, but also gave the foreigner the money used to buy drugs. Take it, let me hand in the money. But I haven't taken any money at all. Originally, Zhou Hao didn't want to mention the money, but he thought that if the man was caught yesterday, it would be impossible to guarantee. He won't tell about the money. So Zhou Hao planned to act first, proactively mentioning and denying that he took the money. Anyway, he had Situ Jianying as a testimony. Doesn't Situ Li even believe his daughter? And even if the man really said he took the money after he was arrested, the police would think that he was framing Zhou Hao. As soon as Situ Li heard Zhou Hao say that the man was also a drug dealer, he immediately became nervous. He really believed that Zhou Hao did not take the foreigner's money, and that he was most concerned about the man last night. After the police investigation, it has been determined that Baldu is a member of a cross-border drug cartel in Yunnan. Now his brother is here again. If Situ Li can catch the man and even disintegrate the drug cartel, He will be the head of the city's public security bureau. The seat may move upward. So, Situ quickly asked Zhou Hao, "What does that man look like?" "Just tall and thin. He looks very ordinary, and I don't see any features such as scar tattoos on his face." Zhou Hao said, "But that guy knows martial arts, and he can break thick trees with his bare hands. I was almost killed by him yesterday." "Well, martial arts?" Situ pondered for a moment. For martial arts, he also knew that this exists in reality. He had seen the guards around the provincial party committee secretary before. All of them were extraordinary martial artists. "It seems that I have to study it with the bureau. This guy is both a drug dealer and martial arts. It is too dangerous. I also hope to catch that guy as soon as possible." Zhou Hao said. "At this time, I heard," Situ said, "it's really busy now, and Mayor Gao said that a group of Japanese people will come to our city in 2 months, saying they are inspecting the investment environment. Mayor Gao means let us in the bureau ensure the safety of these foreign businessmen." "Japanese?" Zhou Hao frowned, and then he was shocked. Why did I forget? He remembered that in the last life, a group of Japanese and the Xiangqing government invested in a large-scale car. The production base for engines and related accessories is located on the wasteland outside of Xiangqing City, covering an area of nearly 1 million square meters. In Shuahua village on the edge of the wasteland, the fields of several villagers were also in the construction of the production base. After several negotiations with the government and the Japanese, each household received more than 1 million compensation. According to the memory of the previous life, those Japanese will not confirm their investment intentions with the government until April or May next year, and only sign the land acquisition contract in July. If they can buy a few plots of land before the news leaks, they will be able to have made a lot of money from the Japanese. After all, it is still a wasteland, and it will not cost much to buy it. And Zhou Hao's money invested in the stock market can be returned in December, so it is not difficult to buy land. Situ Li, who was next to him, did not expect that his words would arouse Zhou Hao's thoughts. Seeing Zhou Hao in a daze, he thought Zhou Hao was worried about the drug dealer last night, so he comforted him. "Don't worry, he will definitely be arrested as soon as possible." Zhou Hao recovered and responded to Situ Li. Naturally, he couldn't tell Situ Li about those things in his heart. At this time, Dong Hongrui and Situ Jianying were already open for dinner. Situ Li also sat at the dining table with Zhou Hao. They also asked Situ Jianying to bring a bottle of mitai from the cabinet to have a drink with Zhou Hao. "How old is Xiao Hao? Don't harm others," Dong Hongrui said while preparing a cup for Situ Li. "It's okay. Uncle Situ kindly invites me to be accompanied by someone like me. Just a glass." Situ Li laughed. "Xiao Hao still understands what I think. Xiao Hao, my uncle tells you that a man must do big things, and a good drink is absolutely necessary." Zhou Hao deeply believes that. He has also been rolling in the society, knowing that no matter whether it is entertainment or business talks, it is inseparable from wine. This is the unique culture of the Chinese. "Come on, do this glass." Situ Li raised the glass in his hand to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao also raised his glass and touched Situ Li, and then slurped the mitai in the glass, only to feel a scorching sensation spreading from the mouth to the throat, and the internal organs were warm. He took a long sigh. "Good wine. Good drink." Situ Li didn't expect Zhou Hao to be so bold at a young age. Of course, he couldn't be stingy, so he also drank the wine in the glass. "Come on again." After saying that, Zhou Hao filled it up again. Okay, don't drink so much. You two are really good." Dong Hongrui groaned, and Situ Li and Zhou Hao forced Dong Hongrui's female courage to converge after drinking this cup. Dong Hongrui's cooking skills are very good. For dishes and one soup are delicious and delicious. However, Zhou Hao saw that there was still a plate of burnt poached eggs on the table. It didn't look like it was made by Dong Hongrui. I saw Situ Jianying looking at Zhou Hao expectantly. "Zhou Hao, try this poached egg. It's very fresh." Zhou Hao was taken aback for a moment, then picked up a piece and put it in his mouth, only to find that the outside of the poached egg was scorched black, but the yolk inside was half-baked with a faint fishy smell. But when he saw Situ Jianying's expectant look, he swallowed it and said with a strong smile, "You cooked it. It tastes very good." "Really?" Situ Jianying was very happy. "If you like it, just order it as many times as you like." As he said, he put another piece into Zhou Hao's bowl. Zhou Hao couldn't reveal his lie. so he swallowed the poached egg again. But Situ Li next to him saw the clue and patted Zhou Hao on the shoulder. Xiao Hao, Uncle understands your feelings. I had this experience when I went to your aunt's house for dinner. The tone was quite the same. It's the taste of the end of the world. Auntie's cooking skills are the same? Zhou Hao was surprised. He couldn't help but put a piece of Dong Hongrue's braised pork ribs into his mouth. But this rib is delicious. This time it was really delicious. However, there was an unbearable look on Situ Li's face. Oh, I was trained. I am the witness. When I came out of Situ Li's house, the night was already very dark, and the cool night breeze rushed in, blowing away Zhou Hao's two-pointed drinking spirit. Zhou Hao's alcohol intake was not good before he was born again, and usually 2 beers can bring him down. However, Zhou Hao was still sane after working with Situ Li to settle the bottle of Matai with a degree of 40 or 50 degrees. Just now, Situ Li asked if he had a sweetheart after dinner, and he taught himself to focus on school studies. Puppy love has a lot of harm, but no benefit. Recalling Situ Li's cautious appearance, Zhou Hao laughed secretly. How could Zhou Hao not know what Situ Li meant? He had obviously noticed Situ Jianying's strange feelings for Zhou Hao, but Zhou Hao was just a poor student with a poor family. How could he be worthy of the police chief's baby girl? Situ Li was guarding Zhou Hao. At the same time, he warned Zhou Hao tactfully, don't think too much about Situ Jianying. Although Zhou Hao rescued Situ Jianying, the favors belonged to favors, and Situ Li would not use his daughter's lifelong happiness as a bargaining chip to pay back favors. If you let him know that his daughter has been touched by me all the time, and he is willing to be my concubine, I don't know what kind of expression it will be. Zhou Hao smiled secretly in his heart. Not far from the municipal government's family building, Zhou Hao heard the sound of a car horn behind him. When he looked back, he had a Mercedes-Benz look. The dazzling headlights illuminated Zhou Hao's eyes. Then the Benz drove up slowly and stopped beside Zhou Hao. At the same time, the window of the driver's seat was slowly lowered, and he saw Zhao Yuqin sitting there and smiling at Zhou Hao. Why? Even my sister's car can't recognize it. Zhao Yuqin was wearing a light blue dress and a small woolen coat. From Zhou Hao's perspective, he just saw the white skin under her neck and the delicate collarbone. Seeing Zhao Yuqin, Zhou Hao was also very surprised. Sister Zhao, why are you here? A friend lives here and just came to her house to have a meal. Zhao Yuqin said, come on, get in the car, and my sister will take you back. Zhou Hao sat in the passenger seat and said, do you have a friend living here? Hearing that Zhao Yuqin would actually eat at that friend's house, it seems that their relationship must be very close. I don't know if her friend is a male or female. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao felt sour in his heart. Looking at Zhou Hao's a little dull face, Zhao Yuqin giggled and stretched out her hand to pinch his nose. That's a good sister from my college. Where did you think of it? Will you be jealous at this age? The face of Zhou Hao, who was told bluntly, blushed, but still said stiffly, when have I been jealous? Zhao Yuqin started the car and walked forward. It's you? Why did you get out of the government's family building? Haha, I know that Situ Li, the director of the Public Security Bureau, lives in it. Wouldn't you be eating at Situ Jianying's house? Zhou Hao was surprised at Zhao Yuqin's cleverness. Sister Zhao, you guessed it. It must be to see the parents, This time it's my sister's turn to be jealous. Zhao Yuqin pouted. Why don't you see a parent? People don't want me to associate with his daughter. Zhou Hao reached out his hand behind his head and rested his head on it, his expression somewhat self-deprecating. Zhao Yuqin immediately guessed the reason for this and couldn't help but snorted. Dogs look down on people. Xiao Hao, if people are willing, anyway, with our Xiao Hao's terms, some girls will like it in the future. Seeing Zhao Yuqin embracing the injustice for himself, Zhou Hao was moved in his heart, and he couldn't help but said, I don't want other girls to like it, as long as my sister likes me. As soon as he said that, he regretted it himself. How could he be so frivolous? Where's Sister Zhao? Zhao Yuqin had a look on her face, deliberately moved her gaze out of the window, and smiled slightly. Now I have learned how to slick. After a pause, she said again, I heard that you saved Gao Holu's daughter last night. Why everyone knows? Didn't Mayor Gao say that this matter cannot be spread? Zhou Hao gave a wry smile. Zhao Yuqin smiled and said, I know their family well, so I know. When this was said, her face showed a sad expression. You blocked the bullet for Situ Jianying first, and now you save it. I'm Gao Holu's daughter. I just don't know if you will come to rescue my sister when she is in danger. The dim yellow street lamp shining in from outside made Zhao Yuqin's mature and beautiful face add a hazy look, which made Zhou Hao dumbfounded. He said sincerely, "Yes, I will protect my sister if I work hard." Seeing Zhou Hao's solemn expression, the string in Zhao Yuqin's heart suddenly moved, and she stretched out her jade hand and touched Zhou Hao's face. "Sister believes you." For some reason, she always had something unclear to Zhou Hao. It feels that the age difference of the two is supposed to be nearly 10 years, but Zhao Yuqin feels that Zhou Hao has a kind of maturity beyond his age. For some reason, remembering that her father, who is over 60, has been urging her to get married recently, Zhao Yuqin felt irritated and changed the subject. "Xiao Hao, the stocks you let me buy, the increase in the past few days has been reached. 30%, your $150,000 has also rolled to 200,000. If you change it into RMB, you have already earned hundreds of thousands." Zhou Hao also recovered from Zhao Yuqin's upside-down appearance. "I know. I also pay attention." Zhao Yuqin frowned lightly. "Xiao Hao, I mean, hundreds of thousands are a lot for you. It's unusual for the stock market to soar like this. The above also unifies the opinions to rectify vigorously. I think you are it's time to get out." "It's not time yet," Zhou Hao said. "It is only the end of October." He knows that the stock market will rise for more than a month, so he is not in a hurry. "Sister Zhao, don't worry. When the time comes, I will let you put those few the stock was sold." He looked outside with concentrated eyes. "A few 100,000. I won't be so satisfied. I have bigger goals." Seeing the firmness and self-confidence in Zhou Hao's eyes, Zhao Yuqin's breathing suddenly rose slightly, and ripples appeared in the depths of her heart. Zhao Yuqin was originally a strong person, as can be seen from her unceremonious rejection of Fan Li's pursuit. However, when facing Zhou Hao, who was less than 15 years old, she had no choice but to obey his request in the end. "Well, since you insist, I won't persuade you. By the way, Sister Zhao, if I want to buy Hong Kong stocks, can you help me?" Zhou Hao asked. "Hong Kong?" Zhao Yuqin was puzzled. "Do you want to invest in Hong Kong stock market?" Zhou Hao nodded. "Because the sovereignty of Hong Kong will return to China next year, the stock market will definitely fluctuate at that time. I want to take advantage of that time to invest some." In fact, his main goal is the 1997 financial turmoil, but this naturally cannot tell Zhao Yuqin. Zhao Yuqin pondered. However, the Hong Kong stock market at that time will definitely be affected by many factors. Are you so determined to profit from it? Zhou Hao nodded and listened to Zhao Yuqin again. "Okay, my trading company also has an office in Hong Kong. I'll just help you get it then." "Thank you, Sister Zhao," Zhou Hao said sincerely. It is really rare to support herself like Zhao Yuqin without asking for reasons. "One more thing, our school is going to autumn outing this Saturday. I may not be able to come back until Fun Day night. Can you take care of my mom during this time?" "No problem. It's just that Annie is sick." "No, I'm afraid that someone will be against her." So Zhou Hao told Zhao Yuqin about what happened yesterday. "I'm afraid that the man won't find me. He will go to my mother's trouble." Zhao Yuqin was very worried when he heard that he was in danger last night, and at the same time glanced at him grotesquely. "Now you know, drug dealers' money is not so easy to get." She said, "Don't worry, I will look at my aunt. In any case, I have also been in the army. Normally, 3 or 2 men can't get close." "Sister Zhao, have you joined the army?" "You can't see it." Zhao Yuqin was a little proud. "I graduated from the National Defense University and studied information engineering. During that time, I also did missions in the Air Force and Navy." "I really can't see it," Zhou Hao said, and at the same time imagined Zhao Yuqin's brave and heroic posture in military uniform in his mind. "However, that guy can martial arts. You must be careful." Zhao Yuqin smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have a gun license, and my shooting scores in school are also very good. There will be no problem. If it doesn't work, I will let my brother send 2 special soldiers over." When Zhou Hao heard this, he thought with sweat, "You really regard the special forces as your bodyguard." Before he knew it, the car had already come downstairs to Zhou Hao's house. Zhou Hao said to Zhao Yuqin, "Sister Zhao, then I'll go first. Be careful on the road." Then he opened the door. Zhao Yuqin grabbed Zhou Hao's hand and pulled him over, and then kissed him on the cheek with a boom. "Okay." Go back and go to bed early. Seeing Zhou Hao staring at herself in a daze, Zhao Yuqin used his fingers, nodded his head. What are you looking at? It's polite. Don't understand. Don't think about it. Let's go back soon. After speaking, he pushed Zhou Hao out of the car. Seeing Zhou Hao's figure disappearing at the door, she reached out and touched her red and hot cheeks and uttered to herself, I'm not shy. The Mercedes-Benz started again and drove out of the road under the dim street light, leaving a gleam of brilliance. Xiaoning Mountain is a mountain ridge with an altitude of nearly 1,000 meters on the outskirts of Xiangqing City. The mountain has beautiful scenery and lush woods. However, because it is far away from the urban area and sparsely populated, few people set foot on weekdays. Instead, many schools in several nearby cities organize spring and autumn outing Great Place. On Saturday morning, 4 buses stopped in front of the school gate of Yuning Middle School. All the 4 classes of junior and second grades of Yuning Middle School participated in this camping autumn tour to Xiaoning Mountain, accompanied by class teachers and subject teachers, and a director of the school office. Zhou Hao remembers that in his last life, Yuning Middle School organized the pass to Xiaoning Mountain, but that time Zhou Hao failed to make it because of a fever. He could only envy the classmates who came back to talk about the beautiful scenery on Xiaoning Mountain. So this time Zhou Hao will naturally not miss it. When I got on the bus, I found that Lu Shichao and Luo Hui were already sitting in the second-to-last row. Zhou Hao smiled and came to them. Why are you so passionate about adultery? I want to play guessing cards with this fat guy, and I'll slap me if I guess. Luo Hui happily took out a deck of cards. Zhou Hao ignored Lu Shichao, who was begging for help with a grimace, and looked at Gao Jingyi, who was sitting behind them by the window. The seat next to Gao Jingyi was vacant. A boy who had always liked her had the courage to walk over to her and said, Gao Jingyi, is this guy sitting? Gao Jingyi only glanced at him faintly. I'm sorry, this one has some people. Then he saw Zhou Hao, who was still standing in the aisle. A flash of joy flashed in his eyes and said softly, Zhou Hao, sit here. This one is no one. In the end, Zhou Hao sat next to Gao Jingyi under the extremely resentful gaze of the deflated boy and smiled bitterly. Hey, don't you get me wronged like this? Because besides the boy just now, in the car other boys who admired Gao Jingyi, but didn't have the courage to come over also cast their murderous eyes on Zhou Hao. What do you care about them? Gao Jingyi really didn't bother to pay attention to those boys. She said to Zhou Hao, what did you bring to eat this autumn tour? Zhou Hao shrugged. I don't have such a good family background as you. I only brought some sweet potatoes and mushrooms. Well, my mother also prepared 2 canned fish for me in case of emergency. Sweet potatoes? I like simmering sweet potatoes the most. Let's try it later. Gao Jingyi laughed. Okay, but if you eat too much sweet potatoes, you will fart. I can't imagine what a beauty like you would look like when you fart. Gao Jingyi's face immediately flushed, and she couldn't help but beat Zhou Hao twice. You just fart. When Zhou Hao saw that Gao Jingyi had recovered from the last incident, he was very happy for her. And the boys around secretly paying attention to Gao Jingyi's side, seeing that Gao Jingyi not only reserved a seat for Zhou Hao, but now he is so close to him, his eyes are red. It takes more than an hour from the city to Xiaoning Mountain. Along the way, I chatted with Gao Jingyi and looked at Lu Shichao, who was ravaged by Luo Hui. Zhou Hao didn't realize the time was hard. However, what made him most unhappy was Li Rulin in the first row. It was not that Li Rulin upset Zhou Hao, but the mathematics teacher Meng Tingwang sitting next to Li Rulin, who kept teasing Li Rulin to talk, and his expression was flattering. However, Li Rulin didn't catch a cold to him, so she managed to deal with it one way or the other. Zhou Hao has always disliked this Meng Tingwang. He was in his 30s. He was already married and had children, but he still provokes other female teachers in the school from time to time. Looking at his disgusting face, Zhou Hao secretly said in his heart, if you dare to hit Teacher Li, I will never let you go. Near noon, the 4 buses arrived at Xiaoning Mountain. After getting off the bus, Zhou Hao took a deep breath, feeling that the air here was particularly fresh. With the bright blue sky above his head and the beautiful and verdant Xiaoning Mountain in front of him, there are no busy streets and no busy people. Zhou Hao feels refreshed and happy. It's beautiful here. Gao Jingyi also exclaimed when he saw the beauty. All right, classmates, take your luggage. We are going to the mountain. Li Rulin organized the students in her class. Be careful not to throw your garbage on the mountain. You are students of Yuning Middle School. Don't be ashamed of the school. As a result, the students in the 4 classes went up the mountain one after another. There is a stone road paved with bluestone on the Cheoning Mountain. It will not be difficult to go up. You can also enjoy the mountain scenery along the way. However, the stone road leading to the top of the mountain is 5 or 6 kilometers long, which is a lot of physical test. Lu Shichao stopped panting and rested before he finished a half-and-a-half walk. Luo Hui next to him beat him fiercely. Lu Shichao's head reluctantly said, "You are really useless, a fat pig. You can't stand it at such a distance." Under Luo Hui's slash, Lu Shichao reluctantly stepped forward again. Looking at Lu Shichao and Luo Hui, the pair of Huanqi friends, Gao Jingyi at the back couldn't help but smile, and at the same time envied them. She couldn't help but looked at Zhou Hao next to her. Zhou Hao noticed that Gao Jingyi's expression was strange and said, "Are you tired? Would you like to take a break?" Gao Jingyi shook her head quickly. "No need, go ahead." She raised her foot and walked forward, but her left foot was suddenly tripped by the stone slab behind her. She exclaimed, "Ah," and her body was about to move forward. Fall down. Just when she thought she was about to fall to the ground, a powerful arm appeared in front of her, and she firmly grasped her shoulders to lift her up, and Zhou Hao's concerned voice came from her ear. "Gao Jingyi, you are fine." "Right." Gao Jingyi, who had already stood firm, realized that Zhou Hao was supporting herself, and her face flushed again. I'm fine." "It's fine, be careful." Zhou Hao let her go, lest she be embarrassed. The two hurried to catch up with the person in front, but they stopped talking, and the atmosphere between each other was inexplicably ambiguous. The camping site is on a jintel, on the side of the Cheoning Mountain. There are not many trees open here, and the scenery below the mountain is covered. Many tourists like to stay here, and a small pavilion was built with wooden beams. The camping tents are uniformly issued by the school. They are camouflage military tents, strong and easy to use. The students in the class were all divided into groups of 4, and Zhou Hao naturally joined Gao Jingyi, Lu Shichao, and Luo Hui. After the director of the school affairs office said something to pay attention to safety, the groups began to get busy. The first is to set up tents. Zhou Hao had participated in field trips in college before and had experience in this area, so it didn't take long to set up 2 tents in his group. Seeing Zhou Hao set up the tent so skillfully and quickly, in addition to Lu Shichao's admiration again and again, Gao Jingyi's gaze looked at him a little more brilliant. As for the other groups, due to inexperience, even the teachers were at a loss for what to do with their tents. In the end, Zhou Hao was willing to help or guide dozens of tents. "Zhou Hao, I didn't expect you to be so good." After helping Li Ruolin and another female teacher set up the tent, Li Ruolin praised Zhou Hao with a smile. With her compliment, Zhou Hao felt that even hard work was worth it. Then, Zhou Hao and Lu Shichao picked up a lot of dead branches from nearby, while Gao Jingyi and Luo Hui had already made a simple small stove with a small pot on it. Lu Shichao brought beef balls, ham, and a few packets of instant noodles. Luo Hui brought chicken wings and chicken legs, as well as various snacks such as chocolate and fudge, while Gao Jingyi brought a few packets of instant bacon, some compressed biscuits. There is even a whole cut and marinated chicken and a packet of herbal soup. Seeing Zhou Hao and the others looking at herself in amazement, Gao Jingyi blushed and said, "My mother insisted that I bring this." Zhou Hao smiled. "Since we have such good ingredients, let's just cook a pot of chicken soup." As a result, a few people immediately got busy, and there was a mountain spring not far away. The water quality was good, and they could be used directly. The chicken that Gao Jingyi brought has already been processed, and there is a soup bag, so just put everything in the pot, and the rest is just watching the fire. After that, Luo Hui took Lu Shichao to play nearby, leaving Zhou Hao and Gao Jingyi to watch the fire. The beep 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 fireworks reflected on Gao Jingyi's delicate face, making her look more charming. "Zhou Hao, do you like Teacher Li?" Gao Jingyi asked suddenly. Zhou Hao almost couldn't respond. What are you talking about?" This is really hard to hear. However, she saw Gao Jingyi holding her chin and looking at Zhou Hao. "Isn't it? Many boys in our class like Teacher Li." She stared at Zhou Hao's eyes slyly. "Quick answer, you can't fool me." Zhou Hao immediately got a little big head, and then blushed slightly. "Yes, I like it a little bit." "Oomph." I know, you boys all like those mature women. Gao Jingyi was a little unhappy. This is not easy for me to answer. Zhou Hao really didn't know how to deal with this question. Gao Jingyi blinked those big eyes and looked at Zhou Hao. Do you think I am beautiful or Teacher Li is beautiful? Zhou Hao scratched his head. Each has its own merits. It's hard to say who is more beautiful. Anyway, they are all beautiful women who are fascinated by their lives. Gao Jingyi chuckled. You are honest, you didn't say that I was prettier. When Zhou Hao heard this, he secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, his character is good, and good people are rewarded. At this moment, a bird was suddenly alarmed in the woods, and the chirping of small beasts came from the mountain, which sounded very disturbed. Zhou Hao suddenly had a feeling in his heart. He immediately stood up and looked around, but he didn't notice anything unusual. Gao Jingyi became frightened immediately after hearing the sounds of the birds and beasts, and instinctively grabbed Zhou Hao's hand. Zhou Hao, what happened? Although Zhou Hao did feel a little uneasy in his heart, he didn't know what would happen. He paid close attention to the surrounding environment and found nothing unusual. Zhou Hao, what the is going on? Don't scare me. Seeing Zhou Hao's dignified expression, Gao Jingyi became frightened. Zhou Hao patted her hand. It's okay. I thought there were tigers and wolves here. Gao Jingyi became nervous when she heard it, and quickly hugged Zhou Hao's arm. Is there a tiger and a wolf here? Seeing Gao Jingyi's frightened look, Zhou Hao also smiled. You lied to you. You thought it was decades ago. However, he was still a little nervous, and he didn't dare to take his instincts lightly. He wanted everyone to go down the mountain to avoid this unknown danger, but he was struggling with what reason to use. Could he tell them that I feel dangerous instinctively? Let's go down the mountain quickly. If this is the case, others are afraid that he will be treated as a neurosis. I think you are the tiger and the jackal. Gao Jingyi hit Zhou Hao. Not long after, Lu Shichao and Luo Hui both returned, and the pot of chicken soup was almost there, and the tempting fragrance immediately spread. Well, it's delicious, let's try it soon. Zhou Hao filled the chicken soup in a disposable plastic bowl and handed them to Gao Jingyi one by one. Other groups were cooking soup, and others were grilling. Various aromas spread in the woods. Fortunately, there are no carnivorous beasts on the Qiuning Mountain, otherwise they would be attracted. The food I prepare is always very delicious. Gao Jingyi, Lu Shichao, and Luo Hui all eat it with relish. After that, Li Ruolin and other head teachers organized everyone to play games. Everyone likes this kind of group games, such as playing drums and passing flowers, 2 people and 3 legs, etc., and there are some competitive games between the class and the class. Originally, Gao Jingyi's temperament would not participate in this kind of collective entertainment, but under the leadership of Zhou Hao, she finally agreed, but she only agreed with Zhou Hao, such as 2-person 3-legged games, and let others. The boy looked very jealous. In the elated atmosphere, time flies so fast, the sun goes down in no time, and the whole Qiuning Mountain is also shrouded in the dim twilight. Several male teachers set up a bonfire in the center of the open space, and others, the 4-person team, also lit up fireworks for a picnic. From the sky, this gentle seemed to be shining with the light of stars. After dinner, everyone sang and danced over the bonfire. The students sang popular songs, and some older teachers sang old songs praising the national theme. Teacher Li, why don't you come and sing a song for everyone? I don't know which boy suddenly shouted, and then everyone immediately booed and urged Li Ruolin to perform. Under the turbulent crowd, Li Ruolin was not easy to refuse, so she stood in front of everyone with a little shyness. Then I will sing to everyone. Tomorrow will be better. Everyone immediately applauded and listened to Li Ruolin's gentle singing like a trickle of water flowing over the hearts of everyone. And everyone was also tapping in concert, and some girls unknowingly followed along. I have to say that Li Ruolin's singing is very good. The bonfire behind her illuminates her and makes her look like an angel. Many people, including Zhou Hao, were stunned to hear it. They just felt that the singing sounded like a spring rain. Refreshing. After Li Ruolin finished singing, everyone still remembered for a long time. I didn't expect Teacher Li to sing so well. Gao Jingyi exclaimed sincerely. Yes, much better than many celebrities. Zhou Hao said with approval, unable to remove Li Ruolin's eyes. After some happy hours, everyone went back to sleep in their tents. The tent was not big, it was just large enough to accommodate 2 people, and Zhou Hao, who slept with Lu Shichao, had a hard time, because Lu Shichao alone occupies most of the space. And Lu Shichao fell asleep as soon as he lay down, and the rumble of snoring continued to echo in the tent. Zhou Hao didn't dare to sleep. He was still brooding about the feelings he had borne before. He was afraid that danger would come to everyone, so he stayed awake at all times so that he would notify everyone when he sensed danger. The night was getting thicker, and some of the classmates who were quietly talking night talk in the tent gradually fell asleep, as if only Zhou Hao was left in the whole world. However, Zhou Hao felt more and more uncomfortable because there was no sound of frogs, birds, or insects around, which is extremely rare in the mountains. Suddenly, Zhou Hao heard some words vaguely, as if he was arguing or something. Who is it? Anyway, he didn't plan to call anyone. Zhou Hao went out of the tent, and the surrounding area was pitch black, except for some extinguished bonfires with a few flickering red lights. The faint voice came from a distance. Zhou Hao followed the sound source and saw two figures in the small pavilion in the distance. Walking over slowly, the voice gradually became clear. "Teacher Ming, I hope you respect yourself. I just thought I hadn't heard what I said just now. Don't pester me anymore. Rulin, listen to me. I really like you. I have liked you since the first day you came to school. Do you mind if I have a wife and children? Don't worry, I will go back tomorrow with her divorce. Rulin, please promise me. My uncle is the deputy director of the Education Bureau. If you want, I can let you work in the Education Bureau." Zhou Hao had clearly seen the two figures, but it was Li Rulin and Meng Tingguang. I saw Meng Tingguang clutching Li Rulin's shoulders. His expression was very anxious, and his eyes were full of desire, while Li Rulin frowned to get rid of his entanglement. "Teacher Ming, you don't need to spend much time. I won't promise you yes. I don't like you either. Also, do you know that the man I hate most is a man like you who abandons his wife and child? Rulin, I'm all for you." Meng Tingguang said hurriedly, and the movements in his hands also increased. He hugged Li Rulin, leaned forward, and wanted to kiss Li Rulin forcibly. "Meng Tingguang, you let me go? I want to call someone." Li Rulin struggled violently, but couldn't compete with Kong Wu's powerful Meng Tingguang. "Let me go, Teacher Li." How could Zhou Hao let Meng Tingguang infringe on the goddess in his heart? Walked over in a few strides, and punched Meng Tingguang in the face without saying a word. Zhou Hao's power was originally much stronger than ordinary people, but now he was angry. His fist was naturally heavy, and he knocked Meng Tingguang down at once, and pulled Li Rulin, who could not react for a while, behind him. "Mr. Li, are you okay?" Li Rulin saw that Zhou Hao came, and shook her head lightly. "I'm fine." Li Rulin felt a little embarrassed when her student encountered such a thing and had to rely on him to help herself. Sitting on the ground, Meng Tingguang raised his hand and touched his nose. He felt that his hand was sticky, and he was obviously bleeding. He said to Zhou Hao, who was angry, Do you dare to beat the teacher? Give it back to the teacher?" Zhou Hao said angrily. "I think you are worthy of being a teacher as well. What are you talking nonsense?" Meng Tingguang stood up and stared at Zhou Hao angrily. "Assault and insult the teacher. I think you don't want to read it in Yuning anymore." Zhou Hao broke his good deeds, and he was very much too. Anger. He was already tall, more than half a head taller than Zhou Hao, thinking that he was hit by Zhou Hao by surprise, and now he must teach this student who doesn't know what to do. Seeing him not hum, he rushed towards Zhou Hao, trying to throw Zhou Hao to the ground. However, in Zhou Hao's view, Meng Tingguang was much weaker than the man that night. He turned around and avoided him, and kicked Meng Tingguang's back, causing him to come hungry and fall into the small pavilion. On the muddy ground outside, seeing Meng Tingguang stand up embarrassedly, Zhou Hao was about to scold him again, but suddenly there was a feeling in his heart, and it was stronger than during the day. At the same time, there were waves of birds and beasts on Xiaoning Mountain, and large swaths of birds flew out of the woods. Something really happened. Zhou Hao pulled Li Rulin up and was about to run out of the pavilion, but before his feet were lifted, the ground shook violently, and the whole area of Xiaoning Mountain shook. The strong vibration caused Zhou Hao and Li Rulin to fall to the ground, while Meng Tingguang outside the pavilion was so scared that he scrambled forward and ran away while hissing loudly. "Earthquake! Earthquake!" Zhou Hao thought that his instincts were fulfilled. He quickly said to Li Rulin, who was frightened and helpless beside him, "Mr. Li, this place is dangerous. let's run away." After he said, he pulled her to climb outside the pavilion. But at this moment, both of them felt a sense of falling, but it turned out that the huge rock under the small pavilion broke away from the mountain due to the earthquake, and the whole fell downward, and the small pavilion, and Zhou Hao and Li Rulin naturally also fell. Moreover, the strong earthquake also caused the partial collapse of Qiuning Mountain. A large amount of rock and sand mixed with trees on the surface quickly slid down, submerging everything in front of it like a flood. The small pavilion and the rocks below fell on this torrent, and were immediately washed down the mountain like a small boat. Fortunately, the place where everyone camped did not collapse, and everyone woke up and rushed out of the tent shortly after the earthquake, so apart from feeling the strong shock, not many people were injured. However, Zhou Hao and Li Rulin were instantly caught by the collapsed sandstone torrent. When he rushed to the distance, he disappeared from the sight of everyone in a blink of an eye. And Zhou Hao fell on the ground after the pavilion fell and hugged Li Rulin tightly, protecting her with his body. At the same time, I prayed in my heart, "I won't be so unlucky. I'm just born again soon. I don't want to try again." He could feel that the rocks under him were moving forward extremely fast, and the small pavilion eventually collapsed, and the broken wood covered Zhou Hao and Li Rulin. Zhou Hao didn't dare to move, for fear that he would be thrown into the sandstone torrent as soon as he moved, so that he would be buried alive instantly, and he and Li Rulin would not have to survive. But the next moment, the rock where the two were on slammed into something, and the two immediately passed out due to the huge impact. The earthquake lasted only more than 10 seconds, but it was like a century for the rest of the world. Fortunately, except for a few students who were injured by the fallen trees, everyone hid without incident. However, when Meng Tingguang told Director Xie of the School Affairs Office that Zhou Hao and Li Rulin had fallen down the mountain, Director Xie broke out in a cold sweat. He and a few male teachers hurriedly ran to the original small pavilion and saw that the mountain on the right collapsed completely. The drowning sand and rock flow completely buried everything they encountered, and the sand below had calmed down. In the stone were the shadows of Zhou Hao and Li Rulin. Upon hearing the news of Zhou Hao and Li Rulin's disappearance, Gao Jingyi and Lu Shichao also rushed over. Seeing everything buried underneath by the sand and rock flow, Lu Shichao had already cried, and Gao Jingyi also screamed at the bottom in tears. "Zhou Hao! Zhou Hao!" Director Xie quickly grabbed her. "Gao Jingyi, be careful, don't fall into it." Turning his head and asking Meng Tingguang, "What happened just now? Why did Teacher Li and Zhou Hao fall?" Meng Tingguang said, "I just came out to go to the bathroom, and I saw Teacher Li and Zhou Hao in the small pavilion not knowing what to say, and then there was an earthquake, and the small pavilion fell down the mountain." Thinking, Zhou Hao and Li Rulin were afraid that such a situation would be too bad, and in this way no one would know their own scandals. Thinking of being beaten by Zhou Hao just now, Meng Tingguang thought bitterly, "It deserves it. Let you stinky kid not know how to respect the teacher. Now God will take care of you." Everyone quickly organized the other students down the mountain. Fortunately, there is no accident on the other side of the mountain road, otherwise it will be difficult to leave. Director Xie made a decisive decision. After going down, call the police and let them start search and rescue work. Gao Jingyi also wiped away the tears on her face at this time. She knew that it was useless to be anxious here. Now the first thing is to hurry down the mountain and let her father use the power of the government to rescue Zhou Hao and Li Rulin as soon as possible. As a result, everyone braved the night and quickly descended under the organization of the teachers, and then called back to the city. Gao Jingyi also told Gao Holu about the earthquake and asked Gao Holu to send someone to search and rescue. Gao Holu was frightened for a while after learning that his daughter had encountered the earthquake, and then said that he would send someone over immediately. When the police and firefighters from Xiangqing arrived, the sky was already bright. Qiuning Mountain is under the jurisdiction of Xiangqing City. Now that there has been an earthquake, Gao Holu and the secretary of the municipal party committee arrived overnight. When they saw the missing part of the Qiuning Mountain and the place underneath the mountain that was buried by sand and stone, they couldn't help but breathe in air. Fortunately, it was not the place where the students camped, otherwise the casualties would be serious. However, when they saw the scene of the incident and the thousands of tons of sand that collapsed, the search and rescue personnel had no hope of Zhou Hao and Li Rulan's chances of surviving. At the same time, they said they would search and rescue those who might be buried in such an environment. The personnel are very difficult. The school immediately called to Zhou Hao and Li Rulan's home. Zhao Yuqin just went to Zhou Hao's home to visit Yin Tong and received a call from Zhou Hao's death. Her face turned white right now, and she didn't dare to tell Yin Tong. She drove over to Qiuning Mountain immediately and asked her brother to send a company of soldiers to help search and rescue. When he came to Qiuning Mountain and saw a messy Qiuning Mountain, Zhao Yuqin's heart continued to fall and couldn't help crying. Gao Holu knew Zhao Yuqin, but she didn't know her relationship with Zhou Hao, and she didn't expect that she would directly transfer a company to participate in the search and rescue work. Miss Zhao, the volume of sand that collapsed is very large. It would be very difficult to search and rescue two people. The company commander said to Zhao Yuqin, I hope Miss Zhao will be mentally prepared. The chances of survival for those two people may not be, it will be huge. Looking at Qiuning Mountain, Zhao Yuqin endured heartbreaking sadness and said, I want to see people when I live, but I want to see the dead when I die. I see, we will try our best. After saying that, the company commander immediately went back to organize search and rescue work. Gao Jingyi on one side also heard what the company commander had just said. He just grasped Gao Holu's hand tightly. Tears kept falling, and secretly prayed in his heart. Zhou Hao, you must be fine. Be sure to be fine. Not to mention that Zhao Yuqin and Gao Jingyi were concerned about Zhou Hao's safety. Zhou Hao completely lost consciousness after the strong impact. He had a long dream. He dreamed of the things of his life, dreamed that he worked hard in Huangshi Group, dreamed that he was struggling to pursue Zheng Ying and finally embraced Zheng Ying, and also dreamed that he broke through Zheng Ying that day. Ying and Huang Wang's adultery, finally being brutally killed by Huang Wang. Don't blame me. Blame yourself for not knowing good or bad, and I will advise you before you die. Love is not bread and cannot represent everything. After you go to hell, don't forget that Huang Wang killed you. Zheng Ying's ruthless face and Huang Wang's hideous face resurfaced in front of him, and Huang Wang once again pierced Zhou Hao's chest with a sharp knife. I will take revenge. I will find you to take revenge. Zhou Hao yelled at Zheng Ying and Huang Wang in his dream. Zhou Hao? Zhou Hao. Dimly, Zhou Hao seemed to have heard a very gentle voice in his dream. Zhou Hao wanted to open his eyes to see who it was, but his eyelids seemed to be sewn. Can't open it at all. I don't know how long it took before Zhou Hao accumulated enough strength to open his eyes laboriously, but his goal was a dim stone wall. At the same time, a bitter taste came from his tongue, as if there was something in his mouth. Zhou Hao wanted to sit up, but he felt weak, and the pain between the muscles and bones was very uncomfortable. Zhou Hao, you finally woke up. A face appeared in front of Zhou Hao's eyes. Although it was stained with a little dust, and the hair was a little messy, it was still beautiful and beautiful. It was Li Rulan. It turned out that the gentle voice in the dream was Li Rulan. Zhou Hao was very happy to see Li Rulan safe and sound. He wanted to call her, but his mouth was blocked by something and couldn't speak. Oh, this is a kind of herbal medicine. Let me take it out for you. Li Rulan squeezed Zhou Hao's mouth and took out a dark brown leaf from it. When Zhou Hao saw that leaf, he realized that the bitterness came from it. Ms. Li, are you okay? Zhou Hao's voice was very soft and hoarse. Li Rulan smiled and shook her head. Teacher is okay. Thanks to your body to protect the teacher, but your injury is very serious. Fortunately, Dr. Gongsun will help you heal, otherwise you will be in danger. Dr. Gongsun? Zhou Hao murmured. I saw Li Rulan calling over there. Dr. Gongsun. Come on. Zhou Hao is awake. Zhou Hao is awake. Zhou Hao guessed who this Dr. Gongsun was while paying attention to his environment. It seems to be in a cave. The surrounding area is very dark. The oil lamps on the wall of the cave emit a dim light. The walls of the cave are very smooth, and the top of the cave is an inverted cone of stones. It seems that this place should be a karst cave. The area of this cave was huge. Zhou Hao saw that there was a cottage over there, and there were a few small dark holes behind it. He didn't know where it led to. After Li Rulan called out Dr. Gongsun a few times, Zhou Hao saw someone walking out of the thatched cottage over there. It is not appropriate to say that it is walking out, because the man's leg below the knee has been amputated, and he holds 2 crutches in his hand, and uses crutches to walk on the ground. But his crutches make him very flexible, and his body is also very flexible. Well, walking with crutches is actually faster than ordinary people walking with feet. I saw that Dr. Gongsun was wearing a gray linen dress. His gray hair was long and messy, and there was a long gray beard under his jaw. At a glance, Dr. Gongsun was at least 70 years old. "Hey, kid, you're finally awake, your fate." Dr. Gongsun walked in front of Zhou Hao. When he laughed, he showed a mutilated tooth and looked terrifying. "Thank you for saving me." Although the Dr. Gongsun was very weird, Zhou Hao gave a heartfelt thanks. Dr. Gongsun touched Zhou Hao's right arm with a cane, and Zhou Hao immediately felt a pain. Obviously his arm was injured. Dr. Gongsun said with a smile, "I didn't want to save you originally, but this girl said that she promised to stay here and be my beloved girl, so I saved your life." "What?" Zhou Hao was shocked, then looked at Li Ruolin. I saw Li Ruolin's face darkened. At that time, I begged him for a long time, and he would not save you. Later, he said that as long as I promised to stay here and be his calling girl, he would save your life. She touched. Zhou Hao said on his forehead, "You were hurt so badly because of the teacher can't watch you die." Zhou Hao was distressed and angry. He stared at Dr. Gongsun and cursed. "You old bug. What kind of man is in danger? I don't need you to save it. You old bug, kill me, let teacher Li go." It seems that this old immortal must covet Li Ruolin's appearance before using himself to coerce her into submission. When Dr. Gongsun moved his right hand, the crutches slapped Zhou Hao's face hard. "Huh? Don't scold it so badly. I'm all this age. Even if I have the heart, I don't have the strength, but I am here alone living in the mountains. It's good to have a maid cook for me and beat my back. Besides, the girls have agreed." You scream. "No, Teacher Li, you can't stay here," Zhou Hao said anxiously. "Teacher Li, you don't have to suffer such a pain for me. Let a woman of great age stay in the mountains to accompany the bad old man. That would be ruined her life." Seeing Zhou Hao so nervous about herself, Li Ruolin was very moved, but she just shook her head with her lips pressed. Zhou Hao gritted his teeth, thinking that as long as he recovered his strength, he must take Li Ruolin out of here. Dr. Gongsun guessed Zhou Hao's thoughts at once and smiled coldly. "You don't have to play any bad ideas. This is the underground cave of Qiuning Mountain. It is very complicated, and only I know the way out. If you get lost, even I can't find you." The karst cave at the foot of Qiuning Mountain had no sunlight. It relied on a few oil lamps on the cave wall to provide the light source. Zhou Hao didn't know that he had been in a coma for several days and nights. However, Li Ruolin told her that according to the biological clock, she ate 4 meals here, which means that Zhou Hao was probably in a coma for 2 days. And Li Ruolin also said that Dr. Gongsun was pretty good to her. There are white rice and dried meat, and some wild vegetables that you can't see in the city. They are delicious. There is also a mouthful of underground spring water in the cave. The quality of the water is very good. It can be drunk directly, and it is much better than any mountain spring water sold on the market. "Who is Dr. Gongsun?" Zhou Hao asked. He was still quite repulsive of Dr. Gongsun. He said that he has lived in this mountain for decades, and on weekdays he collects mountain herbs to exchange for rice, oil, salt, sugar, and other items. Zhou Hao was noncommittal. "Then is he really a doctor?" Li Ruolin said, "I don't know. He said he was called Dr. Gongsun, but I think his medical skills are indeed very good. Originally, your right hand was fractured when we fell. Or did he fix it for you? And you too?" I woke up after taking his medicine soup. Zhou Hao looked at his right hand holding the wooden board and said to Li Ruolin, "How did we fall?" "I don't know. I was already here when I woke up," Li Ruolin said. According to Dr. Gongsun, the rocks smashed through a thin wall of the cave and even made us fall. But it's fortunately so, otherwise we will be buried alive by those mountain torrents. She pointed to that side, and Zhou Hao saw a huge rock and piles of gravel there. The wall of the cave that was punctured was also blocked by sand. At this time, Zhou Hao was lying on a straw mat outside of Dr. Gongsun's thatched cottage. He was seriously injured for the rest of his life. In addition to a fracture of his right hand, he also suffered internal bleeding due to a huge impact. But just like Li Ruolin, as it was said, Dr. Gongsun was very skilled, and he didn't know what medicine he had given Zhou Hao to relieve this kind of internal bleeding that even major hospitals felt troublesome. However, Dr. Gong's son refused to allow Zhou Hao to enter the thatched cottage to recuperate, and he confidently said that the size of the cottage was too small to accommodate Zhou Hao. Ms. Li, do you want to stay here as the old man? Zhou Hao felt very uncomfortable when he thought that Li Rulin would stay here to serve Dr. Gong's son. In fact, Mrs. Gong's son is still good, but he has lived in the mountains for decades, and his temper is a little weird. Li Rulin held a bowl of broth and slowly fed it into Zhou Hao's mouth. This is the broth she stewed by herself, because Dr. Gong's son said that Zhou Hao's body was very weak and could only use this liquid food to supplement his strength. Teacher, I don't want you to stay here because of it. I will have a hard life, Zhou Hao said to Li Rulin, but Li Rulin just shook his head and said nothing. During the period after Zhou Hao woke up, the Dr. Gong's son, whom he hated so much, did not see the shadow all day long. He occasionally walked out of one of the forks in the cave, changed Zhou Hao's medicine, or gave Li Rulin some herbs to let her boil give it to Zhou Hao. Every time he faced Zhou Hao's gritted teeth, he always showed his incomplete teeth with a smile on his face. What? Don't you hate me? Hey, that girl will stay in the mountains to accompany me, although I am old, but I can live for more than 10 or 20 years. If you like that girl, wait until I die to pick her up. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you after I recover? Zhou Hao showed a fierce look. It was not the first time he had killed anyway. Then you are not afraid that I secretly drugged you? Dr. Gongsuin's smile also looked a bit gloomy. What's more, although I am disabled, but... He raised his left palm and slapped the ground beside Zhou Hao. The ground was a very hard rock, but when Dr. Gong's son retracted his left palm, a deep palm print was left there. Upon seeing this, Zhou Hao felt a chill on his back and looked at Dr. Gong's son in surprise. That day, the bald brother had already shown real martial arts to Zhou Hao. He could break the tree with his bare hands, but he was far worse than the old man. Zhou Hao even suspected that this old man might be the peerless master who lived in the mountains and forests. I don't think your head is as hard as this stone. Dr. Gong's son patted the dust on his hands. Recover your injuries and stop thinking about crooked ideas. I don't know if Zhou Hao's resilience is strong enough, or if Dr. Gongsuin's medical skills are truly amazing. Zhou Hao can stand up after 3 days of recuperation. Even the wooden board on his right hand can be removed. And in the past few days, Li Rulin has been taking care of Zhou Hao meticulously, boiled medicine, fed him, and even wiped his body. In addition, Li Rulin had to help Dr. Gong's son cook rice and clean up the thatched cottage. I don't know if it was intentional. Dr. Gong's son really regarded Li Rulin as a maidservant, and even asked Li Rulin to help him squeeze his shoulders in front of Zhou Hao, which made Zhou Hao itch with hatred. Zhou Hao knew that his mother and Wang Shijuan must be very worried about them, and that the stocks that Zhao Yuqin bought for them would have to be sold out in December. If he could not go out at that time, all the money would have to be lost. So Zhou Hao must escape, of course, also bring Li Rulin. On this day, taking advantage of Dr. Gongsuin's disappearance, Zhou Hao came to the dark forks. From here, the forks are all bottomless and very dark. As Dr. Gongsun said, this underground cave extends in all directions. If you don't know the road, you will easily get lost. But Zhou Hao's best weapon is that superhuman intuition. However, what surprised Zhou Hao was that he stood in front of a few forks for a long time. No matter how concentrated he was, there was no response. Is my intuition lost? Zhou Hao muttered to himself. At this time, Li Rulin came over. Zhou Hao, what are you doing here? You don't want to find the way out by yourself. She took Zhou Hao's hand. No, you will get lost in this way. Time will never come back again. You should wait, Dr. Gongsun also said. As long as you are cured, he will take you out. What about you? Zhou Hao looked at Li Rulin deeply. I can't leave you alone. In the dim cave, Zhou Hao's star eyes were shining and his eyes were very firm. Reaching his gaze, Li Rulin felt an inexplicable feeling in her heart. She shook her head. I have promised Dr. Gongsun to stay here, and that's how he saved you. Then I can't break my promise. I don't know when. She no longer calls herself teacher. No. Zhou Hao firmly grasped Li Rulin's hand and said flatly, I can't leave you here alone. What are you two doing? Dr. Gongsuin's voice suddenly came. What kind of love words do a teacher and a student say? And I am not afraid of people laughing. He came out of the fork on the far left and looked at Zhou Hao and Li Rulin with a sneer. After hearing Dr. Gongsuan's words, Li Ruolin shook her body slightly and hurriedly let go of Zhou Hao's hand. Zhou Hao glared at Dr. Gongsun. Although you saved our 2 lives, you have no right to put Teacher Li under house arrest here. Whether I have the right to have anything to do with you. Anyway, this girl has already agreed. Dr. Gongsun curled his lips and said, if you make me unhappy, I will simply let this girl marry me. Although I can't the bridal chamber, but there is a young and beautiful wife. It's good to see it. Dare you? Zhou Hao roared. Why don't I dare? As long as I give her a few medicines to ensure that she will obey me. Dr. Gongsun sneered. I'll kill you now. Zhou Hao rushed towards Dr. Gongsun like an irritated beast. In his anger, he felt as if there was an air current flowing in his body, which made his blood irritated. The urge to vent. Zhou Hao's speed was extremely fast, and he rushed to Dr. Gongsun in the blink of an eye and punched him in the chest. Zhou Hao, don't. Li Ruolin hurriedly stopped. However, seeing Dr. Gongsun move his hand, he used crutches to move and drew away sideways sensitively. Zhou Hao's right fist also hit the wall of the cave behind. Just hearing a bang sound, several cracks suddenly appeared on the cave wall where Zhou Hao hit. However, Zhou Hao had not healed from the injury of his right hand, so he touched the sore spot, which made him feel painful. However, the sharp pain also deepened his anger, and he roared and turned around to grab Dr. Gongsun. Dr. Gongsun cracked the hard cave wall with a punch, and his eyes were not only shocked, but also a hint of surprise. Seeing him grabbing him, Dr. Gongsun let go of the crutches in his right hand and only supported the body with the crutches on the left. At the same time, he opened Zhou Hao's arm with his right hand and hit Zhou Hao's forehead with a palm. Zhou Hao only felt a violent shock, his head ached, and Dr. Gongsuan's figure in front of him was also blurred. However, he shook his head vigorously and punched Dr. Gongsuan's abdomen with even more anger. Dr. Gongsun didn't expect that Zhou Hao would not faint even after receiving a palm of his own. He was caught off guard and was beaten by Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao didn't let him go and rushed over before he landed. But seeing Dr. Gongsun threw all the remaining crutches in the air, when Zhou Hao rushed over, he quickly flipped back to avoid Zhou Hao's hand, and at the same time stretched out his palms and slapped them heavily. Zhou Hao's temples on both sides. At this time, Zhou Hao finally fell softly, his eyes closed and fainted. Dr. Gongsun also fell to the ground. He pressed the abdomen he had just been hit and spit out a mouthful of blood. Looking at Zhou Hao who passed out, he gasped and laughed. I didn't expect it to be effective. The kid is really suitable, but I have to hurry up, there is not much time. He was vomiting blood because of you, but he seems to be a Qigong master, and he recovered after sitting for a while. Zhou Hao knew that Dr. Gongsun was very powerful in martial arts, and he was the legendary master of the inner family. Otherwise, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on such a hard rock with one palm. At this moment, Dr. Gongsun walked in. The difference was that instead of using crutches, he attached a wooden stick to 2 broken legs. It was a bit like the one-legged captain in the pirate story, although it seemed a little bit different. Weird, but very flexible. As soon as he came in, he scolded Zhou Hao. Asshole, I was kind to save your life, but you avenged my grudge and almost broke my body. It's a pity that I didn't kill you. Zhou Hao pouted. Zhou Hao, Dr. Gongsun, don't you have to say a word? Li Ruolin was really helpless for the 2 tit-for-tat. Dr. Gongsun snorted, then came to the bed and grabbed Zhou Hao's head. Zhou Hao knew that he was seeing a doctor for himself, and he did not resist. Just listen to Dr. Gongsun. Although your boy is not very polite, he is in good health, and he recovered in just 1 day. As soon as Zhou Hao was about to give him a few words, Dr. Gongsun said again, Do you want to learn martial arts? Study martial arts? Zhou Hao was stunned, then looked suspiciously at Dr. Gongsun. Whatever you want, and what not. Dr. Gongsun touched the beard under his jaw. I can teach you if you want. Hearing what he said, Zhou Hao became more vigilant. No matter what you do, you will steal. What is your purpose? FCKU. Lao Tzu kindly taught you that you still doubt Lao Tzu that much. He turned his head and looked at Li Ruolin next to him. Girl, are you fair? Is this kid decent? But I heard Li Ruolin say. But this really doesn't look like your temperament, Dr. Gongsun. It's really kind and not rewarded. Dr. Gongsun blew his beard with anger. and then stared at Zhou Hao. I just ask you, do you want to learn? I just move this thought when you are in good health. What is needed from you? Zhou Hao pressed his thoughts. If he learned the martial arts of Dr. Gongsun, he would be able to subdue him and take Li Ruolin away in the future, and there would be no need to fear the bald brother after going out. So he nodded. Learn to learn. First of all, Dr. Gongsun threw a thread-bound book to Zhou Hao, which was full of the meridians and acupoints of the human body. If you want to practice martial arts, you must first learn to raise qi, that is, qigong. First recognize these acupoints and meridians, and remember them firmly. I'll teach you qigong again later. It only took Zhou Hao in the middle of the night to memorize all the meridians of the human body and hundreds of thousands of acupoints, which surprised Dr. Gongsun. Then, he took 2 medicines to Zhou Hao's jaw, and then began to teach Zhou Hao a peculiar breathing method. Zhou Hao had seen the so-called vomiting method taught by the so-called qigong masters before, but they were completely different from that of Dr. Gongsun. The breath-in method taught by Dr. Gongsun often takes a long time to hold the breath, which can easily cause suffocation. However, the effect was remarkable. After only studying for a while, Zhou Hao felt that all the stale air that had been suppressed in his chest was swept away, and he felt refreshed. And with the proficiency of this method, Zhou Hao's breath-holding time became longer and longer, and finally he was able to hold his breath for 10 minutes at a time. Concentrate. Do you feel a breath in your chest now? You try to press it down and let it flow into the dantian. Dr. Gongsun said to Zhou Hao, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, and stretched out his right hand to press on him. Slowly touched his waist on his spine, helping Zhou Hao to draw that qi into his dantian. Under the guidance of Dr. Gongsun, Zhou Hao felt the qi in his body slowly flow into the dantian, making his abdomen warm and comfortable. Then, the qi flowed from the dantian to the other meridians on the body, and then felt that under the movement of this airflow, his body seemed to be filled with strength instantly, and even the fractured right arm was quickly recovering. Okay, let's stop here today. You have a good sense of breath, Dr. Gongsun said. I have to say that you are very talented in domestic qigong. Zhou Hao smiled when he heard it. Especially this was the first time Dr. Gongsun spoke to others. As long as you practice internal qigong, it is best to start before the age of 5, because after that, the turbid qi from the outside will slowly invade the human body and block the qi meridian and 8 channels. It will be difficult to practice later. So many have the masters of the inner family that have been achieved have been cultivated since childhood. Dr. Gongsun said to Zhou Hao, the medicine I gave you before and the method of breathing and nap are to slowly expel the turbid qi in the body. It's all right. It's time for dinner. Li Ruolin smiled. The 3 set up a wooden table on the open space outside the cottage, and Jing sat and ate together. Li Ruolin made 2 dishes and 1 soup, rabbit meat and pheasant, and a pot of dried vegetable and mushroom soup. Li Ruolin's craftsmanship is good, and Zhou Hao eats it with gusto. I didn't know before. It turns out that teacher Li is so good at cooking. I used to take care of myself when I was in college, and this craft was also developed at that time. Li Ruolin said. Dr. Gongsun also smacked his lips and said, women's crafts are really different. He has lived alone for decades. He is a typical one who eats, and the whole family is not hungry. Dr. Gongsun, have you lived here for decades? Li Ruolin asked him. What's wrong here? It's warm in winter and cool in summer. It's much better than those resorts, and there are all kinds of herbs on Xiaoning Mountain, which is convenient for me to collect. Zhou Hao glanced at him. You have a lot of research on Chinese medicine, right? Dr. Gongsun raised his eyebrows. I dare not say anything else. Just those people in the Chinese Academy of Sciences. I don't know enough about Chinese medicine. Zhou Hao and Li Ruolin thought together in a big tone. However, in the past few days, they have also seen the medication of Dr. Gongsun. With a serious injury like Zhou Hao, they can move freely within a few days, and Dr. Gongsun is indeed exceptional. After the meal, Dr. Gongsun told Zhou how to practice the spit-na method, and he walked into one of the forks in the cave. Li Ruolin cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks, while Zhou Hao sat cross-legged, practicing the magical vomiting method. Then, when Li Ruolin was free, she turned over the thread-bound ancient books on the wooden cabinet and found that they were all ancient books on Chinese medicine and acupuncture. The classical Chinese texts in them were obscure and difficult to understand. Li Ruolin, a college student majoring in English, couldn't read it for a long time. Understand? I had to put the book back in place in the end. Day and night cannot be distinguished in the cave. So Li Ruolin went to sleep when she was tired, and these days she slept in the thatched cottage. Zhou Hao fell asleep on the straw mat outside the thatched cottage. As for Dr. Gong's son, she often didn't see anyone. I don't know where he slept. Zhou Hao, who had been immersed in the magical vomiting method, had not known for a long time when he recovered. He walked into the thatched cottage and saw Li Ruolin sleeping on the bamboo bed. He went to help her tuck the quilt. Looking at Li Ruolin close at hand, she felt that her expression was calm, lying on the bed like a delicate crabapple flower. Feeling uncontrollable, Zhou Hao slowly drew close to her face, and her breath with a faint fragrance made Zhou Hao feel confused. As Li Ruolin's cherry lips were getting closer, Zhou Hao's heartbeat was getting faster and faster. Just when the two lips were about to meet, Zhou Hao suddenly stopped. I can't blaspheme her like that, he said to himself in his heart. Shaking his head, Zhou Hao walked out of the thatched cottage and lay on the straw mat, but couldn't calm down in his heart. Li Ruolin's peaceful and beautiful face was all in his mind. Zhou Hao didn't know that when he walked out of the thatched cottage, Li Ruolin, who was lying on the bamboo bed, opened his eyes, flushing on his face. On the other side, Dr. Gong's son walked through the tortuous passage and finally came to another cave. The area of this cave is very small, less than 1/10 of Zhou Hao and the others. However, this place is much brighter than that big cave. I saw a crack more than a foot wide on the ground in the center of the cave, and there was a hint of yellow light from the crack, and there was a trace of heat. Seen from above, the crack may be more than 100 meters deep, and you can faintly see the slowly flowing hot lava below. There was a special plant beside the crack, and its long roots were caught on the crack and extended downward, absorbing the heat from the lava at close range. Compared with the surprisingly long root, its stem is less than half a meter, with a palm-sized bright red flower blooming at the top, and a vermilion fruit the size of a soldier's ball bears in the center of the flower. There is an inverted cone-shaped stalactite on the top of the cave above this plant, and crystal water drops dripping down the stalactite, just falling on the flower of this plant to provide it with water. Dr. Gong's son knelt and sat in front of this plant. His eyes were very hot. Ambergris, ambergris that only bears once in 60 years. Waiting for 60 years, a full 60 years. Dr. Gongsuin's eyes were only left with the bright and vermilion fruit in front of him. His hands trembled, and he carefully picked the ambergris fruit and put it in another one, in the small brocade box. After picking the ambergris, the same bright red flower quickly turned black and withered, and even the stem and heel turned black, and soon lost its vitality. There will be no more ambergris in the world, no more. Looking at the withered plant somewhat sentimentally, Dr. Gong's son sighed for a long time and carefully put away the brocade box containing ambergris. Suddenly, he coughed, and a big mouthful of blood gushed out from his throat, staining the ground like plum blossoms. Dr. Gongsuin's face turned pale in an instant. After taking a few deep breaths, he wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and muttered to himself, "Time is running out. You have to hurry up." After that, he crawled a little. "Get up and follow the path back." Zhou Hao was awakened by the breaking sound of some bottles and cans. When he woke up, Li Ruolin was also sitting next to him, and those breaking noises came from the thatched cottage, which was obviously caused by Dr. Gong's son. Zhou Hao looked at Li Ruolin and heard her say, "He has been doing it most of the night, and he has turned over many of the herbs in the jars, saying that he wants to cook a medicine for you." "Give it to me." Zhou Hao was also puzzled. At this moment, I saw Dr. Gong's son walking out of the thatched cottage with a bowl of things in his hand, coming towards Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao quickly stood up, and Dr. Gong's son handed the bowl of things to Zhou Hao. "Drink it. It will help you get through the meridians." There was half a bowl of dark red liquid, thick, like blood. "What is this?" Zhou Hao couldn't help asking. Dr. Gong's son was a little impatient. "If you ask so much, why, let you drink it. It's good for you." Zhou Hao took the bowl, but suddenly a feeling developed in his heart, telling him intuitively that this bowl of red and things was very dangerous. "Does this old guy want to poison me?" Zhou Hao thought to himself, and then he picked up the bowl to drink, but when the edge of the bowl came to his mouth, he deliberately shook his hand pretending to be careless pour the medicine. But Dr. Gongsun seemed to see through his heart early in the morning. Before Zhou Hao could move, Dr. Gongsun grabbed the bowl with one hand and pinched Zhou Hao's neck with one hand, and poured the liquid into Zhou Hao's mouth at once, and slapped Zhou Hao's chest heavily, making Zhou Hao caught off guard and swallowed it all. This is poison. Dr. Gongsun's actions made Zhou Hao more sure that he was drinking poison. At the same time, a strong pungency spread from the mouth all the way down, and the throat, esophagus, stomach, and even the intestines seemed to be instantly on fire, which made Zhou Hao feel that everything was burned. He hurriedly put his fingers into his mouth, intending to squeeze his throat to spit out the medicine. Want to buckle the throat? Hey, it's too late. Dr. Gongsun sneered. Did you give him something to drink? Li Ruolin immediately questioned Dr. Gongsun when he saw Zhou Hao's cheeks reddening strangely. However, he saw Dr. Gongsun retreat quickly and smiled at the same time. This kid suspected that I had poisoned him, but from a certain angle, it is also a kind of poison that sees blood in the throat. Seeing Zhou Hao's cheeks, neck and arms all started to flush, and Dr. Gongsun accelerated his speed even more. The effect of the medicine is about to happen. I have to avoid the wind. He turned around and disappeared into one of the forks in the blink of an eye. Li Ruolin panicked when he heard that Zhou Hao had swallowed the poison. At the same time, seeing Zhou Hao bending down with pain, she slapped him on the back and said, "Zhou Hao, what's wrong with you? Don't scare the teacher, Zhou Hao." At this time, Zhou Hao only felt that his body was on fire, and the fire was still flowing to the limbs, causing Zhou Hao to feel pain everywhere. "Zhou Hao, don't scare the teacher, Zhou Hao, Zhou Hao." Li Ruolin was really panicked. But seeing Zhou Hao's constant cry of pain, rolling on the ground again and again, the intense pain made him tore his clothes constantly. At the same time, the blood kept flowing from his 7 holes. Suddenly, he stopped moving, as if dead, lying prone on the ground. "Zhou Hao, Zhou Hao." Li Ruolin hurriedly walked to him. However, Zhou Hao suddenly screamed, and then he pushed his hands and feet on the ground. Not only did he knock Li Ruolin down beside him, but he also vacated 3 or 4 meters in the air, and then fell heavily, then held up again and again, falling down. Repeated this way dozens of times, his skin became even more red, as if his whole person was stained with blood. Li Ruolin was shocked by Zhou Hao's strange behavior, and she didn't dare to touch him in the past. After Zhou Hao got up and fell dozens of times, he stood up from the ground and roared like a beast. Moreover, there were bursts of crackling from his body. At the same time, his skin began to start. It oozes blood and looks terrifying. His eyes were blood red. He yelled frantically, hit the ground with both hands for a while, and then slammed into the stone wall. He completely lost his mind and went crazy. Moreover, his power was amazing, but just a few times. The hard rocks on the ground were hammered out of large pits, and the whole person was like a bulldozer, hitting the cave wall. Li Ruolin felt as if the entire cave was shaking. Even the inverted cone-shaped stalactites on the top of the cave, several of them, were shaken down. After severely ravaging the ground and the surrounding cave walls, Zhou Hao placed the target on that hut again. I saw him jump 2 or 3 meters away from the ground and fell to the front of the thatched hut, spanning more than 10 meters. With a few punches and kicks, the cottage built of wood was demolished like tofu. Seeing Zhou Hao's appearance, Li Ruolin, who was worried and scared, couldn't help crying. Li Ruolin's cries attracted the violent Zhou Hao. He stared at Li Ruolin, who was sitting on the ground with his blood-red eyes, like a bloodthirsty beast staring at its prey. Then, he walked towards Li Ruolin step by step. Zhou Hao, who was constantly approaching, frightened Li Ruolin. "Zhou Hao, you! Wake up. I am Teacher Li. I am Teacher Li." As she said, she retreated back. However, Zhou Hao didn't seem to recognize Li Ruolin at all, and a primitive desire was released in his blood-red eyes, and even his breathing became heavier. Suddenly, he pounced forward on Li Ruolin. He pressed Li Ruolin's arms and pressed her tightly to the ground. His blood dripped on Li Ruolin's face. Li Ruolin felt that his blood was as hot as boiling water, and his breath was also like steam. "It seems very hot. Zhou Hao, let me go. I am a teacher." She also wanted to wake up Zhou Hao's reason. "Don't. Zhou Hao, don't help." Li Ruolin was also naked in front of Zhou Hao. I have to say that Li Ruolin's body is really beautiful, with skin like fat, waist like willow, arms like lotus root. She once imagined that her first night should be spent with her favorite person in a beautiful night. Li Rulin burst into tears. Please, Zhou Hao. Please, I am the teacher Zhou Hao. Under the dim light, an undulating figure was reflected on the cave wall, and at the same time it echoed with miserable crying and heavy gasping. Dr. Gongsun was also very anxious after hiding in the cave where ambergris was located. Even here, he could hear Zhou Hao's violent roar and the trembling from the cave wall. I don't know if he can survive it. Dr. Gongsun leaned against the cave wall, glanced at the withered plant, and muttered to himself, You don't want to disappear into the world so lonely. Then you bless that kid to survive, so that your strength and your essence can be preserved. He pressed his chest, coughed violently, and spewed a little blood. He held the wall of the cave. Boy, you must come over. I'm running out of time. After a long time, Dr. Gongsun returned to the cave where Zhou Hao and Li Rulin were. I saw that the ground of this cave was full of potholes with large openings, and the walls of the cave were also cracked. The thatched cottage had already become fragments of wood and thatch. In short, it was a mess. Under the dim light, Zhou Hao was lying on the ground unconsciously covered in blood, while Li Rulin was sitting far away under a cave wall, shaking her knees, shrugging her shoulders, and sobbing. Her eyes were red and swollen, and there was a faint trace of blood between her legs. There were bruises on her white skin, her hair was messy, and her sluggish eyes were heartbreaking pain. Seeing Li Rulin being ravaged like this, Dr. Gongsun sighed unbearably and found a piece of linen from the collapsed cottage to cover Li Rulin's body. I'm sorry, I made you suffer. Li Rulin stared at Dr. Gongsun hatefully and cursed in a hoarse voice. You devil! You are the victim. She thought of beating Dr. Gongsun, but she didn't have the strength to stand up and accept for the linen cloth. There was nothing to hide her shame outside, but her gaze at Dr. Gongsun was still bitterly hateful. It was because Zhou Hao took his medicine that she had a madness. She suffered such misfortune, which was caused by him alone. Facing Li Rulin's gritted teeth, Dr. Gongsun just said lightly, I admit that everything was caused by me. Then he turned around and went to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao was naked and bloodstained, all from him, exuding from the body. Dr. Gongsun held down Zhou Hao's wrist with a solemn expression, and when he felt Zhou Hao's pulse was strong and powerful, he let out a long sigh. It's not wasted that I have spent so much effort. You finally got through it. He took Zhou Hao. He hugged him and walked towards the underground spring water, and then put Zhou Hao into the spring water to wash him off the blood. Zhou Hao's body quickly recovered cleanliness, but Dr. Gongsun found that the lines on him became tougher, and every muscle seemed to contain unimaginable power. He is also much taller. He was only 1.6 meters tall, but now he is almost 1.8 meters tall. Moreover, his face has become more mature. Although he is still unconscious, he is full of vigor. Heroic. My previous guess is correct. You really can absorb the power of ambergris. The joy in Dr. Gongsun's heart is really hard to express. He touched Zhou Hao's greatly changed body with his hands, as if he was admiring his own brainchild. Zhou Hao's clothes had already been torn by himself, so Dr. Gongsun found out a set of his own clothes from the collapsed cottage to put on Zhou Hao, and took out a box of silver needles from his arms, stabbing them one by one. Big holes in Zhou Hao's body. Not far away, Li Rulin, huddled under the cave wall, watched Dr. Gongsun's series of actions. She felt hurt for her encounter, but couldn't help worrying about Zhou Hao. Even though Zhou Hao had done such brutality to her, those things were not Zhou Hao's original intention. It would be very unfair to him if all the blame was placed on Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao, are you okay? She asked hoarsely. Dr. Gongsun shook his head. He is very good. I don't think he has been as good as he is now. After helping Zhou Hao administer the injection, Dr. Gongsun returned to Li Rulin and handed her a small medicine bottle. This is my own ointment, which is very effective for external injuries. Apply it. Of course, Li Rulin understood what Dr. Gongsun meant by traumatic, and she was ashamed and angry in her heart. But the trauma was indeed painful, hot, and scorching. Li Rulin wanted to apply some medicine there, but now she is inconvenient and can't go to the dark, but she can't do all this in front of Dr. Gongsun. So she gritted her teeth and said, You go away. However, Dr. Gongsun smiled faintly. I'm sorry, Zhou Hao can't move right now. I'm going to watch him here too, so I can't walk away. He found a few planks and thatch in the past and set it up in front of Li Ruolin, a simple screen, so no one will see you. In this way, Li Ruolin felt a little relieved. Li Ruolin still has lingering fears now, and she doesn't know if he is born with a strange talent or is affected by the strange medicine. After carefully applying the ointment on the wound, she felt a cool oil spontaneously, which made Li Ruolin feel much better. Seeing the blood on her legs, Li Ruolin felt sad. She had kept her virginity for more than 20 years, but she was gone, and it was her student who took it. She buried her head in her lap. Her heart was really mixed. Here, Dr. Gongsun slowly pulled out the silver needles that pierced Zhou Hao's body, and then saw Zhou Hao's eyelids slowly fling away. Zhou Hao's memory was still when he drank Dr. Gongsun's bowl of strange red liquid, and there was a feeling of burning in his body. He felt as if he had had a long dream. In the dream, he seemed to become an uncontrolled beast, violently trying to destroy everything and destroy everything, and there seemed to be a kind of heat in his body that wanted to vent. Opening his eyes, Zhou Hao saw Dr. Gongsun and remembered that he forced himself to drink the red liquid. So he quickly sat up and grabbed Dr. Gongsun by the collar and shouted angrily, "What did you drink for me? You. Why do you poison me?" Dr. Gongsun did not resist either, just smiled and looked at Zhou Hao. "What are you excited about? Aren't you all right now?" Zhou Hao was taken aback, only to realize that there was really nothing wrong with him, and he also felt that his body was full of power. He looked at his body suspiciously and felt that his body seemed to have changed a lot. I couldn't help standing up, but saw that Dr. Gongsun seemed to be much shorter. "Why are you shorter?" "It's you who have become taller," Dr. Gongsun said angrily. "I'm taller." Zhou Hao looked at his feet. But how could it be possible to increase so much all at once? He suddenly thought of the red medicine, so he stared at Dr. Gongsun. "You haven't told me what medicine it is. Now I don't have to lie to you anymore," Dr. Gongsun said sternly. "I made it with ambergris, and there are some other very rare treasures as a guide." Zhou Hao frowned. "Ambergris?" Dr. Gongsun nodded. "It is a very rare treasure. It has very strict requirements on the environment. It must grow in an extremely shady place without being exposed to sunlight. The most important thing is that it needs to absorb earth gas. Shum. The so-called geogas is actually geothermal energy. I traveled all over China and finally found an ambergris in this cave. Ambergris bears once every 60 years. It only bears twice in a lifetime. After that, it will wither and die," Dr. Gongsun said. "Because of long-term absorption of the essence of earth energy, ambergris, and even the things of yang, according to ancient books, it can excite all the inner potential of the human body. However, because its medicinal properties are too strong, not everyone can absorb its power, but will be harmed by it and burned to death. So for ordinary people, it is very poisonous with blood in the throat." "Damn, then you still let me try?" Zhou Hao said angrily. Dr. Gongsun smiled bitterly. 60 years ago, when this ambergris came out for the first time. At that time, I had achieved great achievements in internal qigong, and my physique was much stronger than ordinary people. I was afraid that I could not bear the medicinal properties of ambergris, so I only took a very small amount of ambergris to take it. But in the end, my body still could not bear it. In order to save my life, I had to use my internal energy. The ambergris component is forced to his legs. He shook his feet. "My legs were lost at that time." Zhou Hao suddenly asked, "What was the amount of ambergris you took at that time?" Dr. Gongsun glanced at Zhou Hao. "You took the whole ambergris, and what I used was about 1,000th of yours." Zhou Hao took a sigh of relief. Dr. Gongsun spent only 1,000th of his use, which made him crippled with both feet. He could save his life by eating the whole ambergris, which can only be said to be blessed by God. Thinking that he was almost killed by Dr. Gongsun, Zhou Hao wanted to beat him up. When Dr. Gongsun saw Zhou Hao's fierce expression, he immediately backed up a few steps, waved his hand, and said, "You must not mess around now. Your potential has been stimulated by ambergris. Even I can't stand it." "You punched it." Seeing Zhou Hao's unbelief, he quickly said, "If you don't believe it, hit the ground hard yourself." Zhou Hao would be suspicious, but he still punched the ground as he said. Boom! On the hard rocky ground, Zhou Hao immediately knocked out a hole the size of a basin, with cracks in the surrounding rocks. Zhou Hao himself was stunned, staring at his fist in a daze. No way. I have become a Superman. Compared to ordinary people, you are indeed a Superman now, Dr. Gongsun said. The so-called unbreakable and unreliable big breakage. Although ambergris will kill people, once you successfully absorb it, it will completely change your physique. You will also have power that ordinary people can't imagine. Hearing what Dr. Gongsun said, Zhou Hao couldn't help but become happy. Although the risk was great, it was a blessing in disguise in the end. Now even Dr. Gongsun is not his opponent. Should he be afraid of the bald brother? Actually, the reason why I saved you earlier was not because the girl agreed to stay with me. Dr. Gongsun said, your injury was very serious at the time. All your internal organs were broken. Even A would be difficult to save. But I found that your body's self-healing ability is incredible, and it can recover itself quickly. I thought at the time that a body like you should be able to withstand the medicinal properties of ambergris, so I plan to let you take this last one. Ambergris. Did you plan to use me as a test item early in the morning? Zhou Hao stared at Dr. Gongsun with wide eyes. Dr. Gongsun didn't have any guilt on his face, because I want to see someone who can successfully absorb ambergris in my lifetime. Haha. The reason why you fought me out of control yesterday is actually because I secretly spent 60 years. The remaining ambergris has been put into your medicine, although after 60 years, the medicinal properties of the ambergris have almost disappeared, but it can still have an experimental effect. He said to Zhou Hao, I was only after seeing that you could bear the medicinal properties of the ambergris 60 years ago that I decided to let you take this last ambergris. As soon as Zhou Hao wanted to scold him, he heard Dr. Gongsun say, actually, I am more than 120 years old this year. According to my own estimation, I will not be able to survive this month, so I am so eager to let you take risks. Therefore, teaching you internal strength is also to strengthen your body to the maximum, so that you can accept the separation of ambergris. At this point, Zhou Hao finally realized that all of this was planned by Dr. Gongsun. Moreover, when Dr. Gongsun said that he was over 120 years old, Zhou Hao found it hard to believe. No, yours. It looks like only 70 or 80. This is because I have practiced internal strength, and I have taken a lot of good medicine over the years, so my life is longer than others. You said you couldn't survive this month, but I think you are quite healthy. Zhou Hao frowned. Although Dr. Gongsun had designed himself many times, Zhou Hao still felt a little sad when he heard that he was about to die. Dr. Gongsun smiled bitterly. At my age, I already know my destiny. Moreover, I have had sequelae after eating ambergris in those days, and I have already earned it today. Suddenly, he saw behind. The simple screen made of wooden planks and thatch suddenly felt a little unnatural on his face. He said to Zhou Hao, by the way, I forgot to tell you. Since ambergris is the most young thing, it can stimulate your body. In addition to potential, it is still an extremely strong thing. Things, Zhou Hao murmured, as if thinking of something. His face suddenly turned pale. He looked around nervously and asked again and again, where's Li? Mr. Li, Dr. Gongsun's dragon's mouth in his body. If he hid elsewhere while exerting his medicinal properties, only Li Ruolin was with him. If ambergris is a strong medicine, what will it do? Zhou Hao didn't dare to think about it anymore. Dr. Gongsun raised his chin on the screen behind him. Zhou Hao hurried over and saw Li Ruolin, who was holding her knees behind the screen and crying constantly. Seeing Li Ruolin's body red and blue, and crying red and swollen eyes full of sadness, Zhou Hao was shocked by lightning, and his mind went blank. Especially Li Ruolin's desperate and miserable eyes. He wanted a sharp knife. It cut Zhou Hao's heart all at once. It is true that Li Ruolin is Zhou Hao's first love in the true sense, and Zhou Hao does not want to miss this calm beauty after being reborn. However, the way to get her is definitely not the way it is now. Li, Mr. Li. Zhou Hao's throat was astringent, as if he was blocked by something. I'm not your teacher. Li Ruolin bit her lip, seeing Zhou Hao, and the previously unhappy scene resurfaced in her mind. Although she heard what Dr. Gongsun said just now, she also knew that Zhou Hao was a victim just like herself. However, it is a lie to say that Zhou Hao is not to blame. Teacher, Zhou Hao squatted, not knowing how to face Li Ruolin. Li Ruolin closed her eyes. 2 teardrops slipped from the corners of her eyes again. Her nose hit twice, and then she exhaled. I know it's not all your fault, but you let me be quiet. I need to calm down a bit. Teacher, a strong guilt wore Zhou Hao's heart, especially seeing Li Ruolin being tortured like this by herself. If Li Ruolin allowed Zhou Hao to atone for his sins, Zhou Hao would not hesitate to agree. Li Ruolin turned her face aside and stopped looking at him. Let me be quiet. Zhou Hao sighed, then stood up and walked out of the screen. After seeing Dr. Gongsun outside, he clenched his fists, but Li Ruolin's voice came from inside. Don't embarrass him. He will die soon. To Li Ruolin, Zhou Hao was unconditionally obedient and suppressed the anger in his heart, but he still scratched Dr. Gongsun severely. However, he saw Dr. Gongsun approaching Zhou Hao and took out 2 ancient books in thread-bound from his arms and said to Zhou Hao, Now I don't say anything to make you forgive me. There are 2 ancient books here. One is Shun Nong Bai Chao. One is the Green Bag Sutra. Forge it to you. It is a gift I left for you before I die. The Qing Nong Jing. Isn't this a medical book written by Zhonghua Tua? Zhou Hao was taken aback. But historical records show that the Qing Nong Jing, written by Hua Tua, has been burned by his own hands. Dr. Gongsun shook his head. At that time, Hua Tua was imprisoned. In order to prevent his medical skills from being lost, he wanted to hand over his writings to the jailer who guarded him. But the jailer was afraid that he would be guilty of it, so he dared not accept it. In desperation, Hua Tua was about to burn the Qing Nong Jing he had written. However, what the world did not know was that the jailer couldn't bear to see Hua Tuo's desperate look at the end, so he stopped Hua Tua and promised to keep it for him. Qing Nong Jing. It was only that half of the Qing Nong Jing had been burned at that time, and only the lower half was left. I also got it by chance. Zhou Hao took the Qing Nong Jing and opened it, and saw that only a small part of it recorded medical knowledge about medicine and acupuncture, while the rest was similar to the human meridian diagrams that Dr. Gongsun gave him earlier, with drawings. Many people with different actions look like martial arts secrets. What is recorded here is Hua Tuo's own 5 Animals opera. Dr. Gongsun explained. This is a deep martial arts that both internally and externally cultivate. It can not only strengthen the body, but also resist the enemy. My martial arts as I learned from it. Zhou Hao had also heard of the 5 Animals opera and knew that it was created by Hua Tuo. However, Zhou Hao's knowledge of the 5 Animals opera has always been limited to that it is just an aerobics. The Wu Qin she circulated outside are all tangible and insubstantial, Dr. Gongsun said. They don't have this corresponding inner strength mental method Qi Lu, so they lose the essence of the Wu Qin Shi, and they can't show it at all. The effect of Wu Qin Shi comes. He looked at Zhou Hao. Now you can feel the way I taught you before. Is there a strong Qi flowing in your body? Zhou Hao did as he said, and as expected, he felt a warm air current flowing in his body's odd meridian and 8 channels and the internal organs. Just listen to Dr. Gongsun said. The Qigong we Chinese practice is actually to maximize the power of the human body. Now that you have absorbed ambergris, the potential in your body has been fully stimulated. Therefore, if when you come to practice Qigong, you will have a unique advantage. Is it like in the novel that the 2 channels of Run and Do have been opened up? Zhou Hao asked with some excitement. Dr. Gongsun smiled and nodded. You can also say the same. Because of the medicinal properties of ambergris, your strange meridian and 8 meridians have been opened up. This is what people who practice Qigong dream of. Zhou Hao thought to himself, then I can be like those chivalrous warriors in the novel. Before you die, I can help you learn the whole set of Wu Qin Xia. Dr. Gongsun said to Zhou Hao. Although you have very powerful power now, you still don't know how to use it. So this set of Wu Qin Xi is right. You are still very useful. Zhou Hao nodded. This time, Dr. Gongsun taught him martial arts from his heart. I also saw that Dr. Gongsun gave the Shun Nong 100 herbs to Zhou Hao. This Shun Nong 100 herbs is far more precious than the Qing Nong Jing, because this is a work summed up by Shun Nong after he tasted the 100 herbs. After more than 10 generations of research and supplements, it finally condensed into this Shun Nong Bai Chao. Zhou Hao was taken aback when he heard this. A copy of Qing Nong Jing was already rare in the world. He didn't expect that this Shun Nong Bai Chao had a bigger background, and it was actually left by Shun Nong. It records the efficacy and properties of various herbs. as well as many formulas for curing diseases, which were lost thousands of years ago. All my medical skills are derived from this Shun known Bai Chao. It also told me about the ambergris. Whether you have the ambition to study medicine in the future, I hope you can take good care of it. After receiving this Shun known Bai Chao, Zhou Hao saw that it recorded various Chinese herbal medicine materials, accompanied by pictures, and there were many additional annotations on classical Chinese, so it was not too difficult to read. The comments inside were completed by me in a lifetime. Dr. Gongsun added. Although Dr. Gongsun repeatedly designed Zhou Hao, he was able to spend his entire life studying the Shun known Bai Chao. Zhou Hao still admired it very much, and the reason why he would use Zhou Hao as the test product of ambergris seems to be a good result, because of the enthusiasm for medicine and human research. So strictly speaking, Dr. Gongsun is the kind of crazy scientist. Even if his methods are not so brilliant, the results of his research are worthy of respect. Suddenly, Zhou Hao thought of a question and asked Dr. Gongsun, "By the way, if I unfortunately die after taking ambergris, what do you plan to do with these 2 books? Will you give it to Teacher Li?" Dr. Gongsun shook his head. "That girl is not suitable. If you really die, then I will bury these 2 books and wait for someone to find out later." Zhou Hao cursed secretly in his heart, thinking that this old man was so unreasonable. He would rather leave it to the illusory, destined person rather than give it to Li Rulin for her to pass on. Perhaps many traditional Chinese medical techniques have been lost in this way. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.